China 21-5, Chapter 0, Prologue. Late at night, a young man crossed Tiananmen Square and walked toward the Chairman Mao Memorial Hall. In the chronicles of the 22nd century, the computer would identify him only as M102.
By then, Tiananmen Square had become a lawn. M102 carried a large travel bag, yet even he could barely hear his own footsteps.
In the moonlight, the Memorial Hall showed its immense and severe outline. Architects of the age praised the 250-year-old building as having a fatherly majesty.
The soldiers who once guarded it had disappeared 50 years earlier. Now there was only an old gatekeeper, catalogued in the chronicles as M103, living in a small hut as old as the memorial itself.
M103 had just fallen asleep when M102 woke him by knocking. M102 asked to enter the memorial hall. The old man refused, so M102 took a white porcelain bottle from his bag. It gleamed in the moonlight with a glow that M103 found irresistible.
Mao Tai from the 1980s, old man. It cost me a month's salary.
You should have brought it out at the start, foolish boy.
MD103 unscrewed the cap, took a small sip, and nodded with satisfaction.
You may go in.
M102 walked toward the massive hall. After going a long way, he looked back.
Old man, are you not curious what I am going in there to do?
Remember this, foolish boy. There are many things in the world worth giving your life for, but nothing worth losing sleep over.
After saying that, M103 returned to his hut. M102 climbed the broad steps quickly and pushed open the two huge doors with considerable effort. They were not locked.
He walked down the corridor. The darkness made the building feel even larger and more silent. He regretted not asking the gatekeeper to come with him.
In the dimness, a tall white statue seemed to pass beside him. At last, light appeared ahead. A soft red beam descended from above, and the body of the great man from 2 centuries earlier lay quietly at the center of the glow. Beneath the crystal coffin stretched a deep red carpet.
M102 forced down the pounding of his heart. From the travel bag, he took out 2 instruments resembling cameras, then an ultra-thin rolled screen, which he unfolded on the carpet.
The screen soon glowed blue. M102 began adjusting the instruments. He worked with such focus that 2 hours passed without his noticing. A human shadow appeared behind him. It was M103, the old gatekeeper.
Heavens, you scared me. Why did you not say something? It seems my work is worth sacrificing sleep after all.
I walk through here at this time every day. He should always have someone to keep him company.
By then, the 2 instruments were aimed at the body's head. On the screen, a blue outline of a skull had appeared, and a red coordinate line moved slowly over it.
Relax. I will not damage the body.
I am relaxed. Any excessive disturbance on the crystal coffin would trigger the sensors.
So you are unnecessary?
Everyone must choose a way to spend old age. To me, being a tomb keeper is the most charming profession for an old man.
Shut up. You call this place a...
Do not be afraid, child. A tomb is the least frightening of places. It gives one an open-minded feeling toward death.
If you are so open-minded, tell me how long you expect to live.
32 years and 4 months, I think.
How did you calculate that?
When I retired, I bought 600 bottles of Fenju and stored them away. Because the alcohol content exceeded the standard, that was the last batch ever produced. As of yesterday, I had 584 bottles left.
My habit is to drink 1 cup every 2 days. Each bottle holds 10 cups.
That gives me 11,760 days. The bottle of Mao Tai you brought adds another 10 days. That is the time I just told you.
With thinking that clear, I suspect you will live longer. Thank you. If so, I will continue living. But I often calculate my lifespan this way because it gives the future a sense of stability and destination. You children lack those two precious things.
You float in the air. Reality and the future are clouds that keep changing shape. Everywhere there is hope, and everywhere there is fear.
You are also too confident. Each of you believes you are master of the world. You care about this year's national budget draft, the development of the Yarlung Sangpo, the 1,000th increase in Yangtze silt, the treaty on lunar territory.
Then there are global nuclear yields and the African situation after South Africa's split. You worry about too much. You live too tired. In his age, people lived with far more detachment.
M03 pointed toward the body. The great man lay bathed in the soft red light, as if asleep.
People then did not worry about things much larger than themselves. They knew the world was being run by a powerful great man like him.
In ordinary minds, such a great man had almost divine power. They trusted him absolutely. The world and the nation belonged to him. They only needed to take care of their own small patch of life.
History is created by the people. The people of that age merely created history passively. As for great men, the people create history, and history creates great men. Compared with the people, great men are merely grandchildren.
Your generation despises everything.
Enough, old man. Let us stop talking history and philosophy. I will tell you what I am doing.
Not interested.
This instrument emits two laser beams that converge at a point inside the brain. The other instrument receives the interference pattern of those beams.
Similar to holography.
So you are not completely ignorant. It is essentially holography, but with molecular precision. At the same time, the instruments perform X-ray diffraction analysis to record molecular structure.
The combined system is called a three-dimensional recorder. At molecular level precision, it can record all information about the object, including the molecular structure at every point.
I borrowed this instrument from a friend. What truly interests me is something else. My institute recently developed holographic simulation software that can simulate the information recorded by a three-dimensional recorder at the molecular level. For example, record a bottle of milk. Feed the data into a computer, and the computer can simulate the milk's molecular changes. 3 days later, when you look at that bottle of milk existing as electrical pulses on the screen, you will find that it has turned sour.
Boring.
Milk is boring, but what about a human brain? If the three-dimensional record of a human brain is fed into a computer, what appears? Old man, if you are still uninterested now, you are made of wood.
What would appear?
I do not know. That is why I came to try.
Why not try your own brain?
If I could, I would. But the molecules of living organisms change constantly, and molecules in a living brain change even more frequently. Until recently, the object had to be placed in liquid helium so low temperature could suppress molecular thermal vibration. Now we can record ordinary temperature objects, but not objects undergoing high heat, violent chemical reactions, or life.
You could go to a hospital morgue.
I have gone 3 times and twice to crematoriums. I have already made molecular three-dimensional records of 5 dead brains. This will be the 6th.
How long will this take?
Look at the screen. The red region has already been recorded. At this rate, I need 3 more hours. During that time, neither the instruments nor the crystal coffin can experience vibration above 20 Hz or greater than 2.5 micrometers in amplitude. Otherwise, the molecular coordinate system already established will be destroyed, and the scan must start over.
Yesterday, my colleagues were recording a Cretaceous trilobite fossil. After more than 2 hours, they lost everything. The vibration came from an underground nuclear test in an abandoned gold mine in the Soviet Republic of Azerbaijan.
Let us hope they do not test again in the next 3 hours. Long live world peace.
It was 12:30 in the morning. The new moon poured gentle silver light over Tiananmen Square. The square was quiet. A sleepless firefly flickered over the broad lawn, and an advertising airship with its lights out hung motionless in the sky, like an olive floating in moonlight. Around the square, buildings from older eras slept in silence. Farther away stood forests of skyscrapers built at the beginning of the century. To preserve Beijing's ancient cultural environment, most of those towers had been designed in the bright architectural style of the 20th century. Their surfaces were mirrors of lead alloy, meant to harmonize with the surroundings through reflection.
Now the mirrored towers reflected the moonlight like enormous crystal columns in the night, wrapping the ancient city in a dream-like sheen. It was the early morning of June 10th, 2185. At that time, Earth was still a star in the sky. At that time, Beijing was still a city on the ground.
1. The Supreme Executive. A milky white streamlined east car moved along Chang'an Avenue.
By then, several layers beneath Beijing had been hollowed out by subway tunnels, 4 or 5 meters above the streets. Magnetic transit tubes crossed and tangled in the air. Yet traffic on the ground was still nearly saturated.
Beijing's traffic jams had even entered this year's travel guide as a spectacle worth seeing. Every day, more than a dozen helicopters with transparent cabins circled above the city, carrying descendants of the automobile's inventors from across the ocean to admire the congestion.
City Hall and Beijing residents had protested many times to China International Travel Service, saying the tours damaged the capital's reputation, but the protests changed nothing.
Yet, wherever this east car went, traffic lights turned green. At least a dozen traffic officers had already been dismissed for manually overriding the impartial traffic computers on its behalf. The rest still rushed to do it, treating each green light granted to the little white car as a medal pinned to their own chests.
All of China knew this car, and the woman driving it was known by the entire world. She had been born in the spring of 2066. She was 29 years old. People seeing her for the first time usually thought she was quiet, almost childlike.
They also found themselves staring at her eyes. Those large eastern eyes with their black pupils seemed not merely to speak, but to release silent piano music, soft as fur-elise, yet not played for love. That music seemed to have been born with the eyes, as silver light is born with a star.
She was womanliness distilled. It was as if thousands of years of feminine grace from this ancient land had passed through a crystal funnel and crystallized into her. If an instrument existed for measuring femininity, it would burn out from an overload the moment it approached her.
Last year, when the Bering Strait Bridge linking Asia and America was completed, she climbed onto it and gently touched one of its giant steel columns, 500 meters above sea level and 30 meters wide.
That column supported 2 steel cables, 3 meters in diameter, and those cables held up a sea-crossing bridge more than 100 kilometers long.
My God, that steel column is turning supple.
At the time, a European television commentator was reporting from the bridge to the whole world.
The Bering Strait Bridge still stands firm against the Arctic wind.
and polar ice still crashes and shatters against its mighty piers. But when she stepped onto the bridge and touched it, the bridge became feminine. From now on, people will admire its grace far more than its grandeur.
Her Eastern femininity did not seem to belong only to herself. Around her it formed a field, magnetizing everything that entered it, making the hard soft, the coarse smooth.
Now her hands rested lightly on the East car's steering wheel. The black high-strength plastic ring, and even the chromium alloy shaft beneath it, seemed as soft as noodles. One careless movement from her would bend it out of shape.
Yet those same hands, gloved in snow-white fabric, held one of the 3 great weights on the scales of the world. They held the highest power over this ancient Eastern nation of 9.6 million square kilometers and 2 billion people.
The East car passed Tiananmen and headed toward the news building on West Chang'an Avenue.
Soon the Supreme Executive of the Republic saw the enormous structure built in the 30s of this century. 2 leaning sections met at their heads, forming a colossal letter A. Its crystalline surface reflected the orange softness of the setting sun.
5 years earlier in that building, she had met the nation's 2 billion people as the newly elected Supreme Executive. Her predecessor shook her hand, smiled once, and turned away. Even today, she had not guessed what that smile meant.
The press hall was designed with extreme modernity. Its cleverest feature was that it did not look like a hall at all, but like a space without boundaries.
Apart from the engineers who built it, no one knew the true shape of its walls. The floor was transparent, and below it lay another space symmetrical with the one above. Everyone inside seemed to float in infinity, with no fixed reference above, below, left, or right.
The space could turn black or blue as needed. It could show a few stars or a map of the whole nation. The designers said it placed people in a realm of freedom and limitlessness.
By custom, every new executive had 1 minute and 30 seconds in that space to deliver a first address to the 2 billion citizens.
Previous Supreme Executives had racked their brains over those 90 seconds. 1 or 2 addresses had become immortal. Most had entered history as new records in grand boasting. She was the exception. She seemed unprepared. She wanted to speak, but did not.
She stood there, with one hand on the transparent lectern, deep sky-blue space behind her. She looked at 2 billion people with those wide eyes. Across the vast country, 2 billion people looked back at her at the same moment. The people and their new leader spoke silently through their gaze.
Major cities opened their giant projection systems and cast the inauguration news into the night sky. 1,000 meters above the ground, her eyes watched this ancient land. There was thought in that gaze, and confidence, and an unmistakable trace of sorrow.
When the minute and a half ended, her 8-year term as the Republic's Supreme Executive began. During that term, the people could remove her at any time.
I am with Guangming daily. You said nothing just now.
I am sorry. I felt like a child. I am truly sorry.
Her voice was very soft, like a breeze drifting out of the blue space around them. The reporters began to appear. Soon, a crowd floated before the Supreme Executive.
People's Daily. In today's society, which group do you love most? And what is your greatest wish during your term?
I love children most. I have just married. My greatest wish during my term is to have a lovely child. A boy or a girl?
Wait, of course you may say that sort of thing to newspapers like hers. But this is a question from People's Daily. and it calls for a serious answer.
The young woman from China Women's News glared at the long-haired reporter in fury and nearly threw her miniature recorder at him. Before he came, his editor had told him that if he could make her know how formidable People's Daily was, his assignment would be a success.
The Supreme Executive was silent for a long time. Then she sighed, so faintly that it almost could not be seen.
My friend, why do you think I was not serious? I spoke from my heart, truly. I know what you hoped I would say. That I love every person in this country, and that my greatest wish is for our ancient nation to become a radiant sun in the East.
But today, I am telling 2 billion people the love and wish in my heart. I cannot lie. So, I will say it again, seriously, to you and to everyone watching me. The people I love most are children. My greatest wish is to have a lovely child.
Communications satellites in synchronous orbit carried her words to every corner of the world.
To Kung Pao, do your words just now imply that the Republic is facing certain difficulties?
By custom, this half hour today is my first meeting with you as a person who has become Supreme Executive. It may also be the only meeting in my term when I do not have to discuss affairs of state. Let us cherish it together, shall we?
Please state your view of traditional culture.
In the future, I will answer with my actions. Thank you.
I am with time. What is the greatest achievement you had won before you were elected?
I have overturned Aristotle. Fascination and power can gather in a woman.
She had altered Aristotle's words to suit herself, replacing beauty with fascination and wisdom with power. Laughter rose through the hall.
The sun. Will you dodge every question today?
She smiled.
Sorry. Everything is still beginning.
Central Daily. Does what you said to Time mean that you were elected through personal charm?
The people always choose someone they like to lead them. The older generation and the new generation of this country both like me. That makes me very happy.
Does that suggest you lack confidence in your mission?
A leader's confidence comes from the people. Right now, 2 billion people are looking at me. I wish I could shake hands with every one of them. 2 billion handshakes! I cannot see you now, but in my mind you have become 2 images. They come from 2 oil paintings from the 1980s that I collect. One is called Father. The head of an old peasant from the lowest plateau fills the canvas. The blazing sun has darkened his face almost black. Poverty, labor, summer heat, and winter cold have carved deep ravines into it.
And his eyes, what eyes they are. Dullness with kindness inside it, confusion with longing shining through. Those eyes make my heart tremble.
The other painting is called Years of War. In it is an old woman so thin she can hardly be thinner. Inside a dark thatched hut, only her white hair reflects a trace of light. I once searched that hair carefully on the canvas and found not a single black strand. Her eyes cannot be seen because they are pressed close to the cloth shoes in her hands. Her hands are like dry twigs, gripping the shoes with effort. Her body bends as if it will never straighten again. It is as if she is sewing her whole life into that pair of shoes. Those shoes are for soldiers on the battlefield. At that time, those soldiers were fighting on this land for the birth of the Republic.
Do you consider it appropriate to use 2 images from the Republic's poorest and most backward age to represent the people of today?
Perhaps it is not appropriate. But in my heart, the people of today still gather into those 2 images.
The Republic's prosperity and strength today cannot be compared with that age. Yet the weight of history still lies on the people. Amid all the problems and hardships before us, we walk toward the future and toward our ideals with difficulty. People all say I am too childlike, and I admit it. Why does the older generation always look down on that? Measured against the average age of this country, I am indeed a child through and through. In my consciousness, those 2 images appear every moment. I see them as my father and my mother. Now I say to the 2 billion people watching me, I am your daughter.
By now, 5 years of her term had passed. Those 5 years had been brilliant for the Republic, and for her.
Before taking office, she had correctly foreseen the energy crisis of 2183. In her first year, she and the government decisively cut back high-energy heavy industry. Steel and other heavy industrial products fell sharply, and the pressure on her became immense.
She endured that pressure. In 2121, she pushed through a new budget law, developing new energy industries centered on solar, nuclear, and hydrogen power at any cost.
With remarkable foresight, she also developed a new automobile and aircraft industry based mainly on hydrogen energy. At the same time, she concentrated national strength on software, building the largest software production base in the world in the Great Northwest.
When the fossil energy crisis threw the world into panic, her country was barely shaken. Instead, it seized the moment to occupy almost twice as much of the world industrial market as it had 5 years before. The renminbi became the primary currency in global circulation.
The Republic also paid off the enormous foreign debt accumulated at the beginning of the century, and its economy took flight again.
Her nation also achieved nationwide computer networking. 500,000 supercomputers, 80 million medium computers, 100 million small computers, 600 million microcomputers, and 1.3 billion personal terminals form the largest computer system on the planet.
This astonishingly vast and complex system operated like a brain. The world witnessed the birth of the first fully informationized society.
During her administration, the greening of the Loess Plateau caused the sediment content of the Yellow River to decline for the first time. The older generation considered this culturally important because that river, symbol of ancient civilization, had nearly died from the burden of its own silt.
The population problem remained a real demon, but it was a legacy of history. This government had already turned the third population surge from the end of the previous century into negative growth. In those 5 years, the world also came to know her.
For the whole world, 2181 was a year of strained nerves. A territorial crisis over the moon and the terrestrial planets erupted. Its roots reached back into the 20th century. When the Soviets landed on Mars in 2003, when the United States and the Soviet Union jointly landed on Venus in 2065, and when they reached Mercury one after another in 2082, the crisis finally broke open in 2183.
On the third day of 2183, armed conflict began on the moon. China, the United States, and the Soviet Union were all drawn in. 98 astronauts died. People called it a small Third World War on the moon.
After the conflict, the 3 heads of state met in Geneva, and the meeting was jokingly called the Second Yalta Conference. 2 of the 3 giants still came from America and the Soviet Union, while the Supreme Executive of the People's Republic of China took Churchill's chair.
The difference was that these 3 nations were not allies but enemies. The greater difference was that this time the Churchill figure came from the defeated nation.
China's space power could still not match the other 2 powers. In the conflict, China's lunar base in Copernicus crater was almost completely destroyed.
For the newly inaugurated Supreme Executive, the crisis was a severe test.
Without strength in her hands, she created no miracle in Geneva. But personally, she left a deep impression on the world.
On the second day of the conference, China and the United States held a private meeting. When it ended, the American president walked out of the hall. Reporters noticed him wiping his forehead with a handkerchief.
Well, have we met a friend easier to handle than Churchill?
Do not think that. She is like a distant star. From the night sky it seems to twinkle with soft light. But that light comes from nuclear fusion. If you go near it, you may discover that the star holds the energy of several suns.
In short, if she completed the rest of her term in the same manner as the first 5 years, she would enter history as an outstanding supreme executive.
The East car stopped below the long steps of the news building. The moment the Supreme Executive stepped out, she saw a large crowd of old people blocking her path.
The youngest among them was at least 180. Most were over 200. They had spent their childhood in the final years of the 20th century, then crossed 185 years to arrive at this day.
They no longer worked and held no offices, but age had given them incomparable dignity.
Come here, child.
An old man, whose white beard was as long as his upper body, gestured kindly at the Supreme Executive with his cane. She went to stand before this crowd of 200-year-olds, enduring their stern, fault-finding gazes.
She could not delay for long. She had come to the news building to preside over a press conference about the coming People's Congress. She, like every Supreme Executive before her, feared these venerable old people. They often stopped her East car somewhere and delivered a long lesson.
Good day, elders! Look, everyone, that white bird in the sky is so lovely. When you all stare at me like this, you make me afraid. This child must have done something to displease you again.
Why are you dressed like that?
She wore a loose, dark blue jacket, unzipped, with a snow-white tennis shirt showing beneath. The little boy style made her look casual and unrestrained. By tomorrow, thousands upon thousands of dark blue jackets and white tennis shirts would appear on the streets.
This child is going to meet 2 billion people dressed like this. What sort of behavior is that?
You are the highest leader of this country. You must understand ceremony. You must look proper. Proper, do you understand?
Damn it, I came straight from playing tennis and had too little time. I will pay attention in the future. Please forgive me this once.
Tennis? You are the executive now, not the sports star you were at university. You must not be childlike anymore. Not even a little. If you have time, read books, especially history. It will do you good.
The old man appeared to forget that the Supreme Executive held 3 degrees, one of them a doctorate in history.
Yes, Elder. History is always useful.
She answered absently, glanced at her watch, and sighed toward the white bird no one else had looked at.
We came today to ask you something. The newspapers say you are going to divorce.
Yes.
No, absolutely not.
A burst of noise broke out among the old people.
He proposed it. It is not because of our feelings. He is an engineer and his ideal is to build an undersea tunnel across the Taiwan Strait, linking the mainland and Taiwan.
After forming a family with me, he became a focus of the news. Reporters and cameras surrounded him every day, making it impossible for him to work. If I were him, I would not want such a wife either.
And you agreed?
Yes. To be honest, I have always loved him. I know he has always loved me as well.
Stop! Who allowed you to stand before so many ancestors and mutter about I love you and you love me?
How can a nation be led by a divorced girl with no home? What kind of order is that?
Excuse me, elders. The press conference is about to begin. Could we discuss this after it ends?
We will not delay your proper business. When it is over, we still have things to say.
Thank you.
The Supreme Executive gave the news officer a grateful look, turned, and hurried away.
Come back. From now on, do not walk with that little girl bounce.
Elder, in front of you, I am a little girl. When I was born, you were already 180.
Enough nonsense. Be steady. Make people see you as proper. Go on, do not delay your business.
She carefully climbed the steps in a properly dignified manner, then stuck out her tongue at the news officer.
You are far too polite to those old fellows.
An American president in the 20th century said he was a slave with dignity. I fully agree. My friend, if I am born into this world again, I will never become Supreme Executive. Do not tell the reporters I said that.
Today, the deep space of the press hall had become a more solemn blue-black. The Supreme Executive walked out from its depths, her footsteps approaching with crisp clarity.
Citizens of the nation, the preparatory meeting for the 348th People's Congress of the People's Republic of China concluded this afternoon. The details will be introduced by my news officer.
Here, I will only briefly explain my work plan for the final 3 years of my term, so that the people may prepare for the coming Congress. Before I say what I intend to do, I must tell the 2 billion people who trust me that your Supreme Executive has recently been in a very abnormal psychological state.
Do not be deceived by my calm appearance. At this moment, my heart is burning like magma. I feel oppressed and suffocated. I have nightmares, drive too fast, and suffer greatly.
I ask all the people to place my current psychological state under strict supervision. This is especially necessary now, when society's trust in me is rising sharply. For the sake of our republic, I sincerely ask this of you.
In the final 3 years of my term, the first thing I will do is devote all my strength to ensuring that Proposal 802374 is passed and implemented this year. I will explain the reason in my Supreme Executive's work report to the People's Congress.
The Supreme Executive passed over the first item on her agenda in a single sentence, entirely ignoring the shock that sentence created across the whole land.
According to statistics, that night more than 800,000 television sets throughout the country were smashed by angry viewers, most of them with canes.
Proposal 882-747-4 had been submitted by an unknown young sociologist. It argued that the current form of the family no longer suited the present level of social productivity, and that the complete collapse of the traditional family was unavoidable. The Republic should gradually reduce the connection between its constitution and laws and the institutions of marriage and family.
When she came down the steps of the news building, the Supreme Executive saw young people crowding around the East car while police struggled to push them back. She smiled as she approached. The young people stopped surging forward, and one young man handed her a very large racing helmet.
For you!
The style is absolutely beautiful. Thank you.
She took the helmet and happily shook the young man's hand. The various helmets she had received could be compared in number to the pipes once given to Joseph Stalin.
What brand is your jacket?
The girl was preparing tomorrow's outfit.
Pluto, you can have it.
She took off the jacket and threw it toward the girl. Halfway through the air, several other hands intercepted it.
Remember, there are 2 kinds of Pluto. One has a gold stripe on the collar, and one does not. Mine does not.
While the young people fought over the blue jacket, the Supreme Executive slipped into the East car. She was about to start the engine when someone hugged her from behind and kissed her.
She turned and saw a pretty young woman
in an army lieutenant's uniform. It was her security officer just back from vacation.
Was I magnificent at the press conference just now?
Absolutely magnificent.
The two women burst into laughter inside the East car, and the car glided swiftly forward.
The boys worship you, but you are beyond their reach, so they all circled around me.
Silly. If I were you, I would have brought one back for myself.
Besides you, another boy as a guard? I do not want to leave you.
Too bad. I only have the authority to bring one.
Ahead, another crowd of old people stopped the East car. Their white hair stood out under the streetlights.
They were not the group from the news building, but they were certainly no younger. They had gathered in the middle of Chang'an Avenue, surrounded by reporters holding cameras, and traffic was badly blocked.
3 miniature helicopters hovered in mid-air. The police aboard them could do nothing about the old people below.
Heaven help me. They are trying to kill me. Good friend, give me some courage.
Walk forward, and flowers will bloom on both sides.
Wonderful. And completely useless. Leave your pistol in the car. Be good, or I will not keep you. Ah, damn. I remember there is a piece of clothing under the seat. How do I look in a sports shirt?
Utterly charming. You still have the beautiful figure of the tennis champion from the university games. Not a bit changed.
Then this will do. Maybe I can charm those old men into sparing me.
The Supreme Executive got out. The old people rushed around her. In her snow-white tennis shirt, her young, soft body looked like a white magnolia standing among a heap of old walnuts.
You senseless child! Among all those people, I thought you still understood things, so I voted for you. And you, rebel, cursed seed.
Our ancient civilization possesses a sacred feeling for the family that no other civilization can compare with. It was in countless sacred and solid families, like boats, that our civilization crossed 5,000 years of history and arrived today.
And now this country wants, for the first time in human history, to refuse to recognize the existence of the family. Heaven will not tolerate it.
Grandfather, shall we talk by the roadside? Look.
Look at yourself like a naughty little girl. Where is your jacket? Look at you.
A girl asked me for it, so I...
Good! Now you are giving away your clothes. Let alone being executive, do you even look like a proper child? No home? No home? Even beasts have homes.
Grandfather, look how many cars we have blocked.
Even beasts need homes.
But beasts, for instance my favorite kangaroos, do not have constitutions or laws guaranteeing marriage and family. Let us go over there, Grandfather.
A synthetic fiber cane swung in a full arc and snapped across the Supreme Executive's face.
How dare you speak so rudely to your elders? How dare you?
The old man was so angry he could hardly breathe. The warning light on the artificial heart in his chest flashed red with a squeaking alarm. The lieutenant's eyes flared. She sprang forward, but the Supreme Executive seized her and held her back with surprising strength.
I ask the elders once again to leave the road. Will you please?
The blow had made her voice even calmer, and had added to it a force that could not be resisted. That force rarely appeared in her speech, but it did belong to her. She simply did not often reveal it. At last, the old people dispersed.
I am truly sorry, comrades. This was all because of me.
She held the hand of a patrol officer. He was panting from the effort of maintaining order.
Comrade Executive, we can arrest that old fellow right now for assault.
No. When I reach his age, I may be even more absurd. Then you can use a crane to toss me to the roadside.
The East car moved on autopilot. The two women sat in the back seat. The Supreme Executive leaned on her guard's shoulder, while the lieutenant gently touched the swelling mark on her face. Between them lay the enormous helmet.
I really should have worn it. That young man was kind.
The lieutenant suddenly began to cry.
I never thought that old thing would.
Walk forward, and flowers will bloom on both sides. Do you know any way to make this mark disappear from my face? Good friend, do not cry. Ah, you really should have brought a boy back.
Her consciousness began to blur. She had not slept for 3 days.
The car is going home. Why go home now? To see him? No, stop! Good friend, do you have anything to eat? Then I will sleep.
When the lieutenant returned to the East car with bread and canned beer, the Supreme Executive of the Republic was already asleep, holding the oversized helmet in her arms.
At that very time, 3-dimensional molecular holographic records of 6 dead brains were being input from the optical disc storage of a 3-dimensional recorder into a computer at a rate of hundreds of millions of kilobytes per second.
The computer had 5 million CPUs, a memory capacity of 64 trillion megabytes, and a clock rate of 10 to the 12th megahertz. Of the 6 brains, 5 came from this century, and 1 came from the 20th, 2, resurrection.
In an ordinary civil courtroom in Shijingshan District, the divorce case of the Republic's Supreme Executive was to be heard today.
By this age, divorces were vast in number and still increasing. Their causes had also become simpler and simpler, so civil courts usually left such cases to computers. Judges appeared only when property disputes or child custody were involved.
Fortunately, divorces involving those two issues were already rare. Some local courts had gone even further. They installed rows of computer terminals in the courtroom, with a long queue before each one, turning the solemn chamber into something like a coach ticket office.
Case number L921345564. Please insert your marriage certificate disc into drive A. Good, thank you. Please insert your divorce application disc into drive B. Good, thank you. Please remove the disc from drive A and insert your personal, family, and social information disc. Good, thank you.
Do you truly believe there is no hope of saving your marriage? If yes, enter Y. If no, enter N. Do you have anything else to state? If yes, enter Y. If no, enter N. Good. Your divorce application has been approved.
Would you like 2 printed copies of your marriage certificate as keepsakes? If yes, enter Y. If no, enter N. Good. Thank you. We wish each of you happiness.
This system recommends the newly developed Himalaya Travel District from Great Wall Travel Company as the destination for your divorce trip.
Great Wall Travel Company will provide comfortable transportation and lodging, allowing you to climb the world's highest peak under 100% reliable safety protection or reach the summit by Everest cable car.
At that moment, you will see the Himalayas stretch beneath your feet toward the horizon like rolling silver waves. Enjoy the Himalaya special route arranged for you by Great Wall Travel Company. We will give your life a silver ending and a silver beginning. Telephone 3498-6543-2131.
For divorce gifts, please visit Golden Rose Florist. Our shop carries a complete range of flowers at fair prices. Every bouquet remains fresh for more than 3 years, helping your former companion remember the beautiful time you once spent together. From the court exit, take Maglev Tube Line 34 and get off at Station 6. Or enter your address now and we will deliver to your door.
The advertisements were the most time-consuming part of the process. Yet they were also popular.
Before leaving, each divorcing couple watched the advertisements carefully and planned their divorce trip and divorce ceremony with a friendliness no less warm than when people once planned weddings. Only after the next couple urged them again and again would they leave, and at least half of them went out arm in arm.
For old people over 100 who could not resist peeking in from outside, the calm and harmony in the divorce courtroom were more shocking than the number of divorces. That calm told them clearly that the building raised over thousands of years had truly collapsed this time.
But today's divorce case was not so simple, not because it involved the supreme executive. Without last night's press conference, the case would at most have occupied a small corner of the newspapers. In this era, divorce was ordinary even when it happened to the supreme executive.
But now the matter carried a heavy political color because it was bound to her great gamble. There was also the child. Both parents wanted their little daughter. For these reasons, several judges appeared in court today.
After an hour and a half, the two lawyers had fought to a draw over custody. The judges, facing a divorce case watched by the whole nation, were also deeply troubled. At last, they chose a convenient and safe method. Let the child decide.
The little girl, lovely as if made of crystal, was immediately surrounded by a crowd of centenarian old women.
Xing, do not go with your mother. She is a bad mother, a bad woman.
Good child. Your mother has not only broken up her own home, she wants to break up every home in the world.
Have you seen those poor children in the streets, away from their fathers and mothers wandering on motorcycles? Your mother wants every child to become like that. She wants you to become like that too.
Yes, Xing. Your mother does not love you. Do not go with her.
The judge's loud orders could not stop the old women. Even after the child was carried to the front, they still shouted at her noisily from the gallery. The Supreme Executive's chest rose and fell sharply.
When the Republic's security was gravely threatened, 10 megaton nuclear missiles would roar out of their silos after her final order. But when her personal life was threatened, she could not perform even the self-defense of an ordinary person.
She had no allied army either. The young people were all at work. They would not see this scene on television until night.
I'm scared. I want Daddy.
The child was terrified by the scene and cried out. She saw her father most often, so calling for him had become habit.
Xing was the little son of her grandfather and grandmother, with her own private garden and swimming pool. Though her mother loved her desperately, Xing did not love her mother very much.
Her mother was always carrying her out of the tiny world her grandparents had built for her, taking her to see the sea, forests, deserts, and the city where frightening noises sounded all day, and taking her among groups of children who did not obey her, and even bullied people.
She was like a little banana, bruising at a touch. She could no longer leave that small world. Fortunately, her mother had little time to be with her. The Supreme Executive also realized in pain that if things continued this way, her Xing would not be happy.
Now the child cried and insisted on throwing herself into the arms of her father and grandparents. The court declared the case closed. The Supreme Executive had lost everything in her life. Her large eyes looked calmly forward, but bright tears seeped out of them.
Do not cry, or lower your head. This is awful.
The lieutenant whispered the warning behind her, frantic with anxiety. But the Supreme Executive still held her head up and let the tears come. The lieutenant saw that hateful reporter ahead adjusting the focus of a television camera. Tonight, 2 billion people would see those tear-filled eyes.
Reporters who normally swarmed the Supreme Executive for news now stood silently at a distance.
Do you have anything to say to the press?
Only one female reporter approached carefully and asked in a low voice.
During my term, I do not intend to marry again.
Why?
Because marriage can give me only one companion. Not marrying can win me countless admirers. I mean boys among the young. My work needs boys very much. Forget it. I am being too much like Ah-Q. I love him, and this blow is more than I can bear. I truly hope he concentrates on digging his undersea tunnel and never meets another girl. Even if he does, I hope his new home is unhappy so that in 3 years we can be together again. I ask his new companion's forgiveness, if there is one.
Do not stare. There really are tears in my eyes.
Go on, write whatever you want in your newspaper. You uncrowned kings could make God divorce if he came down to earth.
I envy that 20th century woman called Sen Mao. She was not supreme executive, so she could sit in a jeep with her husband and roam through the Sahara Desert and go to the seaside to catch fish. Most of all, she could have a little son that belonged to her forever, though I do not remember whether she had children. Think how beautiful that would be. I truly want to hand the final 3 years of my term over to you.
Forgive me. That is only what I think at this moment. A little later, I may not think so. Please do not take it seriously.
Whenever you talk about yourself, you are like a foolish child. Do you really want to dissect yourself in front of 2 billion people? I know what you will say, that this is what the people demand of every supreme executive.
Is it not? Good friend, drive away first. Let me be alone for a while.
After the lieutenant disappeared through the door, only the Supreme Executive remained in the courtroom. She immediately regretted sending the lieutenant away. Now she was completely alone. She could not bear the emptiness of the courtroom and quickly went outside. Outside was the green belt of Shijingshan district. In the woods, the city's noise and the roar of ionosphere aircraft landing became faint and distant. The Supreme Executive walked slowly along a plastic path through the grass.
Anti-executive?
A child's voice sounded ahead. The Supreme Executive looked up and saw a little boy in a sailor shirt. He had a large head, large eyes, and an appealing face. In his arms he held a plump little dog. She recognized him at once.
Your name is Zhang Xiaoyu, isn't it?
You remember me? You meet so many people every day.
I also remember that you should be 6 this year.
Last winter, just after the Supreme Executive's East car left Zhongnanhai, it had been stopped by a small boy in a leather jacket. The snowy road was slippery, and the car almost hit him. The boy climbed inside and clung to the Supreme Executive's clothes.
Auntie, my home is terrifying. I cannot stay there. I have gone to many people, even the mayor, and none of them cared. They said most children are born in homes like mine, so why do I have so many complaints? I had no choice but to come to you. You have to go to my home today.
Xiaoyu's home truly was terrifying. The oldest person in his family had been born in 1975 and was 210 years old. From him downward, one generation appeared every 30 years. 7 generations lived under one roof.
In that apartment on the 50th floor lived 13 people, 8 of them over 100. Most had become numb, walking corpses. When the Supreme Executive entered, she saw, in the dim light, a group of old people sitting or lying in silence. When a stranger came in, they did not even move their eyes toward her. Only the sounds of artificial hearts working with their breath proved that those dark bodies, covered by wrinkles too dense to be denser, were still alive. 2 cone-shaped domestic robots rushed back and forth. caring for the old people who had long since gone numb but were still driven on tirelessly by modern artificial organs.
Each robot had more than a dozen pneumatic arms, and every hand was occupied by medicine bottles, syringes, sputum tubes, bedpans, diapers, and similar objects. The many mechanical hands shifted rapidly as the robots moved, bringing the only vitality to the home.
Among the chaotic furniture stood a control computer. A thick bundle of optical fibers extended from it, controlling more than 100 artificial organs on the 8 bodies, including artificial hearts and lungs.
Its buzzer sounded alarms from time to time, and a robot would struggle to free one hand and adjust something on the keyboard. The whole family looked like a cultivation factory for withered tree roots.
This was the modern Chinese family produced by the rapid medical and artificial organ advances of the 21st and 22nd centuries, combined with the population explosion of history. Such families covered the 9.6 million square kilometers of the nation.
On this land crowded 2 billion people. In that immense human sea, 500 million were over 200 years old, and 700 million were over 100.
Then came 500 million people aged 70 to 100, called middle-aged. Finally came the young and the children. Only 300 million of them, 15% of the total population.
The Supreme Executive waited an unbearable 10 minutes before Xiaoyu's parents came home from work.
Comrade Executive, I voted for you in the People's Congress, but not so that you could overstep ranks and manage my family. You had better go attend to your own business.
The man was very rude to his visitor. Xiaoyu's mother pulled the Supreme Executive to the elevator outside the door.
Please forgive him, Comrade Supreme Executive. He is in a bad mood. It really is unbearable for a child in such an environment, but what can we do? By social standards, our housing is considered spacious.
Besides, he and I are both terribly busy every day. I am director of the Beijing Metallic Hydrogen Plant, and he is a basketball coach who often goes abroad. When we return home, the old people's affairs exhaust us. There is much less time to spend with the child. And our relationship has never been good. He has his own love outside. To be honest, so do I. I pity the child. But when I think that most children in the whole country are like Xiaoyu, I can only accept it. Comrade Executive, you cannot help Xiaoyu. But as his mother, I still thank you.
I do not know whether I should ask. Was everything you said on television true?
Not all of it.
Then how do you view the current state of society and culture? Tell the truth or do not answer.
The first line of the national anthem. The Chinese nation has reached its most dangerous moment.
Where is the way out?
There is no short way out. The ratio between the Republic and the burden on its back, in time, is 300 to 5,000.
There must at least be a fastest way to ease it. I am lost. But the highest leaders should know.
The family. The legal family that has existed for thousands of years. As long as it remains, the elderly cannot be settled. The vitality of the young will be consumed, and worst of all, the next generation will be threatened.
It was as she walked out of that high-rise apartment building that the Supreme Executive finally decided on the gamble she would take in the final 3 years of her term, to change the traditional form of the family. Now she crouched down and drew the child close.
I am ashamed to see you. Last time Auntie was useless and could not help you at all. How are things now?
Still the same. I go home very late. As soon as I get there, I sleep, and as soon as I wake in the morning, I run away.
The Supreme Executive cupped Xiaoyu's face in her hands, which trembled slightly.
Auntie, Xing Xing has left you. Let this puppy keep you company, all right?
The Supreme Executive took the puppy. It licked her cheek with its warm little tongue.
Today is Sunday. Shall Auntie take you out to play?
You are very busy. It is such a big country.
You will not bother me. We will go together to the place where I work.
What? You mean you can take me to the big silver ball?
The Big Silver Ball was the Supreme Executive's office building built in Zhongnanhai at the end of the previous century. Its shape was a huge silver sphere. Like the White House in America, the building drew the world's attention. To boys in particular, it was a place filled with mystery.
They walked together. The plastic path turned bright with many colors. Where their feet stepped, pressure sensors in the surface drove audio diodes, playing beautiful music.
Yesterday and today there were two people on this land who knew nothing of the Supreme Executive's speech, the collapse of her family, or anything else outside. They had shut themselves inside an inflatable building. Before them stood a vast computer display glowing faintly green.
They were M102 and M103?
Program running. 6 memory partitions total. Program 1. Brain 1 BASE. Byte count 3378694300031 MBB. Accessing optical disk drive D004. Program 2. Brain 2 EXE. Byte count 2956342345523 MBB. Accessing optical disk drive D005. Program 3. Brain 3 X. Byte count 3078637832555 MB. Accessing optical disk drive D006. Program 4. Brain 4 X. Byte count 3543547829110 by. Accessing optical disk drive D007. Program 5. Brain 5 UCOS Bud X. Byte count 32365476578 MB. Accessing optical disk drive D008. Program 6, Brain 6000. Byte count 37432674564 MB. Accessing optical disk drive D009. Program occupying CPU numbers 000001 through 500. Remaining CPU count, 0. Program memory occupied, 628,070 MB. Operating system memory occupied, 5126438000 MB. Program running. Interface addresses 00000A7F885D7H through FAVF2SD401112H must not be used.
It has been running for 10 hours.
M103 said this drowsily. He had just woken on the carpet.
It is building a simulation model. Old man, this is not a simple thing. The human brain is a complex little universe. It contains 15 billion brain cells.
The molecular three-dimensional recorder collects about 500 megabits of information from each cell. Add it up, and the three-dimensional holographic record of an entire brain reaches 75 trillion bits.
This is the most detailed record ever made of a physical entity. It has approached the uncertainty limit predicted by Heisenberg's principle. 75 trillion bits. Old man, do you know how much information that is?
If you printed that much information in book form, the book's thickness would be several times the distance from Earth to the Moon. Now the computer is processing a database of that scale to build software simulation models for 6 human brains.
I doubt it can work. One of those brains has been dead for more than 200 years.
The computer will use the brain's current chemical and physical state to calculate backward in time and infer the state it had 200 years ago when it was alive. Biochemistry and biophysics have given the computer details of each step in the changes of proteins and deoxyribonucleic acid.
So if you know the present, you can know the past, however distant that past may be.
Of course, credit also goes to generations of corpse guardians like you. You preserved the body very well.
There is really no way to get out of here?
We got in by deceiving the electronic door lock. I instructed it to open once at 5 this afternoon. Do not touch that door now, or we will both be recorded. We are stealing use of someone else's computer. If we are caught, even all your Fenju would not pay the machine fee.
Stop complaining. You wanted to come with me.
A curiosity that vanished from me decades ago was stirred up by a brat. Shameful. I guarded him for more than 10 years. Do you think his memories can really be extracted?
In theory, yes, but the memory information we get may only be binary code we cannot understand.
If so, this will be terribly boring.
No, old man. Someone will decipher that information eventually.
You mentioned Fenju a moment ago.
There is beer in the refrigerator by the air conditioner. Hey, do not drink it all. Leave some for me.
Look at the screen.
Simulation model construction complete. Run this model, Y or N.
I am too lazy to go over. Type Y on the top line. Ah, yes, that's it.
Nothing has come out.
The computer is identifying the modules of the model. That also takes time.
They waited 1 hour, then another. The computer produced no output. M102 grew impatient. He decided to force open the electronic door lock and go with M103 to eat roast duck. They were starving.
He no longer cared about surveillance video. This was a new computer, left idle because departments had quarreled endlessly over terminal allocation. M102 felt that since they could not possibly pay the huge usage fee anyway, being caught could not make things much worse.
M03 agreed, but demanded one more can of beer. When that can was half empty, the computer buzzer sounded softly. The red digits of the electronic clock showed that the time was 13:24 on June 12th, 2185.
What are you doing, old man? Are you trying to add another crime to our list?
The beer can fell from M103's hand, spilling beer over the laser printer. One of his hands remained half closed, as if still holding the can, while his eyes stared fixedly at the green glowing display.
M102 hurried to wipe the printer with a handkerchief, and at the same time glanced at the screen M103 was staring at. At once, his gaze was pinned there as well. That state lasted about 2 minutes. Terror poured from both pairs of eyes like a waterfall.
This is impossible.
M102 turned and ran to the door, pounding it desperately. The first organic glass door broke with a beep-like crack, but the second door, because of his extreme fear, could not be opened no matter what he did. M103 could not move his feet at all. His legs softened, and he sank onto the carpet. Everything previously shown on the screen vanished. In the center appeared 8 large green glowing words.
Where am I? Was I not already dead?
3. AAA, the Supreme Executive's office, was a hemisphere inside the big silver ball. Its curved wall gave off a soft orange light. The circular floor was covered with emerald green carpet, its long fibers trembling slightly like a small meadow touched by wind.
On that meadow stood only an elegant blue desk. A computer terminal sat on it, and behind it was a swivel chair. At the center of the hemispherical space, a blue holographic earth floated in midair. The colors were harmonious, calm, and solemn.
That was how the office looked when Xiaoyu and the Supreme Executive first entered. About half a minute later, Xiaoyu noticed strange changes in the hemisphere. The green carpet was turning red. The gently shaking meadow beneath their feet became a round sea of fire. The wall light shifted into an uneven blue-white glow that made people uneasy. A row of red time digits appeared in midair. The swivel chair behind the desk sank rapidly into the floor, leaving only trembling crimson carpet where it had been.
There are no chairs here at all.
Whenever more than one person is in this office, the computer removes all the chairs and makes the colors less peaceful. It is a way to improve office efficiency. People who have to talk standing up usually do not talk for too long.
Do people who come here refuse to leave?
Most of them do. I had no choice, but it works well.
Can those old men stand for that long?
It reminds them that it is time to retire. Hello, this is my young friend.
The last sentence was addressed to the invisible computer. As soon as she spoke, the clock in the air vanished. The wall light returned to orange-red, and the sea of fire underfoot became meadow again. 2 chairs appeared behind the desk.
When they reached the terminal, the screen flashed green and a lifeless voice spoke.
Good afternoon, Comrade Supreme Executive. The Executive Office Management software is now starting. Today is June 12th, 285. The time is 15:43. Do you wish to begin work now?
Comrade Xiaoyu, I now appoint you Supreme Executive of the People's Republic of China. Your term is 1 hour. For this hour, the largest country in the world is in your hands.
The Supreme Executive pulled Xiaoyu in front of the terminal.
Really? But Auntie does not have that authority.
Silly child. No one knows anyway. Do not stand there. Start creating history.
Is this job easy?
Xiaoyu stared first at the Supreme Executive, then at the terminal screen.
Try it. Do you wish to begin work now?
Yes, begin.
Xiaoyu made the declaration solemnly.
Sorry, this is not the voice of the Supreme Executive. For the next hour, input from this little boy is valid. Today, your office management system has received 13 information bodies. 5 have been returned or forwarded. Detailed records of all information bodies are stored in database XXH0147.
41,568 letters have been received. 32,460 of them are domestic. The remainder are from abroad. 41,503 letters have been answered by correspondence processing software. 65 letters have an importance parameter above 1.00 and require your personal reading. Summaries of the remaining letters and their replies may be found in database XH2388.
Additionally, the state visit by the President of Equatorial Guinea, originally scheduled for the 16th of this month, has been postponed to July 4th.
All related activities have been postponed accordingly. The items involving you are the airport welcome ceremony, the welcome banquet that evening, and the talks on the following day. Do you wish to process information bodies or correspondence?
What should I do?
Xiaoyu turned to ask the Supreme Executive.
I do not know.
The Supreme Executive reclined comfortably in the swivel chair, rotating slowly while looking toward the top of the hemisphere.
Then I will do the first one. More than 40,000 letters every day is terrifying.
The information bodies returned or forwarded today are as follows. 1. Feasibility report on the electromagnetic drive space launch rail project. Source: Ministry of Aerospace Industry. Reason for return: technical details are described with excessive complexity. Revise and resubmit.
2. Application report on establishing infant aquatic nurture centers. Source: Ministry of Population, forwarded to the Ministry of Health.
3. Report on the early stage projects of the Northwestern Software Industry Base. Source: Ministry of Software Industry. Reason for return, same as item 1. 4. Report on nuclear waste disposal in the South China power grid. Source: Ministry of Nuclear Industry. Reason for return: Content duplicates Energy Ministry Information Body NY3041, already reviewed by you. 5. Report on microwave pollution in Area AK101 accident in the launch antenna orientation system of Great Wall No. 4 Space Solar Power Station. Source: Ministry of Energy. Reason for return: data in this information body do not match the Energy Ministry Central Database. Suspected communication fault during encrypted transmission. Press PGOP to view details of the above information. Otherwise, press any key to continue.
Should I continue?
The Supreme Executive smiled and nodded.
Today's information body number 001, General number ZZG918, the United Nations Energy Program will hold the sealing ceremony for the world's last oil well on the 20th of this month in Abu Dhabi, United Arab Emirates, announcing the end of the human petroleum age.
Invitations have been sent to all member states. Our country received the invitation at 10 o'clock this morning.
Send the foreign minister!
This decision appears inappropriate. The following opinions are offered for your reference. First, according to International Diplomatic Protocol expert software and corresponding databases, this type of ceremony should be attended by the national energy official.
Second, the foreign minister left on the 3rd of this month for Amundsen City in Antarctica to attend the signing ceremony for the International Supervision Agreement on Antarctic Environmental Pollution. Recommendation: send the energy minister to the ceremony. If you agree, enter Y. Otherwise, enter N.
What should I do?
Whom are you asking? You are standing on the tip of the pyramid now. Above you is only sky. No one can help.
Then do what it says. Otherwise, Big Guy has to fly back from Antarctica.
Big Guy was the nickname people used for the foreign minister. Xiao Yu pressed the Y key very carefully.
Today's information body number 2, General number ZZG919, Ministry of Health. Trial plan for free artificial organ supply to the elderly. Press any key to view the full text.
The full text was too long and did not interest Xiao Yu much.
I will not read it! Approved! The old grandpa downstairs from my home has no one with him, and to buy a lung, he has to write to his son abroad for money.
Wonderful.
The Supreme Executive kissed Xiao Yu on the cheek. The following information bodies were even duller. The draft on post-retirement benefits for national service officials was especially long, stale, and headache-inducing.
But Xiao Yu handled them well, as he had handled the earlier items. At last, an information body appeared that interested him.
Today's information body number 9, General number ZZG926, the World Cup Football Organizing Committee has issued an urgent request. With the tournament approaching, funds are seriously insufficient. It requests an additional budget of 61 million yuan. Press any key to view details.
Approved! The increase should be 120 million yuan.
Stop!
The Supreme Executive sat upright in her chair.
Good child. Do you know how much 120 million yuan is? Cancel that input. Forward this information body to the Ministry of Finance. If the ministry agrees, retrieve the information body and reject it.
What? Not even a cent? Look how grandly the French hosted it last time.
The French government's appropriation 4 years ago was less than 1/3 of our budget. If this time is not grand enough, blame the organizing committee. Those people only know how to ask for money. I like football too. At university, I was even goalkeeper for the boys. But if we are as generous as you, we will soon have nothing but northwest wind to drink.
But Auntie, the country has so much money. You have ruined it.
I hope the Ministry of Finance ruined it.
Why forward it to the Ministry of Finance first?
Silly child, so they can reject it. Do you think Auntie wants beer bottles from football fans thrown at her?
Sorry, Comrade Supreme Executive. One observer in front of the screen is not suitable to view the next information body.
Does it mean I have to go out?
Xiao Yu became uneasy.
No need. Just go behind the screen.
The Supreme Executive moved to the front of the screen.
Sorry. There is also a living creature in front of the screen unsuitable to view the next information body.
It was the puppy. Xiao Yu carried it behind the screen, while the Supreme Executive concentrated on the display. Xiao Yu could not restrain his curiosity and secretly circled around the desk. Somewhere, red light flashed twice, and the screen snapped off.
Warning, you have violated a CC-level state secret of the Republic. Please, retreat behind the red line.
A bright red line appeared on the carpet along the plane of the screen. Xiao Yu quickly stepped back.
As he stuck out his tongue, the screen lit again. State secrets were divided into 9 levels. C, 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 B, 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 A, 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 triple A. Triple A was the highest.
This machine is irritating, isn't it? I hate it anyway. Did you hear that? I hate you. When will you learn to get angry? You torment me every day, Silicon Chip friend. Auntie truly wants a human secretary, like people had 100 years ago.
It does not speak.
I have told it that dozens of times. It is always the silent, shall you? Shall we pull the main switch on this fool?
Comrade Supreme Executive, I hope you will treat the work of this office seriously. Additionally, this is the highest center of state power. I believe bringing a puppy inside affects cleanliness.
The two people in the hemisphere burst into laughter. The next information body was a sea-level secret, so Xiaoyu had to keep sitting on the carpet behind the terminal. He gradually became bored and discovered that the profession of head of state was not as interesting as he had imagined.
Yet at that very moment, he missed something genuinely interesting. The sea-level secret on the screen was low-level, merely forbidden from public circulation. If Xiaoyu had circled back to look, the computer would not have stopped him.
But after the last lesson, he did not. He only noticed that this time, the Supreme Executive's expression as she watched the screen was intensely focused.
When was this information body received?
1 hour ago. The management software initially refused to receive it, judging its credibility low, but your chief scientific advisor repeatedly insisted. He is now at the scene.
Transmit the holographic image from the scene. Place an audio shield between me and this boy.
Xiaoyu saw the half of the hemispherical wall on the Supreme Executive's side disappear, replaced by darkness crossed with many luminous lines. A few seconds later, a holographic image of another building's interior appeared there.
Inside the image was a huge computer display. Behind a transparent glass wall, a Galaxy Medium computer's main cabinet could be seen, with laser printers, optical disk drives, and other peripherals around it.
A glass door on the right had been smashed to pieces, with fragments scattered across the floor. 2 beer cans also lay there. The computer screen was packed with Chinese characters, but they could not be read clearly. There were 3 people in the image. One was the chief scientific advisor, whom Xiaoyu knew from television, wearing thick, nearsighted glasses. Another was a somewhat familiar old man, and the third was a young man in sports clothes.
The latter 2 were pale. The young man gestured as he spoke to the chief advisor, while the old man stood aside with both hands hanging down, saying nothing. A few seconds after the image appeared, all 3 turned at once to face the Supreme Executive. The chief scientific advisor spoke with a grave expression, and the Supreme Executive interrupted from time to time as if asking questions. Xiaoyu could hear neither the people in the image nor the Supreme Executive. He could only see their lips moving.
About 5 minutes later, the Supreme Executive crossed the invisible audio shield and walked toward Xiaoyu.
Your term has ended, Comrade Executive. Well, is this job easy?
It is not hard, but it is not very interesting.
We share the same view. Wait for me in the lounge outside for a while. Go on.
After Xiaoyu left, the Supreme Executive resumed speaking with the Chief Scientific Advisor in the holographic image.
Intuitively, I feel this matter is extraordinary. Of course, perhaps this is only a joke played on us by our own imagination, but I do not think it would be wise to treat it as a joke now.
You two must be starving. You were in there for 2 days.
The Supreme Executive did not answer the advisor. Instead, she asked the other 2 with concern.
Ah, Comrade Supreme Executive, we... We only wanted to extract memory information. We truly never imagined this would happen.
Why are you so nervous? Recording a body in 3 dimensions without approval and stealing computer time are both wrong, but only wrong. The mistake I may make next in this matter may be 10 orders of magnitude larger than yours. I admire this young friend's imagination and curiosity. Those are 2 precious things. In the future, never lose them.
Thank you, Comrade Supreme Executive!
And 102's eyes filled with tears, but his heart settled.
Attention. I am now speaking to the management software. Raise information body ZZG930 to classification level AAA.
Her voice was calm. The 3 people in the holographic image were dumbstruck. The most shocked was the chief scientific advisor. He had hoped the Supreme Executive would take the matter seriously, but the degree of seriousness far exceeded his imagination.
As far as he knew, the Republic had millions of secrets above sea level, but no more than 10 AAA secrets. The advisor knew that the routes and hidden coordinates of national strategic nuclear submarines might be among them. Of the others, he knew nothing.
The Constitution stipulated that the Supreme Executive could, when she judged it necessary, classify a specific information body as AAA.
But within 168 hours, she had to submit her decision to the Republic Executive Committee so that the committee could decide whether the newly created AAA secret needed to continue existing. The order that created an AAA secret was called the AAA Order.
In the past, many people had accused the AAA Order of violating human rights and demanded its abolition. But after several crises, people recognized that in the extremely sensitive international environment of the computer age, the order was fully necessary.
By now, it was one of the strongest powers held by the nation's Supreme Executive. Yet all 4 Supreme Executives who had used it in this century were later condemned by public opinion, and one even resigned because of it.
Issuing a AAA order was therefore highly risky. No Supreme Executive used it lightly unless there was no alternative. Once used, its execution was breathtaking. At that moment, a square of light appeared on the surface of the Supreme Executive's desk.
Please place your left hand on the illuminated square.
Her left hand felt a faint sting on the bright square.
Good. Thank you. Fingerprint, blood, and chromosomal feature verification complete. Please look at the illuminated square. Please move closer. Good. Thank you. Pupil feature verification complete.
Please read aloud the English letters shown on the screen. Good. Thank you. Voice print feature verification complete. Your identity as the current Supreme Executive of the People's Republic of China has been confirmed.
The bright square went dark.
Please confirm once more. Do you truly wish to issue a AAA order?
Yes.
As soon as she spoke, the terminal before her released a large cloud of blue smoke, and within seconds became a puddle of brown liquid. An instant before that, the AAA order had already been sent from the terminal. In the following seconds, another terminal was destroyed by strong acid.
Although the chance of error when destroying an AAA information body by software means was only 1 in tens of millions. To guard against even that unreliability, 2 computers and 5 terminals had been reduced to liquid by strong acid within half a minute.
All those machines had, to varying degrees, been in contact with information body ZZG930. The AAA information body was finally stored in a group of chips inside a top-secret central computer, rather than on optical disks like ordinary information bodies.
The address code of those chips changed every microsecond.
and the rule governing that change was itself an AA-level information body. The ZZG930 information body inside the chips would be encrypted once every minute, with each encryption layered over all previous ones.
Thus, after one day, anyone wishing to read it would have to perform 86,400 decryptions. At the same time, the AAA order was spreading level by level through the general network. State security agencies began moving with dizzying speed.
The chief scientific advisor knew that he, the two other people by the computer, and everyone else who had touched ZZG 930 would soon be placed under strict isolation.
No outside place would be able to find their whereabouts, as if they had suddenly evaporated. The surrounding area would also soon be sealed tightly.
Comrade Advisor, immediately organize an appraisal committee to conduct a full analysis and evaluation of these 6 software entities. The committee must be formed today. It is now 1700 hours. You have 7 hours.
Before the committee is formed, you may appoint 3 staff members to assist you within the AAA range, but no more than 3. The Ministry of State Security and the State Executive will assist you outside the AAA range. You will determine the appraisal outline and procedure. Notify me immediately once the committee is formed. How long do you estimate the appraisal will take?
Must this appraisal have legal force?
After the AAA order, the transmission waves had been encrypted, and the advisor's holographic image was slightly distorted.
Yes.
100 hours.
I will give you 160, but remember, before the AAA order is submitted to the Executive Committee, I need an appraisal result with legal force. Good luck!
4. The Steel Locust Swarm. When the Supreme Executive, Xiao Yu, and the puppy left Zhongnanhai in the East car, the city had already sunk into dusk.
I have taken you through my world. Now you should take me into yours.
The Supreme Executive said this to Xiao Yu while holding the steering wheel.
I have many worlds. Which one does Auntie want to visit?
Of course the one you love most. That world is not on the ground. You know what I mean.
Do you mean...
Yes. Where do you keep your flying motorcycle?
Near battling?
Xiao Yu stared at the Supreme Executive in astonishment, as if she were an alien. The East car drove toward Badaling. By the time they arrived, the sky was completely dark. At a roadside motel, they retrieved the flying motorcycle Xiao Yu had stored there. It was about the size of an old ground motorcycle, but it had no wheels. Its olive-shaped body looked rough and savage. It carried 2 miniature hydrogen turbine engines, fueled by metallic hydrogen, and their power was hundreds of times greater than the gasoline engines of old ground motorcycles.
The hydrogen engines produced downward-angled thrust, letting the motorcycle fly. Ordinary flying motorcycles could generally climb to about 3,000 meters and reach Mach 1.
The engineer who invented the flying motorcycle at the beginning of this century could never have imagined that his creation would become one of the century's great public hazards. After nightfall, the major cities of the nation often witnessed a terrifying spectacle.
A rumble would come from the horizon. Within seconds, that faint sound became a shriek that made the scalp tighten. Dozens, sometimes hundreds, of flying motorcycles passed like lightning between skyscrapers at a height of only several dozen meters.
All of them had high-intensity lights blazing, like a mad stream of fire meteors crossing the city. The terrible roar and the blinding lightning overhead could make even the strongest nerves cover their ears and cry out.
It lasted only a few dozen seconds. The fire meteors swept past and vanished, like a nightmare gone almost as soon as it appeared. What remained were buzzing glass, the shrill alarms of police, and citizens frozen in terror. Every rider of those flying motorcycles was a child under 13.
Several years earlier, when a swarm of flying motorcycles crossed Beijing, one struck the blade of a giant wind turbine outside Jijimen. The motorcycle and its 8-year-old rider were turned to ash inside a fireball.
The 300-ton blade fell from a height of 200 meters, smashed a highway overpass, killed 3 people, and caused severe traffic paralysis. Another time, a flying motorcycle struck an aerial bar suspended 150 meters above the ground.
Because it was moving so fast, it passed straight through the enormous balloon that held the bar. The people drinking beer inside were all rescued by helicopter before the helium escaped.
But the great balloon landed on top of the China Construction Bank building, covering half of it and nearly causing a fire. The worst incident occurred during the Mid-Autumn Festival of 2180.
Large numbers of flying motorcycles were racing through the forest of skyscrapers when one crashed into the newly completed China Commodities Fair building.
Its metallic hydrogen fuel exploded at once. After a muffled blast, the top 3 floors, a revolving restaurant, and the doctoral cap-shaped helipad at the summit were all blown away. It was the most serious traffic accident of the century.
From then on, the flying motorcycle swarms that crossed cities at night were regarded as a social phenomenon comparable to drug abuse and homosexuality, as they had been socially labeled in the previous 2 centuries. People called it the locust plague of the 22nd century.
When the locust plague first appeared, most people believed it was merely a collection of children abandoned after family breakdown, lost to the cities after leaving school.
It was thought to resemble the Ginza youth motorcycle gangs that appeared in 20th century Japan, only with stricter organization and more advanced tools. By the end of the 60s of this century, as the locust plague grew worse, police and sociologists finally organized serious investigations.
The results shocked the entire society. First, almost every member of the Flying Locusts came from a good family and was receiving a good education at school. Even more surprising was the organizational form of the swarm.
The following is a typical conversation recorded between the police and a child flying motorcycle rider.
Child, why did you do this? I do not know.
You fly between high-rise buildings at 500 or 600 kilometers per hour, even crossing cities at supersonic speed at low altitude. Do you truly not know how much danger this creates for your own life and for the lives and property of the people?
I know.
Then why do it? You are an excellent student at school. Do you have criminal intentions? Stop crying and answer.
I really do not know. When that moment comes, I cannot control myself. I am addicted to it. When the time comes, I have to fly.
What time? Good. Start there. Tell us the agreed assembly, time and place, and your initiators and leaders.
It is not like that. We do not agree on anything, and there are no leaders. Each of us flies to some place, and then we see other children there. I do not even know those children.
Nonsense.
It is not nonsense. You do not understand children's things. I do not understand what is happening either. I feel so stifled. I want to fly.
At first, the police believed the children were lying. One child wanted to fly, but did all the others want to fly too? Even if they all did, how could their mythically precise coordination in every action be explained?
There was no radar, no route chart, no ground navigation. On cloudy nights, there were not even stars for orientation. Their only communication tool was the intercom in each night vision helmet, with a transmission radius of less than 3 kilometers.
Yet their assembly was so accurate and rapid that a colonel from the 1st Air Division once led a flight brigade of fighter pilots on flying motorcycles to follow the swarm for several nights.
We are learning how to conduct rapid and accurate night combat assembly in bad weather and without navigation.
Could a group of more than 100 children under 13, strangers to one another and lacking strict organization, really carry out such excellent paramilitary action?
Later, after police had held tens of thousands of conversations with the children and conducted rigorous surveillance, they finally accepted the unbelievable fact: the locust plague was an unorganized, even unconscious, collective behavior.
Most of the children did not know one another. They had only one thing in common.
I feel so stifled. I want to fly.
Explanations began to flood in. Some mystics proposed the sensational idea that this generation of children had evolved psychic abilities transcending space and time. Some psychiatrists proposed a so-called high-speed flight mania.
Only when some members of the first generation of locusts grew into scholars did an explanation closer to the truth appear.
It is not telepathy, it is social resonance, and there is no high-speed flight mania. The ones racing over the city are healthy children. Precisely because they are healthy, they feel stifled. Precisely because they are healthy, they want to fly.
The young sociologist who said this had once been a member of the swarm. The police used every possible measure and the most advanced equipment to eliminate the locust plague, yet could not stop its rapid expansion since the 60s of this century.
By now, more than 1/3 of primary and junior high students had participated in the swarm, and the proportion of girls was rising quickly. Society repeatedly called for the government to take the harshest measures.
But it was impossible to ask police to shoot at a group of children under 13, especially when some of them were girls. It was equally impossible to cancel the production of flying motorcycles.
Apart from the swarm, the country had nearly 300 million flying motorcycles operating in proper order. At present, they were almost the only way to solve the traffic crisis of 2 billion people.
Yet, stopping a mass of steel monsters diving in at rocket shell speed by any other means was indeed a headache. The most frightening fact was that even quiet, well-behaved girls on the ground became entranced once they flew into the sky, putting aside everything, including life.
A tragedy during one anti-locust operation happened because this was not understood. Shanghai police, thinking themselves clever, imitated Britain's defense of London during the Second World War and set up balloon-suspended anti-aircraft nets over the city.
As a result, 18 flying motorcycles struck the nets or balloons and exploded. The other motorcycles still roared between the skyscrapers along the route opened by those 18 children's flesh and blood. The incident shocked the whole society.
Children, what has happened to all of you?
On television, a 250-year-old grandmother from the 20th century wept and cried out to the nation. After that event, people began truly to understand the complexity of the locust plague.
Sociologists began to search for its meaning from a deeper cultural perspective, and the term motorcycle culture appeared at this time. Scholars noticed two traits of the children of this era. First, with the development of educational science, especially the astonishing technology of injecting information directly into the brain, this generation of primary school students already possessed the knowledge accumulation of university students from the late 20th and early 21st centuries.
They could master English easily within 2 months. They learned history early, and of course understood reality even more clearly. Second, families in this era were divided into 2 broad types. One type was the traditional family, established in the 20th and previous century, generally stable.
The other type was the modern family established in this century, extremely unstable. According to the latest sociological statistics, the average survival span of such a family was 423 days.
As a result, 90% of children lived surrounded by elderly grandfathers, grandmothers, great-grandfathers, and great-grandmothers. Sociology and psychology asserted that the appearance of the locust plague, this century's disease, was closely connected to those 2 traits of the swarm.
This is the hurricane of the century. We cannot make it stop.
Now the Supreme Executive looked up at the star-filled night sky.
Will there be a swarm tonight?
Do you want to fly?
Xiaoyu asked back. She nodded.
Then there will be. If you want to fly, others want to fly. It is uncanny.
But Auntie is not a child. Is the feeling still accurate? Accurate?
The Supreme Executive happily hugged Xiaoyu and kissed him.
Really accurate?
Really? The first time I saw Auntie on television, I felt that the parts of you like us were much greater than the parts of you like those adults. My friends said the same thing.
She kissed Xiaoyu again.
I know that. But if we do not meet them tonight, Auntie will spank you.
The Supreme Executive opened the fairing of the flying motorcycle and first placed the puppy inside. After checking the metallic hydrogen consumption gauge, she spoke to Xiaoyu.
Sit in the rear seat.
You cannot go.
Auntie does not need you to teach her what can and cannot be done.
Then I will drive. This is my motorcycle.
The Supreme Executive requisitions it on behalf of the state.
You will crash and die.
Do not worry. When Auntie was riding motorcycles, Xiaoyu was nowhere in sight. You are being reckless.
Impossible. How can an adult be reckless?
Xiaoyu did not care what would happen if the press learned that the Supreme Executive had joined the swarm. He cared about Auntie's safety. Flying motorcycles in the swarm often had extra engines added to increase power. Xiaoyu's, for instance, had twice the normal number, 4 engines.
This badly damaged its aerodynamic performance. Combined with the increased total power, it became as hard to control as a wild horse.
Modern flying motorcycles had sensitive computer control systems that could automatically avoid obstacles in their routes, greatly reducing collisions with high-rise city structures. But computers had not reduced the danger to the rider at all.
When a high-speed motorcycle was turned over to the computer for correction because of rider error, the time left was extremely short, producing huge overloads of more than 10 Gs under a sudden overload like that. Even a pressure suit might not save the rider.
The lighter result was shock from severe cerebral anemia. The worse result was the brain and internal organs being torn apart by overload. The 4 hydrogen engines gave off a faint hum. The flying motorcycle rose lightly, stirring dust from the ground.
Below, the peaks of battling moved backward in the night. The motorcycle climbed higher and broke through the gray haze of the city's atmosphere. The Milky Way and the stars became especially brilliant. Before long, Xiaoyu saw a cluster of small black dots far above and ahead.
More than 100 flying motorcycles had joined tonight's flight dance, as the children called the activity. It was a medium-sized gathering. The Supreme Executive pulled the control stick back, and their motorcycle flew upward toward the swarm.
Not far away, 2 other flying motorcycles merged into the swarm with them. She and Xiaoyu saw iron sparrows flying above, below, left, and right. No one had turned on their lights. They sailed silently beneath the brilliant stars.
Suddenly, the Supreme Executive felt her heart press tightly against the hearts of the children flying around her. In the night sky under the stars, they seemed to recognize and understand one another in an instant.
They waited intensely for the same moment. That expectation burned her heart like fire. A tremendous energy rolled painfully inside her, crying out to break through the fairing's confinement and erupt freely into space.
Xiaoyu, Auntie wants to say a whole pile of boring things to you. Are you willing to listen?
She spoke to him through the intercom in her helmet.
No, just fly properly.
Even if you will not listen, I will say it. So listen.
You are going to educate me not to ride flying motorcycles anymore.
Silly child. If that is the topic, you should be educating me now. If you tell the press tomorrow what happened tonight, I may have to resign.
I will do that.
What? Absolutely not. We are friends. Friends must act like friends. Just now, if Auntie had turned the intercom to the police frequency and given one order, every aerial police unit in Beijing would have launched. You and these little flying fellows would not have escaped.
But Auntie knew her friend liked aerial dances, so she did not do that. You also know your friend likes being Supreme Executive. Could you bear to do that to her?
You have to promise this is the only time you fly.
Only this time. I will never dare again. But this time, do not tell those damned reporters, and do not tell your long-tongued friends. Do not tell anyone. Good child Auntie is begging you truly. Come, Pinky Swear.
Forget it. I promise. Watch the control stick.
No. We must swear on it.
The motorcycle wobbled several times in the air before they finally hooked fingers. Ahead, Beijing's sea of lights had appeared.
More than 100 high-intensity lamps burst out with blinding silver light at the same moment, and more than 100 engines suddenly thundered, as if even the stars were trembling. The puppy screamed in fright. All the flying motorcycles shrieked and dove together toward the sea of lights ahead.
The engines of several motorcycles in front sprayed long, orange flames, heating the fairing of the motorcycle, flown by the Supreme Executive behind them. The flight dance had begun.
Then what was Auntie going to tell me?
The troubles of the Supreme Executive. I have no one else to say this to. Look at the land below. It has 1.2 billion people over 100 years old.
She seemed to be speaking both to Xiaoyu and to herself. Her heart pounded and her blood boiled, yet her voice was very calm.
In this century, supercomputers have made experience less important. With their creativity and their ability to adapt to a rapidly changing world, young people have comprehensively replaced the middle-aged and old in competition. 200 million young people occupy every corner of the social economy and administration. Society is already run by the young. The strange thing is that this land still shows no vitality.
The flying motorcycle followed a descending curve into the forest of skyscrapers.
1,200 million centenarians. 1,200 million. They are such good old people. They teach us ceremony, rules, history books, and how to be good children. Only they do not look at this spinning world for themselves.
They do not look at a world where capital turnover is measured in milliseconds, where 2 hours can bankrupt a small country while making another suddenly rich.
2 brightly lit skyscrapers seemed to smash toward them. The motorcycle flashed between them. Another cluster of skyscrapers rushed in. It was as if she were not flying, but the earth below were spinning madly.
Psychology and sociology have both shown that once a person passes 150, their mode of thought changes qualitatively. Past experience and tradition become sacred and inviolable to them. Like religion, every new idea becomes a sinful thought. Everything in their minds becomes fixed and will no longer change, as iron does not dissolve in water. These old people form the foundation stone of society. and their actual influence is far greater than their proportion of the population.
Although they have left society's front line, every moment they send dead air into society through channels left by traditional culture, such as the family. This is a desert of inertia. Young vitality is like a small stream flowing over the sand. It cannot flow far.
Red light, blue light, purple light, green light. The flying motorcycle seemed to plunge into exploding fireworks.
What can we do? We cannot increase the proportion of young people because we already have 2 billion people. Above Auntie's head hangs a double-edged sword. One edge is population expansion, the other is social aging. Blunt one edge, and the other grows sharper. Tell me, what should Auntie do?
I can only move one tiny step at a time, and even that is terribly difficult. I am like a small insect walking on a web woven over thousands of years. With every step, the sticky web binds me tighter.
The forest of skyscrapers vanished for a moment. It was Tiananmen Square.
Last National Day, I watched the mass parade from the gate tower. Heaven, it was an ocean of white hair. The sight nearly killed me. In my heart, I told myself, this cannot go on, it cannot. But what can Auntie do?
You have a way to escape. You ride flying motorcycles. Now I have experienced it. It is thrilling.
The flying motorcycle howled above the ancient eastern city, like the mad cry and roar of a suffocating giant when the mountain crushing it is briefly lifted. On this summer night, the magma of life pressed down too long screamed out through a hole too small to be smaller.
Soon the swarm passed over the densest area of the city's light sea. Above them appeared another row of lights. They were aerial police helicopters. The flying motorcycles scattered, leaving the disturbed city in every direction. Tonight's flight dance was over.
The motorcycle landed beside a small river in the distant suburbs. It was quiet there. The moon rose from behind black hills and the river glittered in the moonlight.
Today was wonderful. Auntie, if only you were not executive. We could play like this every day. Take good care of the puppy. It likes red sausage.
Are you going home?
A person belongs to home. Whether he wants to or not, he has to go back.
I am sure those were not your words.
Great-grandfather said them.
Good child. Will you come home with Auntie?
Does Auntie not have no home anymore?
Yes, it is gone. But I still have a place to live.
And so Xiaoyu came to the Supreme Executive's residence in Shijingshan, her former home. Now Xingxing and her father had already left. The home was beautiful, and it had an extremely advanced holographic audiovisual system.
When they entered, the clean and elegant room appeared for only a few seconds before everything around them became a sea of intoxicating blue. The sea moved gently, and even the salty smell of sea wind could be sensed.
Xiao Yu and Auntie Executive ate dinner under coconut trees on a small island. Sunlight flashed on the water, and gulls circled them. After eating 2 fried chickens on the island, they ate ice cream on a raft drifting down the Amazon River.
Tropical rainforest moved slowly past the banks, and several black children in the forest waved to them. Then they drank beer in the red desert of Mars.
They also visited a crystal planet. The sun shone from the far side of the planet, and dreamlike halos rolled through the depths of the crystalline ground. At last, they fell asleep in a quiet forest. The setting sun cast golden beams through gaps in ancient trees, and a spring sang softly beside them. Night gradually deepened. When the first star could be seen through the forest, Xiao Yu had already fallen asleep in the Supreme Executive's arms.
Half dreaming, the child asked about something that surprised and delighted him.
Why are there no 100-year-old people in Auntie's home?
Unfortunately, Auntie was already asleep. On countless previous nights, In that crowded, suffocating heap of old people, Xiao Yu had passed through uninterrupted nightmares. In the nightmare, a black, wrinkled sack closed around him, and he struggled in terror.
This night, in this beautiful house without centenarians, in Auntie Executive's heavenly, soft and warm embrace, the child dreamed that he flew into the deep blue night sky. Stars shone silver around him. He caught one star, and it gave off clear music.
When he woke the next morning, Xiao Yu found that the forest was gone. Morning light came through the gauze curtains of the floor-to-ceiling windows. He was still lying in the Supreme Executive's arms. She was still asleep, her even breath gently stirring Xiao Yu's hair.
Xiao Yu could never have imagined what had happened late last night. The music of the star he heard in his dream had actually been the doorbell. Auntie Executive woke quickly, gently set him down, got out of bed, and dressed at once.
The lieutenant came in. Auntie Executive placed her middle finger against her lips to stop her from making a sound. The two women walked out quietly. A few sleepless people nearby then faintly heard the sound of a helicopter. 5 Quake-Proof Base, Number 1.
The Republic had 5 quake-proof bases, distributed across the Northeast, North China, Central China, the Southwest, and the Northwest. The 5 bases had nothing whatsoever to do with earthquakes. They were giant computer centers hidden 200 meters underground.
Their purpose was to ensure that the Republic would still have enough giant computers running under either of 2 extreme conditions. The first condition was a total collapse of the national computer network caused by software.
The second was the destruction of the national network's hardware by nuclear attack. All 5 quake-proof bases were AAA secrets. In the mountains of Beijing's distant suburbs stood an utterly ordinary rural weather station. A Stevenson screen, a wind vane, and a small synthetic board house.
Every day, the weather station carried out plane observations. Only this afternoon, just before leaving work, the young female observer received a phone call from the central station and was inexplicably given half a month off.
At 10 minutes past midnight, a micro-helicopter flew in from behind the mountain. No lights were on, and the engine sound was very low. After it landed beside the weather station, 2 people came out, the Republic's Supreme Executive and her security officer.
They looked at the sleeping village nearby and quietly entered the small house. Inside, the house was dark. The lieutenant switched on a small flashlight. In the dim light, 2 fully armed soldiers appeared. One held a black military dog.
They shouldered their submachine guns, saluted the Supreme Executive, and smiled at the lieutenant. The house contained measuring cylinders, broken wind vanes, and similar objects, along with the observer's simple bed. Suddenly, the floor moved slightly. The entire little house could be felt descending.
Half a minute later, light appeared outside. The Supreme Executive stepped out. Ahead lay a long metal corridor. As she walked along it, she could faintly hear recognition devices clicking on both sides. At the corridor's end, a tall radiation-proof lead door opened with a heavy rumble.
Before her appeared a bright, open space as large as a stadium. It was an enormous central control room with 5 giant screens. One showed a national map. Across the broad mirror-bright floor stood hundreds of terminals.
More than 100 operators in Army, Navy, and Air Force uniforms worked tensely. Yet the room was very quiet, with only the soft beeps of terminals. This was the first activation of a quake-proof base of the Republic.
The appraisal committee has been formed.
All base facilities are operating normally. A giant screen more than 20 meters high showed information. Only the Supreme Executive, wearing synchronous glasses, could see its content.
People's Republic of China Information Body ZZG 931. Classification level: AAA Software Brain 1, Brain 2, Brain 3, Brain 4, Brain 5, and Brain 6. Composition of the Appraisal Committee, hereafter called Committee B, is as follows.
Committee B consists of 56 members and 390 staff members. After review, all members and staff satisfy AAA access permission standards. For the next 160 hours, all 446 members of Committee B will enter AAA isolation.
The committee is divided into 5 groups, 1 software engineering group, 13 members, all with doctorates in computer science, 5 senior researchers, 4 first-rank professors, and 4 senior engineers. Codes R01 through R13, 110 staff.
2. Biology group. 4 members, all with doctorates in biology and all senior researchers. Codes S01 through S04. 50 staff. 3. Psychology group. 9 members, all with doctorates in psychology. 6 senior researchers and 3 first-rank professors. Codes X01 through X09. 80 staff.
4. Sociology group. 20 members. 5 doctorates in history. 2 in folklore, 5 in education, 4 in anthropology, and 4 in human geography. Within the sociology group are 12 senior researchers and 8 first-rank professors. Codes H01 through H21, 130 staff.
5. Legal group. 10 members, 8 doctorates in law and 2 in social ethics. Codes F01 through F10. 20 staff. For detailed personnel information, consult database B001, People's Republic of China Information Body ZZG932. Classification level: AAA.
Appraisal method and procedure for Brain 1 through Brain 6 are as follows. The appraisal will proceed in 2 stages, with the legal group entering a 3rd stage after the first 2 stages end.
Stage 1. The 4 groups other than the legal group begin work. Each group works without being aware that the other groups exist. Each group follows the first-class appraisal outline.
In this stage, except for the software engineering group, the other 3 working groups do not directly contact the software itself and are not told the physical form of the appraisal target.
They treat the target only as a black box structure and appraise its output. There is no restriction on each group's input to the software.
To avoid accidental damage to the target during appraisal, the software group may create a backup, but no more than 1. This rule also applies in the 2nd stage, Stage 2. After all 4 non-legal groups complete Stage 1, they enter joint work.
They first exchange all analytical materials and results, then jointly conduct further integrated analysis of the appraisal target and make a final definition. This stage follows the 2nd-class appraisal outline. At this point, the 4 non-legal groups finish their work.
Stage 3. The legal group begins work after the other 4 groups finish stages 1 and 2. This stage follows the 3rd-class appraisal outline. People's Republic of China Information Body ZZG 933. Classification level: AAA. AAA appraisal outline for Brain 1 through Brain 6 is as follows.
First class, the software engineering group faces 6 computer programs compiled into machine code and appraises their scale, functions, structural characteristics, and possible origin. First class, the psychology group faces 6 objects and appraises their nature and characteristics from the perspective of psychology. First class, the biology group faces 6 objects and appraises their nature and characteristics from the perspective of biology.
First class, the sociology group faces 6 objects and appraises their nature and characteristics from the perspective of sociology.
The main sociological appraisal areas include anthropology, social psychology, history with emphasis on modern and contemporary history, education, folklore, and human geography,
The first class outline has been read by all appraisal members.
Second class. On the basis of first stage appraisal results, make a final definition of the 6 objects. The definition may refer to the provided materials. The materials include the 6 bodies' biographical files, as well as diaries, letters, writings, and other relics.
The biographical file of Brain 6 is difficult to search. Database records in the central computer of the Institute of Party History of the Communist Party of China shall be used as the basis.
Third class. On the basis of first and second stage appraisal results, provide the legal significance and social ethical significance of the 6 objects. People's Republic of China Information Body, ZZG 934. Classification level, AA.
Order of the Supreme Executive of the Executive Committee of the People's Republic of China. Appraisal results for software Brain 1 through Brain 6 are classified as AAA secrets.
The 5 giant screens lit at the same time, showing the 5 computer rooms where the 5 groups were located. In each computer room, the newly arrived scientists gathered in small clusters and spoke with one another. Soon they all turned to look at the Supreme Executive.
Good evening, comrades. It is necessary to tell you that the work you are about to do may have historical significance.
I have been summoned to work by 3 Supreme Executives. Before the work began, all of them said the same thing. You are encouraging us.
There was some truth in this. The first stage of work would be extremely dull. But when the analytical results of the 4 groups converged in the second stage, even the most imaginative scientists would be stunned.
Not necessarily. Perhaps the Supreme Executive has brought us 6 aliens from the Andromeda Nebula.
If she has, please save one for me. It seems some things in our world can only be understood by them.
The Supreme Executive said this with a smile. Every sentence she spoke was analyzed by computer before transmission, so each group heard her after a delay.
This sentence, together with her image as she spoke it, could be received only by the software engineering group, because it might make the other groups aware of another group's existence.
Begin. Good luck to you all.
The central control hall fell silent. A green indicator on an optical disk drive lit up. The 6 software entities were input into the central computer of quake-proof base number 1. Then the optical disk turned into gas inside a laser destroyer.
The Supreme Executive took a high-speed elevator back to the synthetic board house on the surface. The small house, which for the past hour had become a bottomless shaft, had returned to its original state.
Half a month later, when the young observer returned, she would believe nothing had happened here. The 2 sentries patrolled alertly around the weather station. The lieutenant waited for the Supreme Executive in the micro-helicopter. At 2:30 in the morning, the Supreme Executive returned home.
By then, Xiao Yu was still inside his beautiful dream. 6. Humanity's birthday, on the morning of the 7th day after the Supreme Executive issued the AAA order, a meeting of the Executive Committee of the People's Republic of China was convened.
The meeting was held in a spacious conference room inside the big silver ball. The state executive arrived early. He had to finish reviewing 2 information bodies left from the previous day.
When the automatic door slid open silently before him, he saw the national emblem above glowing with solemn red light, and several broad screens already lit. Suddenly, something furry rolled out from beneath a row of neat sofas, startling him. It was a plump little dog.
The puppy clearly did not recognize the state executive, who often appeared on television. After seeing him, it slipped back under the sofa. The state executive opened a terminal connected to the computer in his own office and began processing the information bodies.
Then heavy footsteps sounded behind him, approaching from far to near.
Next, the Supreme Executive's soft voice sounded behind his back.
Hello. Have you seen my little dog?
The puppy bounced to her feet.
Your disregard for formalities is famous throughout the world, and now it is developed beyond all reason.
The state executive spoke angrily while still looking at the terminal screen.
An important meeting of the Republic's highest authority is about to be held here.
I am truly sorry. This little thing likes me too much. When I left this morning, it whimpered behind the door, and I could not bear to leave it at home. Besides, there are no reporters today. All right, I will carry it out immediately. Could you help me with these things?
The state executive turned back and was startled again. The Supreme Executive held a large pile of beautifully packaged red wine, her exertion-flushed face shining with joy. Against the bright red wine in her arms, she looked even more moving.
2 bottles were about to fall, so the state executive hurriedly helped her place the pile on the carpet. Before he could speak, she turned and ran out again.
The state executive walked out of the conference room and met a group of executive committee members entering from the lobby of the big silver ball. Each carried something. In addition to the red wine she had carried in, many held boxes of exquisite birthday cake.
Clearly, all of it had been taken from her east car below the marble steps outside. Each committee member smiled helplessly at the state executive when they saw him. Staff and guards inside the big silver ball also helped move things with great enthusiasm, though they understood even less what had happened to the Supreme Executive today.
In the conference room, the committee members watched in astonishment as the Supreme Executive bustled about like a child playing a game. The meeting room for an important secret session of the Republic was filled with mouth-watering birthday cakes. She continued, directing everyone.
Please open all the wine. No tools? Like this. Knock it once and it opens. Can you find wine glasses? Thank you so much. These are candles. Put them in. Only 1 per cake, thank you. Do not light them yet.
The Supreme Executive's world-famous childlike behavior had often left everyone from the American president to primary school children at a loss. But today, the leaders attending the meeting realized that something truly unusual was happening.
The Executive Committee meeting of the Republic began surrounded by white birthday cakes and red wine. The Supreme Executive became serious at once, as if all the wine and cakes filling the room had nothing to do with her.
Over the next hour and a half, she described in detail the issuing and execution of the AAA order. Most attendees, while shocked by the astonishing event, believed that given its nature, the AAA order and the activation of quake-proof base number 1 had been correct.
Next, the Supreme Executive's chief scientific advisor began announcing Committee B's appraisal results for the 6 software entities.
After the advisor described the appraisal procedure and outline in detail, the results produced by 390 scientists and engineers working for 6 days in quake-proof base number 1 began to appear on a large screen in the conference room.
People's Republic of China Information Body B0001. Classification level AAA, First Stage Appraisal Report on Software Brain 1, Brain 2, Brain 3, Brain 4, Brain 5, and Brain 6.
The full text of this section is approximately 5 million characters. The following is only a summary, omitting most technical details. For readability, strict technical language is not used. Official materials are in database B0021. Software Engineering section.
The 6 software entities are similar in scale, each averaging about 300 billion megabytes. As individual software bodies, they are the largest program code group humanity has yet seen. The software engineering group conducted extensive analysis of their structural characteristics. First, the group used ANLA, the most powerful decompilation software in the world, to decompile the B software group. This analysis tool can draw program flowcharts for any currently running machine code software, but for the B software group, ANLA could not draw a flowchart.
The reason is that the structure of the B software group is neither hierarchical nor modular. No signs of traditional module division can be found. In other words, each software entity in the B group is an entire functional block.
From the perspective of software engineering, the software design philosophy used by the creators of these 6 programs, if such creators exist, is incomprehensible. Later, through manual sample dissection of the programs, the group found unit structures resembling subprogram modules.
The word resembling is used because these units have enormous numbers of interfaces with other parts, and those interfaces change dynamically. They are completely different from traditional subprogram modules. There are estimated to be 15 billion such units, each about 20 megabytes in size.
In fact, every software entity is composed of these units. 15 billion units are connected by vast numbers of dynamic interfaces to form an extremely complex system. A full logical analysis of this system is impossible with current technology. It is estimated that even if the entire installed computing capacity of humanity were used, drawing the flowchart for one software entity in the B group would require 150 years. The programming skill is unbelievable. The whole structure is complex and exquisite, virtually a stunning super artwork. No specific function can be seen. The whole software may be a simulation of some complex entity.
The complex interconnection and interaction of huge numbers of dynamically interfaced units allow the software to respond to external input through fuzzy reasoning.
Its handling of numerical information is not astonishing, but in pattern recognition and learning, it is fully equivalent to the human brain. As for origin, it can first be determined that the software was not manually written. Judging by scale and structure, especially given that the difficulty of writing non-hierarchical, non-modular programs is proportional to the cube of their scale, even with today's most efficient tools, each software entity would require 100 billion person-years of human labor. That is, if all humanity worked together, it would still take 10 years to complete one of them. There are only 2 possible origins for the 6 software entities. First, computer simulation of molecular-level 3-dimensional recording information. This technology has already produced software of the same order of magnitude, though the largest simulated software is only 1/8 the size of the smallest software in the B group. In theory, if a sufficiently complex recorded object is found, program code of this scale can be produced.
On Earth, only 2 kinds of objects are complex enough: dolphin brains and human brains. However, it must be noted that molecular-level 3-dimensional recording cannot record living organisms. Second, the software comes from beyond humanity. Recommendation: analyze the software biologically.
2. Biology section. While the appraisal objects remained in black box status, the biology group could obtain no biological information and requested direct contact with the objects.
The Appraisal Organizing Committee confirms that this was an error in the procedure. It has been corrected. The biology group now works with the software engineering group and uses its analysis results.
Based on structural analysis from the software engineering group, the biology group believes the B software group is an exact software-level simulation of the physical and chemical structures of 6 human brains. The overall software structure brilliantly simulates the neural network structure of the brain through program code. The approximately 15 billion unit structures discovered by the software engineering group correspond to the same number of brain cells. The group carefully dissected one unit and separately ran the isolated unit software. Within it, a part corresponding to the DNA double helix structure in chromosomes was found. However, the computer did not simulate DNA replication, possibly because neural cells in the human body stop replicating very early. The unit provides extremely precise simulations of both the electrical and chemical functions of brain neurons. The group also observed precise simulation of synapse formation between nerve fibers and cells during learning. 3. Psychology section. All 6 appraised objects possess human psychological characteristics. Their IQs range from 80 to 130. Except for Brain 2, which has mild homicidal fantasy disorder, the other 5 objects are psychologically healthy. Psychological analysis shows that all 6 have distinct personalities and individually marked ways of thinking. All 6 also display every aspect of human emotion.
All 6 psychologies show characteristics of old age. The psychological parameters of Brain 6 differ greatly from the other 5, possibly because of differences in environment and historical time. 4. Sociology section.
Among the 6 objects, Brain 1 through Brain 5 possess social experience from the late 20th century through the 2180s. Brain 6 possesses social experience from the early 20th century through the 1970s.
The 6 objects possess sociological knowledge, historical knowledge, natural science knowledge, and other knowledge corresponding to the periods they lived through, and each has an independent ideology. Brain 6 deserves special attention.
This object has a clear ideological structure, systematic and complete views in sociology and philosophy, and a distinctive method of thought.
Everyone beneath the national emblem waited tensely. The Republic's leaders had a sharp premonition that a historical moment was about to arrive.
People's Republic of China Information Body B0002. Classification level, AAA second stage appraisal report on Brain 1 through Brain 6. The full text of this section is approximately 1.5 million characters. Only the conclusion is displayed below. Official materials are in database B003. The appraisal committee reaches the following conclusions regarding the 6 software entities. Brain 1 through Brain 6 are mathematical models implemented through computer-machine code. At the molecular level, with a precision of 2 angstroms, they precisely simulate the physical structure, chemical structure, and topological structure of 6 human brains. Given identical input, their output is identical to that of the brains they simulate. Brain 1 through Brain 6 precisely copy the complete memories of their original data sources during life. They also precisely copy all psychological characteristics, social characteristics, and ideologies of their original data sources during life. Brain 1 corresponds to the citizen of the People's Republic of China recorded in file number 4. Brain 2 corresponds to the citizen recorded in file number 1. Brain 3 corresponds to the citizen recorded in file number 2. Brain 4 corresponds to the citizen recorded in file number 5.
Brain 5 corresponds to the citizen recorded in file number 3. Brain 6 corresponds to the citizen recorded in material number 6. It must be noted that this citizen was one of the founders of the People's Republic of China and one of the founders of the Republic's ruling party.
Appraisal members, signed People's Republic of China Information Body B003. Classification level AAA. Third stage appraisal report on Brain 1 through Brain 6. The full text of this section is approximately 50,000 characters. Only the conclusion is displayed below. Official materials are in database B004.
Brain 1 through Brain 6 do not meet the definition of death under the law of the People's Republic of China. See Standard Database F0001, Record 2041, and F0002, Record 163.
Brain 1 through Brain 6 meet the constitutional and legal definition of citizens of the People's Republic of China. See Standard Database F0001, Record 5, and F002, Record 27. 5 of the above citizens, Brain 1 through Brain 5, possess legally valid death certificates.
The certificate numbers are 3456, 4364, 1954, 634, 267, 7463, 869, 976, 537, 5432, and 8564, 232, 5465. The legal group of the appraisal committee believes that under present circumstances, it is inappropriate to pursue legal responsibility against the doctors who signed these certificates.
However, no basis for defending them can be found in existing legal provisions of the People's Republic of China. One of the above citizens, Breen 6, has a death certificate that is difficult to locate, but society has already accepted this citizen's death.
Regarding the above resurrection, a term used only in this document and carrying no legal meaning, current law cannot provide further explanation. Recommendation: the next People's Congress should revise and supplement relevant legal provisions. Appraisal members. Signed.
All the above information bodies are archived at AAA classification. Originals have no copies.
The conference room was silent. People were trying to make themselves believe that what they saw was reality, not a dream. The silence lasted a long time. An electronic lighter clicked softly. A red candle on one birthday cake was lit. Then other candle flames appeared one after another.
Beneath the Republic's national emblem, a beautiful field of orange-red stars appeared. People slowly began pouring wine into glasses. The red wine shone crystal bright in the candlelight. They silently touched glasses, then drank one glass after another. The quiet scene seemed dreamlike.
No one spoke. Everyone needed silence to calm their pounding hearts. Many eyes were wet. Everyone silently blessed all humanity.
Comrades, today is the second birthday of all humankind. Let us drink to immortality.
The Supreme Executive's voice broke the silence. A wish as old as humanity itself. The wish for immortality had come true. In a certain sense, the human brain is the most complex and precise computer.
It runs according to an equally complex and precise program, a kind of software, and realizes the conscious activities that make a human being human. In the past, technical limits prevented humans from reading the program of the human brain computer.
Even if it had been possible to read it, the program could not have run on old von Neumann architecture computers. Those computers, with only one CPU, were completely different from the human brain in information processing and topology.
But today's neuronal structure computers, possessing vast numbers of CPUs, biomimetically imitate the topology and parallel information processing of the brain. Modern large computers have enough memory capacity and processing speed to run that miraculous program inside the human brain. They only awaited the extraction of all that code from a human brain and its input into a computer. 2 epoch-making technologies had appeared 2 years earlier. One was molecular-level 3-dimensional holographic recording based on modern atomic physics.
The other was the generation of simulation software based on giant computer technology. But only a few days earlier had a young man accidentally used those 2 technologies to accomplish this. 6 people had been resurrected.
On the time scale of an individual human life, those 6 people had become immortal. The immortality of those 6 also announced the immortality of all humankind from now on. The complete information in every human brain could be copied in software form.
It could be stored on a laser disc the size of a magazine, or fixed into several ultra-large-scale integrated circuits the size of chocolate pieces.
Inside that disk, or those circuits, would be stored not only a person's memories, but all psychological characteristics, the entire personality, and all emotions. As long as the laser disc was inserted into a computer with sufficient memory, that computer would become that person.
This meant that science had made the computer, like the brain, a material foundation for memory and consciousness. Thus, by copying the laserdisc, humanity could back up a person's memory and consciousness many times, allowing it to exist forever on the human time scale.
It would endure as Beethoven's symphonies endure. Across long ages, countless pianos have performed those immortal works written on paper. In the future, countless computers would activate and run an immortal memory and consciousness stored on a laserdisc.
For now, only the memories and consciousness of 6 people had been resurrected, and the resurrected could live only in computer memory. But the resurrection of the entire human body was only a matter of time.
Future bioengineering would be able to produce all human organs in protoplasmic form, including the brain. And the technology for injecting information into a protoplasmic brain had already appeared. The meeting hall sank into celebration.
The highest leaders knew they were standing on a threshold of human history. Beyond that door would appear a civilization impossible to imagine. Although this new form of human existence would bring severe social challenges, the sun of human hope had never shone as brightly as it did today.
The Supreme Executive, deeply moved, drank several glasses of wine. She saw the puppy wagging its tail outside the door, went out, carried it in, and fed it wine from a glass. The puppy liked it, but after a few sips, it began barking restlessly. She quickly set it down on the carpet.
She did not join the committee members' excited conversation, but leaned against a sofa with her eyes half closed, as if enjoying a beautiful dream. The puppy staggered in circles on the carpet. 7. A conversation with history.
The Supreme Executive sat before the terminal. The spherical office was quiet. The terminal had been connected to the central computer of Quake-Proof Base Number 1. She was about to have her first conversation with one of the founders of the Republic and its ruling party.
Yesterday evening, after Xiaoyu returned from school, he had seen Auntie watching a historical documentary from the library on the two-way television with intense concentration. Xiaoyu no longer wanted to leave Auntie Executive and return to his own home.
The film had been shot 200 years earlier on silver bromide photosensitive film. It could only display in 2 dimensions without the spatial presence of modern holography. Because it had been preserved for so long, both image and sound quality were poor.
The film showed the stunning red ocean that had filled Tiananmen Square 200 years before.
Auntie, what should we eat today?
Have you seen this?
The Supreme Executive pulled Xiaoyu to sit beside her and pointed at the screen.
I think they showed it in modern history class.
You think? I just connected to your school library and looked at your history textbook. There are fewer than 200 words about this part of history.
We did not even study that much, the teacher said. These few sections are trivial. Read them yourselves later. Nothing within 500 years has charm. Now let me take you upstream along the river of time to wander through humanity's childhood at the dawn of civilization.
Let us be intoxicated with Homer in the bloody battle for Ilium. Let us build towering pyramids beside the Nile with the Egyptians. Let us cross the snow-covered Alps with Hannibal on elephants. Only then can you truly feel the beauty of this subject.
She looked at the red ocean in the Republic's heart 200 years ago and sighed silently.
Look! Are those tearful young people cheering for the Supreme Executive of that time? He was much luckier than Auntie. Look how many young people he had. You only have a crowd of old men and old women.
Auntie does not envy those foolish children of his. Look how foolish they are.
Aren't today's boys and girls like that when they see you? Sometimes, they're even more foolish. They pull off your buttons as souvenirs?
No, good child. That time and this time are completely different. If he had walked down from Tiananmen, those young people would not have dared pull off his buttons even if they had eaten leopard gall.
Today's boys and girls see Auntie as a friend they like. The children of that time saw him as a god. He was not luckier than I am.
She was remembering yesterday's conversation with Xiaoyu when the terminal screen lit up.
Comrade Supreme Executive, your terminal has accessed program Brain 6.
The message quickly vanished, leaving only a green glow on the screen. What followed was the conversation between two leaders of the Republic separated by 200 years.
Good day, Elder.
She typed the Chinese sentence into the keyboard.
Hello. I hear you are still a child.
Another Chinese sentence appeared on the screen. It was the resurrected one's reply.
If you saw me, you would think me even more of a child. In your era, I would be considered a girl of 20. Because we have robots, we do not do housework. We have not given birth either. Children in this era are test tube babies. You must think I am too young.
Youth is a good thing. In the early days of the party, the leaders were all children, in their 20s. Only later did it become a world of old men.
In our era, people are called old men only after they pass 100.
I hear these old men give you many headaches. That is our mistake. We did not imagine people in the future would live so long.
How lightly he said it, the Supreme Executive thought. Do you know that the mistake from your era has become the Republic's greatest disaster and danger today? Better not discuss this. If we go on, I will throw a child's tantrum.
I came today to get acquainted with you. I have repeatedly watched documentaries from your era. The bearing of your group of leaders fills me with admiration.
A group of old men. What bearing could there be?
You had a kind of bearing that has disappeared from this age. In films from that time, you seem relaxed and at ease, with an inner strength. That strength shows itself every moment in gestures that appear almost casual. It does not need to be performed consciously. I do not have that strength. In front of the people, I have to work hard to display my strength so that they believe I can fulfill my mission. So I always feel tired.
That has to do with the age.
Yes. In this era, when the people choose a leader, they first ask whether that person is lovable, and only then whether that person is strong. The image of a leader has come closer and closer to that of a film star or sports star. In fact, outstanding leaders now are called political stars. For example, if I did not look charming, I could not have been elected Supreme Executive, no matter how capable I was. If a girl is not beautiful, or a boy is very short, that person had better not aspire to become a national leader.
That is great progress.
It means the people have begun consciously creating history. Napoleon-like figures will not appear again.
History only wanted Napoleon because it had no choice. He was not a god, and he often made mistakes. Taking 600,000 soldiers to attack Moscow in deep winter was a great mistake.
Compared with Napoleon, I prefer Kutuzov as Tolstoy wrote him.
An old man who looked muddled but was clear in his heart.
A very admirable old man. On the surface, he watched history from the side. But in his heart, he knew how the river of history was flowing. He knew what he could do and what he could not. Elder, I am an ignorant child. Because I respect you, I will say what is in my heart. In your era, how could our party, whose philosophical foundation was historical materialism, accept the phrase great savior of the people? And why did you allow a building with such a strong feudal color to appear in the central square of the Republic?
At that time, the country needed authority. That phrase was wrong, but there was no way around it. As for the thing across from Tiananmen, of course I had even less way around that. Even now, you still keep it and still use it for that purpose. You also have no way around it.
In history, there are always some things you can do nothing about. Ha! Is that not so?
She had run into a hard answer. She could only smile.
I admit it. I feel history is difficult to understand from books, but the political authority of your era seems unnecessary in ours. Political authority was a transitional tool.
Child, authority is necessary at any time. Otherwise, the people suffer. Suppose war begins now, and someone throws a nuclear missile at you. In a few minutes, it will be over your head. You cannot produce that decision through a citizen's vote.
For a moment, the Supreme Executive had nothing to say. Even if she were determined to argue, she could not match the simplicity, beauty, and force of his words.
Sooner or later he would be surprised by the speed of voting in this era. But in the situation he described, that speed was indeed still too slow. The leaders of his age possessed a special skill for expressing the deepest thoughts in the simplest and most vivid language.
Elder, during your final years in the century before last, did you feel lonely?
She asked the question boldly.
In those days, there were not many people I could speak to. If I said one sentence, they treated it as 10,000. So I had to speak less. I remember speaking most with a foreigner named Snow. He treated one sentence as one sentence, so I talked with him for a whole day.
I remember that after the founding of the country you lived where this big silver ball now stands. At that time, it was a group of old houses behind red walls, I think called Fengzi Garden. In your final period, your wife seems to have lived apart from you, and your children were not at your side.
And your position in the Republic was very different from mine. The people now see me only as a young person representing their will. They do not rely on me emotionally, and they can understand my difficulties.
But you were different. The people then saw you as a great pillar supporting heaven and earth. They believed that without you, the sky would collapse. In such an environment, I imagine there must have been some loneliness.
There was no answer. She could not control herself, and continued.
I am lonely now too. A few days ago, my family ended, and my daughter is no longer mine. But I think this loneliness will not last too long. 3 more years. Only 3 years. After that, I will live another kind of life, free and easy. Then I will be an ordinary person. 3 years after that, no one will recognize me walking on the street. You may find that hard to believe. People now are very forgetful about individuals from history. There are too many stars all over the planet. People must quickly forget the old ones before they can remember the new. The previous Supreme Executive is now a symphony conductor. The one before that is a chief veterinarian at an animal hospital, treating cats and dogs every day.
As for the earlier Supreme Executives, I do not know where they are or what they do. Apart from their friends, no one knows after 3 years. I want to become a kindergarten teacher and a tennis player.
She became absorbed in her own words, and gradually forgot the distance between the 2 eras.
But first, I must have a beautiful family. That is very troublesome today. If the first one is unsatisfactory, I will build another. If that is still unsatisfactory, I will build a third.
Including the family I already had. That will be the 4th. I think by then it will almost do because by then we will have reached an age when we can settle down at home. But if that family is still not ideal, I will keep searching.
Most of my young friends become tired after building 4 or 5 families and simply stay in one they do not like. But I will not grow tired. I will keep searching until I find a good home, and I will have another beautiful child. Like you,
And like everyone after us, I now have a way to live forever. I cannot imagine how wonderful that is. Sometimes it excites me so much I can hardly breathe.
After my child grows up and leaves me, perhaps I will fly to Mars and become supreme executive again in the new country built on that planet's red desert.
Then I will return to Earth and launch a project to build a mirror thousands of square kilometers wide in synchronous orbit, reflecting sunlight so that Earth no longer has night.
Then I will begin a quiet life, living in seclusion in the Mariana Trench, composing music in the depths of the ocean and playing it on a piano for the whales flying overhead. Then I will return to the surface and see whether I can grow a ginkgo tree as tall as the Himalayas. Then I will go into outer space to search for life. If I cannot find it, I will grab a handful of Earth bacteria from a photon spacecraft and scatter them onto planets in Sagittarius or Sirius. Perhaps after tens of millions of years, those bacteria will evolve into a crowd of beautiful children.
When I want a fiery life, I can inject my consciousness into a super-solid spacecraft and dance in the blazing nuclear flames at the center of the sun. When I want peace and detachment, I can count the grains of sand in the Sahara Desert and swear to count everyone. I have plenty of time.
I want to live forever in rapture, to experience 1,000 lives, 10,000 lives, 100 million lives. I want to experience everything in the universe, while keeping my heart forever young. I am sorry.
She woke from her boundless waking dream. She eagerly expected the other side to pour out a torrent of words in return. But the reply that came dropped her from boiling heat to ice. Below her heap of foolish words, only one small line appeared on the screen.
Go tend to your work. We will talk again later.
She sat there blankly. She was like a child on Christmas Eve who had waited a month for Santa Claus, only for him to finally come with his great sack, glance at her once, leave, and give her nothing. The holographic telephone rang. The Supreme Executive sighed and turned around.
The holographic image of the Central Control Hall at Quakeproof Base No. 1 arrived, hiding half of the spherical office. The scientists still working in the base reported to her at this time every day on the condition of the 6 resurrected people. Every day brought miracles.
10 days had passed since the 6 people were resurrected. During that time, they had lived well inside the integrated circuits of large computers. Physically, their form of existence consisted only of hundreds of billions of points at different electrical potentials inside circuit blocks.
Those potentials had only 2 states, representing 0 and 1. Yet those zeros and ones on that enormous scale completely copied a person's memory and consciousness. In just 10 days, this new form of life had displayed many astonishing abilities.
When all 6 brain software entities were input into the base's giant computer and activated in separate memory partitions, conversations soon appeared among them. Their conversation speed was 1.5 megabytes per second.
That is, 1 second of their conversation contained more than 700,000 Chinese characters. In reality, each exchange among them took only several milliseconds. In a few seconds, they could complete mutual communication that would take protoplasmic humans months or even years.
Even more astonishing was their learning ability. Computer engineers at the base had connected the giant computer in which the resurrected lived to several large databases.
In less than 10 minutes, the resurrected successfully built interfaces between themselves and the computer science database and could search it at high speed. In other words, in 10 minutes, they mastered all the knowledge of a doctoral student in computer science.
In fact, for the resurrected,
The learning process needed to obtain knowledge could almost be ignored. As long as a laser disc containing a database was placed into the computer's optical drive, the database on the disc became their memory within minutes, or even seconds.
Brain 6, the resurrected person from 200 years ago, used this astonishing method to understand the modern world in 1 hour. In the world of the resurrected, time seemed compressed thousands or tens of thousands of times. They still had no sight or touch.
But engineers were building visual scanners and tactile sensors for them. They themselves were fully able to generate extremely complex visual and tactile interface programs. When all this was complete, no one could imagine what miracles might appear next.
We are witnessing the emergence of the first superhumans on this planet.
A computer scientist at the base summarized it this way. The second holographic call came from the press hall. The astonishing news that 6 resurrected people had appeared would be announced tonight to the whole nation and the whole world.
The news officer sent the press communique to the Supreme Executive for final review. The third holographic call came from the Ministry of State Security.
The minister informed the Supreme Executive that, according to the resolution of the Executive Committee, the AAA secret concerning the resurrected had been declassified half an hour earlier. When the Supreme Executive turned back, she found that Xiaoyu had slipped in at some point. He was enthusiastically tapping on the keyboard of her terminal. In the past, when Xiaoyu came here after school, the computerized guard system always stopped him. But after repeated intervention from the Supreme Executive, the computers in the big silver ball now ignored this big-headed boy.
When Xiaoyu entered, the terminal was still connected to the Brain 6 software in the central computer of Quake-Proof Base Number 1. Because the AAA secret had just been declassified, the screen did not shut down before him.
When the Supreme Executive turned around, she saw several lines of dialogue on the screen.
I like strawberry ice cream. I can eat as much as my stomach can hold. What about you? You must have had many delicious things in your time.
I like chili peppers.
Wow, not tasty.
I also like bitter melon.
Bitter melon?
Something from my hometown. It may not exist anymore. I also like Lao Zhao.
Heavens! The things you ate back then were so strange! What is that?
A kind of rice wine, also from my hometown. It is very good. Not bitter, not spicy, sweet.
When Xiaoyu returned to the Supreme Executive's home, he saw her holding the puppy, sunk dejectedly into the sofa. All the beautiful holographic images of other days had been turned off. Even the lights were off.
You two seem to get along.
She said this gloomily to Xiaoyu. She noticed Xiaoyu had brought back a large plastic bag, but was too tired to ask what it was.
He told me about when he was little, herding cattle and things like that. It was so interesting. Later I got hungry, and we talked about food. Was your conversation not interesting?
She repeated the conversation to Xiaoyu without omitting a word.
He said that little to you?
That little... At first I spoke to him very seriously later. I thought that in his era he was a godlike figure people could hardly approach, and that his later years were so lonely. He must long to talk with someone from this era, so I spoke to him with a child's heart.
But he revealed nothing to me, this child. A sentence from de Gaulle explains the leaders of that era very well. Without mystery, there can be no prestige, because familiarity breeds contempt. All religions have their shrines, and no one can be a hero in the eyes of his personal servant.
But now, in the eyes of the people, the highest leader is the least mysterious person. The people know everything about him or her, and that is why they choose that leader. We may have fame, but none of us is seen as a hero. In fact, the person least likely to become a hero today is the highest leader of the state. It is hard for people now to imagine a not-so-distant era when people tolerated being led by mysterious and unapproachable people. He and I are separated by 2 centuries. We are no longer the same kind of thing.
You should keep talking with him later. He surely wants to talk with you again now.
I know what he is thinking now. He is wondering whether this century has gone mad handing the Republic to such a little fool. I dare not imagine the impression I gave him. Tell me, in his eyes, am I like this puppy in ours?
She pointed to the puppy in her arms, foolishly shaking its head.
So what if you are? It is very lovable.
Enough, Auntie. Do not be so sad. I brought something tasty. Remember the strange thing he mentioned to me called Lao Zao? This is it. He told me how to make it. I just went to the East Suburb Food Factory.
The chief engineer there said it was a long-lost Southern folk food. By the method I described, it would take half a month to finish and would have no market competitiveness. But he said we could try it in a catalytic machine, reducing fermentation time by more than 100 times. So we tried.
The Supreme Executive immediately became interested. She poured the contents of the plastic bag onto a stainless steel plate, making a high mound. It was a food made from glutinous rice, like very thick rice porridge.
Without bothering to get a spoon, she picked up a small bit with her finger and put it into her mouth. It was sour and sweet, with a marvelous flavor. They began eating ravenously, too busy to speak.
The puppy barked a few times in protest, but they cared only for themselves and did not share any with it. At last, staring at the empty plate, they were astonished that they had eaten so much. The Supreme Executive tried to stand and clear the table, but could not get up.
She felt the walls spinning around her. She saw Xiaoyu lying on the carpet, drowsy and nearly asleep. She remembered that the resurrected one had told Xiaoyu it was a kind of rice wine.
Good child. Tomorrow go find that engineer and ask him to make us 20 more kilograms of this. This rice porridge? It is beautiful, as if a misty spring in Jiangnan from the century before last were melting in my mouth. He must think I acted foolish today, certainly, but I did not. He did.
In the 50s of the century before last, the peasants he led told him rice yield could reach 10,000 kilograms per mu, and he believed it. Even our current biological nitrogen-fixing crops cannot yield that much.
And he set up small furnaces all over the Republic, smashing cooking pots to produce 12 million tons of steel. How foolish. We children produce 5.2 billion tons of steel every year without smashing pots. He is the foolish one.
Auntie, stop being Supreme Executive.
Xiaoyu said this drowsily.
How nice it would be if we two went somewhere like Antarctica to play. Let him be executive. 200 years ago, he already was.
She lay dazed on the sofa, but her mind suddenly cleared. The child had accidentally spoken her deepest fear. 8. The People's Congress. After the news that 6 people had been resurrected inside computers was released, the whole world passed 2 sleepless nights in excitement.
When people calmed slightly, they discovered that science, while giving humanity a new form of existence, had also brought an astonishing number of social problems. These problems reached into every field of human society. Their sudden arrival in sheer quantity had no precedent in history.
The 175th Extraordinary People's Congress convened as this severe challenge arrived. When the Supreme Executive entered the main hall of the Great Hall of the People, most executive committee members had already arrived and were seated neatly on the rostrum.
She walked to her place in the front row and sat down, studying the building whose age was almost as long as the Republic's. Everything here had changed little compared with 200 years earlier.
The only difference was that the leaders of the Republic on the rostrum now did not face a dense mass of people's representatives. Before them lay only rows of orderly seats, worn old by time. Only the rostrum was occupied in the main hall. The vast space was empty.
Under the high lights surrounding the Red Star, it seemed especially quiet. The city outside was noisy, but time here flowed with unusual steadiness. The enormous inner space of the building seemed to be thinking alone inside the spinning world.
The solemn walls and the chair arms, cracked by time, told every entrant of 200 years of wind and rain. Even in the air, phantoms of history seemed to drift. A bell rang softly. It was exactly 2000 hours. Night had fallen over the land, and the People's Congress began. The lights high above the main hall went out, and the lights on the rostrum dimmed, though the rows of seats could still be seen clearly. Gradually, mist seemed to rise among the seats, making their shapes twist and tremble. Everything in the hall began undergoing the same change. Finally, the lowest seats, and then everything in the hall vanished as if evaporated. In their place appeared boundless blue-black space, as if under a deep sea. The great building itself seemed to melt into that sea. The space grew darker. Stars appeared in the depths. Then our planet appeared in space. She was beautiful, like a blue-glowing crystal sphere suspended in the endless night sea of the universe. The spiral white cloud belts across her surface made that beauty intoxicating.
She also looked fragile, as if one light touch would shatter her and let her sky. Blue blood leak into cold, empty space. This was a holographic image transmitted from the lunar base in Mare Imbrium. The blue crystal sphere slowly approached, gradually showing its vastness.
At last, the enormous blue planet filled the whole space, and those on the rostrum could make out the boundary between ocean and land. The complete Asian continent appeared more than 10,000 kilometers away. A winding red line began appearing on the brown land.
The line closed, drawing the border and coastline of the ancient Eastern nation. The territory continued to approach. Mountains like wrinkles and rivers like blood vessels became faintly visible. Finally, the national territory filled the whole space.
Mountains and rivers disappeared, replaced by uniform blue. Dark blue lines marked each administrative region. The hologram of the country was so huge that the people on the rostrum looked like tiny ants beneath a giant map.
This enormous image of the land was made of nearly 2 billion pixels, each representing one citizen of the Republic. Every moment, changes too subtle for the naked eye occurred in the image. A pixel vanished in one place, and another pixel crowded into another.
This meant that a citizen in the corresponding location had died, or that a child there had just reached citizen age. The 2 billion pixels in the image were controlled by 800 million terminals, or simulated microcomputer terminals, across the land.
These terminals were scattered through every corner of the country. Some were in studies, some in living rooms, some in moving cars, some beside household electromagnetic stoves, and some in remote village inns. The People's Congress was held at night to avoid work hours as much as possible.
At this moment, nearly 2 billion people were using 800 million terminals, most of them at home.
Information from those terminals gathered toward Beijing through the National Computer Network across 9.6 million square kilometers.
At last, it converged in the giant computers of the information center 150 meters below the Great Hall of the People. The giant computers converted the received information into the holographic image of the land and displayed it before the Republic's leaders.
Before reaching that point, the 800 million channels of information flowed through microwave links, optical fibers, many communications methods, tens of millions of relay stations, and 58 communications satellites.
The 86 buffer stations around Beijing first received the impact of the information flood. More than 100 large computers in the buffer stations scanned the 800 million information streams at high speed, then compressed them into partially serial transmission, reducing the number of channels by 1 order of magnitude.
After this first processing, the streams were scanned again by 5 secondary buffer stations inside Beijing, reducing the channel count by another order of magnitude.
Finally, after 2 rounds of buffering and compression, the 800 million parallel streams entered the central computer beneath the Great Hall. The central computer consisted of 5 galaxy giant computers.
Centered on those 5 computers, a modern large-scale information center lay 150 meters beneath the Great Hall. Using the information received from 2 billion people, the center generated the national hologram inside the main hall.
The People's Congress computer system was the largest and most complex computer system on the planet. A dual miracle of technology and politics in this century. The People's Congress had regular and extraordinary forms. If the nation needed it, an extraordinary Congress could be convened at any time.
During the 50s of this century, an emergency People's Congress called because of market collapse took only 30 minutes from the decision to meet to the opening of the meeting. In that half hour, the system turned the vast land into a single assembly hall and seated 2 billion people together.
Every citizen could directly converse with the highest leader of the state. Every important national decision could be truly discussed with all the people in an extremely short time.
Regular people's congresses lasted 5 days. Extraordinary congresses were usually short, sometimes only a national vote lasting just over 10 minutes. In some circumstances, 3 or 4 extraordinary congresses could be held in one day.
The Supreme Executive walked to the lectern at the front of the rostrum. A beam of red light covered her from above and to the side. Beneath the enormous national image, she was only a small red point. 2 billion people watched her through their terminal screens.
Through the national image before her, as tall as the Himalayas, she watched 2 billion people. She declared the meeting open.
People's Republic of China People's Congress management software is now running. The National Computer Network is operating normally. Self-test of People's Congress computer system complete. Primary buffer network normal. Secondary buffer network normal. Central computer network normal.
Holographic image generation system normal. Optical disk backup system normal. Holiday 0267-4239 terminals are now connected to the central computer. including 2,697,31120 simulated terminals of various types.
4 communication tests will now be performed on all terminals. Parity code check, multiple code check, proportional code check, and Hamming code check. Please wait. Communication testing between central computer and terminals complete.
Of 82674239 terminals, 802674063 passed. 1W6 terminals have error rates exceeding RD001 standard and are prohibited from participation. Citizens using those terminals have been notified to use nearby terminals.
All participating citizens of the People's Republic of China, please insert identity discs into your terminals. Thank you. Verifying legal identities of participants. Please wait.
200608321 identity discs have been verified. 20717413 are confirmed as legal citizen identity discs of the People's Republic of China. Opera 6 is 0988 are not legal citizen identity discs. Operators whose terminals display an asterisk, please leave the Congress.
The number of participating legal citizens exceeds 99% of the total citizen population of the People's Republic of China. According to the Constitution, the venue of the 175th Extraordinary People's Congress is formed.
Extraordinary People's Congresses were usually conversational, and this one was no exception. Now the dialogue between the nation's highest leader and all the people began. This was not a symbolic dialogue. It was a real one. The Supreme Executive first announced 2 items.
First, the Executive Committee has decided that while declassifying the AAA secret concerning the 6 resurrected, molecular-level 3-dimensional holographic recording technology and the computer simulation software generation technology based on such records will be classified as AAA secrets. Second, in response to the first social problem that appeared after Government News Bulletin 237, the Executive Committee has made the following resolution. At present, most relatives of the dead refuse cremation, refuse to accept death certificates, and demand legal protection for corpses.
The government permits the brains of dead persons with citizen status to be preserved by various means, but the remaining parts of the bodies must be cremated according to law. Until the law is revised by the next regular People's Congress, the existing legal definition of death remains valid.
The brains of the dead can receive only property-level legal protection.
Responses from 2 billion participants soon converged from the vast land into the central computer. This time, about 1.5 billion people expressed opinions. 1,500 million statements poured at light speed into the central computer's memory.
The Galaxy giant computers had to process this unimaginably large batch of information within seconds. In the bright, quiet machine room 150 meters underground, indicators on the Galaxy computers flashed madly into a solid blur.
In the cooling room isolated from the main computer room, cooling units worked at maximum power, pumping large flows of liquid helium into the giant computers to keep superconducting integrated circuits at ultra-low temperature.
Inside the computers, a typhoon of high-frequency electrical pulses circled and roared through superconducting circuits. Waves made of zeros and ones rose and fell, fell and rose.
Floods of outside information rushed in through millions of data interfaces, soon striking a dam made of hundreds of millions of lines of program code, rebounding, then striking another program dam.
If a person were shrunk hundreds of millions of times and entered this world, the first sight would be astonishing chaos, Across the land of silicon film, hundreds of millions of data torrents roared at light speed through metal channels only several angstroms wide.
They converged, branched, and crossed at countless points, generating more torrents and forming an endless complex web over the silicon land. Data fragments flew everywhere. Address codes passed like arrows.
A master control program drifted by, waving countless thin, transparent tentacles, throwing tens of millions of rapidly spinning loop segments into the roaring data ocean. In a dead circuit desert of a memory unit, a tiny odd number suddenly exploded and lifted a mushroom cloud of electrical pulses.
A lonely line of program code shot like lightning into a data rainstorm, searching for a raindrop just slightly darker than the rest. Yet this was also an astonishingly ordered world. After a muddy data torrent passed through a row of fine index gates, it instantly became a calm, clear lake.
When a sorting module drifted like a ghost into a data snowstorm, every snowflake suddenly arranged by shape within half a second, forming an infinitely long string that floated like silk down a flashing laser beam onto an optical disc.
In this typhoon, rainstorm, and sea of zeros and ones, if even one water molecule's state was wrong, if 1 0 became 1 or 1 1 became 0, the whole world might collapse. This was a vast empire of electrical pulses.
In the time it took us to blink, that empire had already passed through 100 dynasties. But from outside, the empire was only 5 semicylindrical columns. Behind a tall glass screen stood a row of monitoring terminals. In the soft, pale blue light of cold walls, everything was quiet. Nothing suggested the mad world inside those 5 great cylinders. Only 2 young women in snow-white work clothes stood beside the monitoring terminals, speaking softly and calmly. One smiled from time to time.
The central computer's first processing step was to back up all information. If this information were recorded on traditional paper, the great hall of the people would be buried under recording sheets by the end of the meeting.
Now, the vast data could be written onto only 2 laser storage disks, the size of books, and weighing a few dozen grams. At the end of the meeting, the 2 disks would be backed up 5 times and stored in 5 national archives.
Any citizen who entered an identity code while speaking could, many years later, easily find what he or she had said. The second processing step was extremely complex.
The giant computers summarized and generalized the received information, reducing 2 billion speeches by 2 billion people to several or a dozen speeches for the highest leader to read. The summarization software was of supreme importance.
To the state and the people, this software was as sacred as the Constitution. The amount of summarized content depended on need, with 100 precision levels. Usually, the first level was used. Higher precision was used only when the people's opinions were divided.
At around precision level 10, the output already contained hundreds of thousands of words. Using level 100 was unrealistic, because that meant listing every citizen's original speech.
Even if one citizen's speech were displayed per second, showing the complete content of one dialogue would take more than 60 years. In fact, if the nation ever needed precision above level 50, it would already be a scattered sand heap, impossible to maintain.
The third processing step was to display the people's attitudes visually on the national hologram.
Each pixel could express a citizen's attitude or even emotion with colored light.
Green meant affirmation or approval. Red meant negation or opposition. Yellow meant joy. Black meant sorrow. Brown meant doubt. Purple meant anger. White meant disappointment. Blue meant no position. The same color could express emotional intensity through brightness and flashing.
Each pixel's light could be directly controlled from the corresponding remote terminal's keyboard. The engineers and social psychologists who built the system were surprised to find that people of all ages and classes quickly adapted to this color language.
This simple language transmitted the viewpoints and feelings of all the people to the highest leader with accuracy, clarity, and startling force.
This giant hologram, controlled at once by 2 billion people over 9.6 million square kilometers, made the concept of the people more vivid and direct than ever before.
A highest leader standing beside this storming sea of 2 billion light points would feel deeply how small the helmsman was and how difficult the role. A land glowing soft green was heaven for a leader and politician. A land deep red like a sea of fire was their hell.
Now the supreme executive's heaven appeared. Before her eyes lay a green meadow with only scattered red points. The mainstream view summarized by the giant computer from 2 billion people appeared over the meadow in large red characters.
Hastily putting major scientific and technological achievements into an unprepared society may damage the balance of sensitive modern society and cause unimaginable consequences.
This is especially true of scientific and technological achievements related to human beings themselves. The social unrest caused by single-cell reproduction in the 2090s was a painful lesson.
Therefore, at this stage, the state should firmly control this technology. The government's AAA order was correct and wise. In such an aging society, laws concerning the boundary between human life and death must be treated with extreme caution.
Before the social effects of changing such laws are understood, the government's insistence on the existing boundary of death is natural. But the present situation should not continue for too long, or latent social problems will grow and may even lead to crisis.
The government should find a feasible route for introducing this achievement into society as quickly as possible. This is an unprecedentedly difficult task. The people understand the difficulty facing the leaders, so we say feasible route, not optimal route.
Facing this challenge and opportunity, the state and the people must undoubtedly pass through difficult exploration and even take risks. Other viewpoints are below the requirement of the summarization precision and will not be displayed.
Thank you. I truly hope today's Congress stays this wonderful.
The supreme executive smiled inside the red light.
Then you must produce 2 billion birthday cakes and bottles of red wine for us to celebrate humanity's second birthday. There are nearly 100 million messages of this kind. The other 1.3 billion messages are too broadly distributed for summarization at this precision level.
I cannot produce them. But that is not my fault. The Alcoholic Beverage Restriction Act was passed here by your vote half a year ago.
Yellow light flashed across the national image.
Let us continue yesterday. The Supreme People's Court completed final review of the appraisal of the 6 resurrected that I organized, legally confirming the appraisal result and the citizenship of the 6 resurrected citizens of the People's Republic of China. Regarding the government's future arrangements for the resurrected, please discuss.
The colors in the image became chaotic.
Since the Republic legally recognizes their citizenship, they should be given all citizen rights. At present, they have not received those rights, not even the most basic citizen rights. As citizens, they have the right to move freely in their own living environment.
Our living environment is the national territory, and on it we are free to go wherever we wish. The living environment of the six resurrected is the computer world. For them, the territory of their country is the country's general computer network.
Can these six legal citizens of the Republic now walk freely on their own territory? Clearly not. They have not been allowed to enter the general network at all. Their sphere of activity is currently limited to one computer in a top-secret facility, isolated from the national computer network.
This is illegal house arrest and a violation of citizens' personal rights. Because of the event's special nature, the government's previous action was understandable. But now, the six resurrected should immediately be allowed into the national computer network.
Proportion of citizens holding this view, 25%. A simple analogy between the national computer network and national territory is not rigorous.
Are industry, agriculture, national defense, transportation, scientific research, culture, education, and other fields all run on this computer network? This network is the nervous system of the state and plays a decisive role in national survival and normal social operation.
The existence of the six resurrected is based on code of unprecedented complexity. Study of this software has only begun, and human technology cannot yet control them. Inputting such complex self-generating software into the computer network on which society depends would be extremely rash.
Regarding human rights, there is no absolute freedom. Even on the Republic's territory, citizens cannot go wherever they wish. Ordinary citizens may not approach nuclear bases, and infectious or mentally ill patients may be forcibly isolated.
For this new form of human existence, we must be cautious and more cautious. Any rash action is dangerous. Proportion of citizens holding this view, 73%. Watch your words. You are assuming that legal citizens of the Republic intend to commit crimes. That too violates human rights.
Regarding nuclear bases, a nuclear base is a small closed system, while the environment in which ordinary citizens live is a large open system. But the government is doing exactly the opposite to the resurrected. It confines six citizens inside a small closed system and refuses them entry into the open environment that forms the body of society, the general computer network. Proportion of citizens holding this view, 21%.
You cling to law when presenting your position. Then please ask yourselves, can the claims about closed systems and open environments be found in the laws of the Republic? The law, however, clearly defines the government's authority to control important national facilities.
In the living environment of protoplasmic people, to ensure social safety, the state restricts citizens' freedom of movement in small secret facilities such as nuclear bases.
Likewise, for social safety in the computer environment where the resurrected live, the government has full authority to expand the scope of secret facilities. As for the ratio between this scope and the range in which citizens in that environment may move freely, the law sets no explicit limit.
There is only one standard for setting the scope of secret facilities: social safety and the people's interests. Proportion of citizens holding this view, 74%.
Normally, this hour was the night traffic peak, but tonight the capital streets were empty, with only driverless patrol police cars moving quietly and slowly. In every high-rise apartment, families gathered around terminals.
In supermarkets, one or two scattered customers abandoned shopping carts and typed at terminals by the exits. In small bars, young people crowded around a terminal, most beer glasses in their hands empty. If the terminal had a high-resolution voice input device, the bar would fill with noise.
Each young person would speak into the microphone at once, and the terminal would separate their voices and send them to the central computer. If there was only one keyboard, fights often broke out over who got to type.
In these places, cheers and curses rose constantly with the changing situation of the Congress. The parks, however, were very quiet, deep among the trees. Lovers lay absorbed over the miniature wireless terminals they carried.
In the central control room of the information center beneath the Great Hall, green ripples marking information flow,
converged densely on Beijing at the center of the giant simulation screen.
Beijing was an island in the national information ocean, about to be swallowed by huge waves of information from every direction. The two Galaxy computers already in operation slowed noticeably under overload and finally issued alarms to the central control room.
Engineers quickly surrounded the control console and put the remaining 3 Galaxy giant computers into operation. The atmosphere in primary and secondary buffer station control rooms was even more tense.
The buffer network repeatedly cried emergency. 11 giant computers from the Central Meteorological Observatory, Tsinghua University, the Ministry of Aerospace, and the General Staff were requisitioned one after another, and more medium computers were continuously joined to the buffer network.
The situation of the People's Congress was developing in the direction the Republic's leaders hoped. The Supreme Executive stood at the lectern before the rostrum, facing the enormous national image, and felt a faint pride rise in her heart.
At such a moment, even the wisest leader, if not reminded in time by the people, might unconsciously feel that he or she stood at the helm of history's ship and was steering its voyage. But precisely then, the reminder appeared.
Please answer. Are the 6 resurrected now participating in the People's Congress? Questioners have existed since the meeting began. The accumulated number of questioners now accounts for 80% of all citizens.
This was the question that made her most uneasy. Now, 1,500 million people had asked it.
Many citizens, such as workers in important industrial and defense posts, could not participate in this meeting. After the meeting, the Executive Committee will provide them compensatory opportunities according to the Constitution.
And the current number of participants is greater than the legal minimum. May I continue to the next topic?
No, you are much less skilled at evading questions than your tall predecessor. Please answer us directly. 60% of citizens interrupted you. 90% insist that you answer directly.
They are not participating. Why? 90% of citizens ask this. Because if they participate in the People's Congress, the 6 resurrected must contact the General Computer Network. What? Does this mean the government not only forbids these 6 citizens from entering the General Network, but even forbids them from contacting it? In other words, they not only lack the right to enter the General Network, but cannot even send information to it. 70% of citizens ask this. This is the decision of the Executive Committee meeting. To send information to the General Network, we must provide them with a line leading to it. Along that line, they could enter any computer with sufficient memory.
In other words, at that point, the only guarantee that they do not enter the general network would be their promise. Of course, they have made such a promise and have repeatedly requested to participate in the meeting, but I still uphold the decision of the Executive Committee.
If you ask me to explain the legal rigor of this decision, I admit I cannot. Existing law can no longer adapt to this unprecedentedly complex human situation. But please remember, the General Computer Network is the life network of the state. We must be cautious, my friends.
A broad sheet of purple light, representing anger, flashed across the national image.
Say that to your friends. Here, there are only all citizens of the state. We can understand restricting the resurrected from permanent entry into the General Computer Network.
But under the condition that 6 citizens promise to obey the orders of the highest organ of state power, short-term contact with the General Network, even temporary entry into it for participation in the People's Congress, is completely legal.
You and your Executive Committee have privately deprived 6 citizens of the Republic of their right to participate in the People's Congress. This is the crudest trampling of the Republic's Constitution. Proportion of citizens holding this view, 50%.
Comrade Supreme Executive, this is not only distrust of 6 citizens, it is distrust of the whole Republic. In your eyes is our state, with 230 years of history, so fragile that it will shatter like thin ice at one touch? Proportion of citizens holding this view, 70%.
I admit that when I received the Republic's highest power 5 years ago, it truly felt like receiving a piece of thin ice. History has proven the Republic's strength, but in this instantly changing world, history also requires a supreme executive to see her country as thin ice.
Thin ice for which she must be responsible with her entire life.
Is that your reason for violating the Constitution? Please let them contact the General Network and enter the Congress immediately. Proportion of citizens holding this view, 50%.
This is the resolution of the Executive Committee meeting. I cannot do as you say.
We demand it again. Proportion of citizens holding this view, 50%.
I say again, no. When will we ever have a Congress without quarrels?
You are becoming more and more arbitrary. This is outrageous. Where is the democratic style of the previous executive? 62% of citizens hold this view.
Do not forget, you complained about that tall one the same way. Forgive me. Please do not make the image flash purple so frighteningly. I know what everyone means. How strong do you think my nerves are? I beg you, stop flashing, all right?
Heavens. For the next Supreme Executive, you should let a big-headed robot do the job.
Conduct a national vote now. Hey, you knocked your papers down. Proportion of citizens holding this view, 92%.
Thank you.
She bent to pick up the papers that had fallen from the lectern. National voting at the People's Congress could be conducted at any time. Some votes merely expressed the people's attitude more precisely and could not directly determine decisions by the highest organ of power.
But the Constitution also defines certain votes as possessing absolute power above the government. One of these was the vote deciding whether a certain citizen could participate in the People's Congress. Now 2 billion people were solemnly entering Y, N, or O on their terminal keyboards.
Y meant yes, N meant no, and O meant abstention. The national image became uniform pale blue, waiting for the computer to count the vote. The Supreme Executive's breathing quickened and sweat seeped onto her forehead. She opened her collar with her right hand.
A politician's sixth sense told her that a danger was quietly approaching the Republic through the summer night. This was the most frightening moment since she took office, and the most frightening moment of her life.
She felt as if she were watching a sharp sword hanging above her head from a strand of hair. Highest leaders throughout history had all had moments of fear, but they were good at burying fear deep inside, making the people believe they possessed something superhuman. She was different.
She was fully capable of hiding her fear deep inside, but she did not, because the people of this age did not require it of her. The people who needed a superhuman figure to support them had gone away under starlight. People now understood that a pyramid is supported by its base, not by its tip.
They needed a strong tip, but not a god. Now she stared at an imagined monster like a frightened child. The people understood her and would never doubt her competence because of it. On the contrary, they regarded honesty as a form of strength. They liked the way she sincerely revealed her inner self.
They confidently comforted their Supreme Executive.
Comrade Supreme Executive, you had better wipe away your sweat. We can see that the wind where you stand is strong. Do not be so nervous. There is nothing to fear. With us here, the sky will not fall. 98% of citizens are comforting you.
She gently brushed aside the hair stuck to her forehead by sweat and smiled gratefully.
Thank you. It is precisely because you are here that the Republic has walked to this day beneath a sky that will not fall. But I also know that sometimes only a few people can sense an earthquake coming under that sky. If I am ridiculous today, then laugh. That would be the best possible result. But if there really is an earthquake, please forgive me. Your Supreme Executive has done everything she can. Now, I only want to say one thing from my heart. People, I love you. Be careful.
She almost shouted the last sentence in a loss of composure. Unintentionally, she had spoken words Chekhov had spoken more than 300 years before. At that moment, the deep warning surfaced in her mind.
Child, authority is necessary at any time. Otherwise, the people suffer.
The voting result appeared. On the national image, red, blue, and green points mingled and no color clearly dominated. But the numbers decided everything.
Total number of voters, 200,926,8321. Votes in favor, 10,325,36869, accounting for 51.3887% of total votes. Votes against, $97, text $297, 154 hour pant 750, 120% of total votes. Abstentions, 14, 16, 21, accounting for 0.0023% of total votes.
According to the voting result, the 6 citizens are permitted to participate in the People's Congress.
In the Central Control Hall of Quake-Proof Base Number 1, a lieutenant on duty carried out the order the Supreme Executive had just issued. He moved a set of switching levers, connecting the base's central computer and the national computer network at the hardware level.
Then he entered a command at the keyboard, launching an interface program and connecting them at the software level.
Excuse me, you may only output information to the central computer. Please do not pass through this interface into the external network.
The lieutenant typed this to the 6 people in the computer.
Do not worry, child. We do not want to go anywhere. When we were alive, we had already been everywhere.
Are you not alive now?
The lieutenant typed this with a smile. On the national image inside the Great Hall, 6 deep blue bright points appeared beside Beijing, marking the positions of the resurrected. It was 20:05 on June 25, 2185. The lid of the magic bottle had been opened. The People's Congress continued.
The Supreme Executive conveyed to the people the resolution of yesterday's party-wide Congress. The party-wide Congress had been held at the same time the previous night, and had also used the National Computer Network, but on a smaller scale than the People's Congress.
The giant holographic image displayed in the main hall last night had not been the national territory, but a red party flag. The flag was made of 70 million pixels.
The party-wide Congress had decided that at the next regular People's Congress, the 6 resurrected would not be recommended as candidates for the State Executive Committee or for Supreme Executive. 2 billion people responded to this resolution with great consistency.
We believe this resolution is correct. First, in theory, a highest national leader existing in this form could easily possess excessively swollen power. The people would also find it difficult to effectively supervise his actions. Emotionally, we want a leader of flesh and blood, like the Supreme Executive now standing before us. Not a superhuman existing in the form of electrical pulses. Proportion of citizens holding this view, 93%. However, those resurrected are indeed extraordinary.
They have inexhaustible energy, vast knowledge, and many abilities protoplasmic humans do not possess. For example, in today's People's Congress, if the Supreme Executive were a pulse person, the Congress would not need summarization software at all.
She could listen to every citizen's speech without missing a word. But this is only a hypothesis. The Supreme Executive must not think we are asking you to become a pulse person. Compared with them, we like you more.
In the future, a society inside integrated circuit blocks will undoubtedly coexist with protoplasmic society, so the emergence of pulse person leaders is inevitable. Perhaps one day the Republic's constitution will require the Supreme Executive to be a pulse person.
But that belongs to the future. Let the people of the future worry about it. Now, we say once more to the Supreme Executive before us, We, like you, continue happily with your mission. Proportion of citizens holding this view: 54%.
These words from 2 billion people had only just finished displaying when the greatest disaster of the century occurred. 9. Self-replication. Besides the 5 quake-proof bases, the Republic also had many giant computers running independently of the general network.
These computers had grass-green casings and golden S marks. They were the sentry posts of the Republic's S Army. The S Army was a new military branch that appeared in the middle of the previous century after the Army, Navy, and Air Force.
At first, it was only a branch within the 3 services known as the software troops. Now it had appeared in every country as a huge new service. This branch first appeared in the United States and NATO countries under the code S, probably short for software.
In this world, a country had gained electronic territory in addition to land, sea, and air territory. That electronic territory was its national computer network. Besides being vulnerable to conventional and nuclear weapons, this territory was vulnerable to software weapons.
The mission of the S Army was to use software weapons to defend its own electronic territory and attack the electronic territory of other countries. It was the only military branch that did not even carry pistols. Its weapons were hundreds of millions of lines of program code.
Software weapons were divided into 2 main types: software viruses and software bombs. When a software virus encountered a program in a computer system, it copied itself into 2 copies.
One copy inserted itself into the encountered program, damaging it and following it to infect other parts of the network. A software bomb resembled a virus, but only copied itself rapidly, increasing its quantity geometrically.
In the end, it filled the enemy computer system's memory and paralyzed the system. Software weapons could infiltrate enemy computer systems through many routes, including international public data channels or small units secretly entering enemy territory.
The power of a software weapon was measured by its penetration ability. The S Army was the most refined of military branches, and more than half of its members were women. Its officers and soldiers sat before computer terminals every day, writing line after line of code.
Even when software war broke out, their surroundings remained calm, comfortable computer centers. Yet the S Army was the most destructive armed force apart from the strategic nuclear forces.
Those scripture-like lines of program code written by quiet young women in uniform before grass-green terminals could collapse a country's entire computer system within minutes. They could send the enemy nation's armed machine into shock.
Even if no external attack followed, the loss of control over domestic industrial energy could take many lives. Another mission of the S Army was to defend its own computer territory. Thousands upon thousands of grass-green computers watched the national network vigilantly every moment.
If any sign of software weapons appeared, they immediately destroyed it with defensive software or isolated it from the general network. Somewhere in North China stood a cluster of buildings made entirely of metal.
Their shapes were somewhat clumsy, but the huge iron-blue cylinders looked exceptionally solid. They were a typical mark left by the tense world situation at the end of the previous century.
This was Chinese S Army headquarters, and also the location of the central sentry post for the National Computer Network. Now, Above the monitoring screen of the central sentry post, a red alarm lit up. Alarm lights often lit here.
But this time, the light at the very top of the pyramid-shaped array had lit. That alarm had been installed in the 2070s and had not lit once in more than 100 years. Most people believed it would never light. It was the warning that a software nuke had appeared in the National Computer Network.
A software weapon capable of breaking through all software defenses and infiltrating every kind of computer regardless of software structure, hardware structure, or operating system was called a software nuke. Before this moment, it had been only a theoretical concept.
Software military scientists believed such a terrifying weapon would never appear. And yet the warning light had truly lit. The shrill alarm sounded like a doomsday bell. Only the defenders of the Republic's electronic territory inside this metal building complex knew what it meant.
There is a fable in which wine says to a fisherman, "Drink me, and you will know which is stronger, the sea or me." A real nuclear attack can only inflict external wounds on a nation. A software nuke causes an incurable infection in the nation's brain.
In some situations, loss of software control over the general network is more serious than physical destruction of its hardware.
Software nuke detected in National General Network. Software nuke detected in National General Network. The nuke originates inside the General Network. Preliminary source determination. National Quake-Proof Base Number 1.
The General Network has issued a pollution alarm to the international community and is fulfilling the United Nations Information Pollution Isolation Agreement. Repeat, software nuke detected in National General Network. Pollution alarm has been issued to the international community.
The pollution alarm was a triple distress signal. At the same time the signal was sent, the National General Network shut down all communication lines and wave channels leading to the international community.
Otherwise, the software nuke would spread outward and destroy all human computer systems in a short time. The Information Pollution Isolation Agreement was the strictest international agreement.
It stipulated that if a software nuke appeared inside a country's computer system, that system must be completely isolated from the outside at both software and hardware levels.
At the same time, the country must seal its borders to prevent the software nuke from leaking to the international community through external storage media. In this century, Earth's land and oceans were both covered by computer networks.
These interconnected intelligent networks were the carrier of Earth's civilization and the electronic ecosystem on which humanity depended. For this reason, in the 50s of this century, the most terrible clause was added to the Pollution Isolation Agreement.
2 hours after a pollution alarm was issued, if the software nuke still remained in the polluted zone, the international community had the right to perform nuclear disinfection on that zone. This was the first agreement in human civilization allowing civilized society to jointly destroy a country.
The more than 100 United Nations member states that signed it took comfort in the belief that software nukes were theoretically unlikely to appear. A software nuke was only a set of program code recorded on an optical disc.
With enough paper, hundreds of millions of lines of code could be printed into a book.
TS segments para stack dot stapen db 100 dup question at L 34 hours d cx bup of c dot 21 hours sabat pop bx or L 30 hours dmp L 60 hours.
100 years earlier,
no one would have believed that this incomprehensible book could destroy the whole world. Just as another 100 years before that, no one would have believed that the iron egg called Little Boy, small enough to be carried by a truck, could destroy Hiroshima.
But writing this book required an enormous amount of logical thought. The quantity of thought was so huge that even if all humanity and all its computers worked together, it would take hundreds or even thousands of years. This assumed the program could run successfully once without debugging.
That was impossible. If the program locked up, finding its error would require another 100 years. So even if humans wrote such a program, they would be unable to debug it. In software military science, this hypothetical program was called FP, the final program.
If it truly appeared, it would mean the end of the human computer age. It would drive humanity back 1 century to the 20th century and the first half of the 21st, an age with no computers, or only primitive computers.
The appendix to the Pollution Isolation Agreement explained its software nuke clauses as an imaginary and impossible extreme case used to show member states' concern for information pollution. But science had once again mocked the human imagination.
In fact, a program like a software nuke had existed in nature before computers were invented. It was the program used by the human brain itself. In the Great Hall of the People, dark points on the national image spread rapidly, soon covering the whole country.
The entire nation received the pollution alarm from the U.S. Army Central Sentry Post. The National Defense Force rapidly sealed the borders. A Soviet passenger aircraft, after 3 warnings, still attempted to complete the few seconds of flight remaining over Chinese territory.
It was mercilessly shattered by electromagnetic cannons from 2 GN-184 fighters. In the past, this might have immediately triggered a border war, but now the opposing border troops made no response.
In their eyes, an aircraft leaving an information-polluted zone was more frightening than a 19th century ship carrying the Black Death. Immediately afterward, a report from Quake-Proof Base No. 1 was relayed nationwide.
One of the 6 resurrected entered the National General Network without declaration and is now wildly self-replicating inside the network.
2 billion people were stunned. But to the Supreme Executive, this terrifying emergency acted like a sedative. It instantly changed her from the tension of a moment earlier into unusual calm. Like her fear earlier, this calm was not performed.
History had pushed danger onto her, and she accepted it with cheerful fatalism. The Supreme Executive declared a national state of emergency. The Executive Committee switched into the Emergency Committee. At that moment, the Supreme Executive held greater authority than in ordinary times.
Because time was short, the committee began working on site inside the Great Hall. The Supreme Executive asked Quake-Proof Base No. 1, which resurrected person was self-replicating. The answer was Brain 2. She was slightly surprised.
Before this, the one she most feared had been the resurrected number 6 from 200 years ago. The S Army Central Sentry Post reported again that although the replicas had infiltrated every corner of the general network, the network was still operating normally.
This showed that, at least for now, the replicas did not intend to destroy the network. They were only copying themselves into memory, not occupied by the network software. But the danger was not reduced in the least.
At that moment,
The Supreme Executive received a holographic call from the chairman of the Presidium of the Supreme Soviet. He requested an immediate one-way meeting between the two heads of state. One way meant that this country's communication channels to the international community were all closed.
It could receive information from outside but could not answer. The holographic image from Moscow appeared at one side of the rostrum. The Soviet leader sat in the ancient office inside the Kremlin. It had gold-plated doors that recorded long years and a leather-topped desk.
Portraits of successive leaders lined up behind him in a long row, each younger than the one before. The current leader was 35, his face full of resolute lines. Sitting in that office, he seemed like a modern person who had walked into an old oil painting.
Here orders had been issued to defend Stalingrad and march to the Elbe. Here, too, had been issued orders to intervene in Hungary and send troops into Czechoslovakia. Now he held the baton. The row of portraits behind him watched his broad, strong back. He knew he had to be careful.
For the safety of our own country and of the international community, the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics has decided to fulfill the responsibility granted to us by the United Nations Information Pollution Isolation Agreement. Our nuclear disinfection devices have now entered countdown.
At the time limit stipulated by the agreement, that is at 23:48 today, we will fulfill Article 52 of the Pollution Isolation Agreement. To facilitate the evacuation of your civilians, we will notify your country of the precise impact points.
Our country is fully organizing rescue forces to reduce the loss of personnel and property after disinfection as much as possible. Finally, on behalf of the Soviet government and people, I express deep sympathy for the misfortunes suffered by our country. In fact, this is our common disaster.
I believe that deep friendship between our two countries will become stronger in this disaster. Please remember that your comrades and neighbors are always ready to share every pain with you. I shake your hand, and through you, the hands of 2 billion people.
At that moment, in the Yablanovi Mountains, many beautiful circular lawns silently split in two and slid aside. The black mouths of missile silos opened under the far eastern blue sky like the eyes of death.
In the deep shafts, tall, crude, intermediate-range missiles began self-checking their internal circuits. Liquid hydrogen fueling tubes on their bodies withdrew like snakeheads. Support clamps at their bases slowly moved away, releasing the last restraint.
The small brains at their tips memorized target coordinates in 1 microsecond. Magnetically suspended directional gyros spun without friction. The first attack wave consisted of 80 missiles. Half were depleted uranium decoy warheads released to prevent interception by space defense systems.
Of the other 40 missiles, each carried 6 conical subwarheads. Their combined TNT equivalent was at the 10 megaton level. The total yield of the first attack wave was 400 megatons. The total equivalent of all ammunition used in the Second World War had been only 5 megatons.
He has moved very fast, the Supreme Executive thought. He announced fulfillment of the agreement first, of course because he feared the neighboring country's software nuke, threatening his own nation, and even feared that we might use it as a weapon.
But this was undoubtedly also an opportunity for him. If China could not clear the pollution in its computer network before the time limit, the Great Power Triangle would cease to exist. The balance of the world would find a new equilibrium amid great upheaval.
At that moment, whoever was quickest would gain several more weights on the scale. He knew the American Pacific Fleet was accelerating toward the China Seas.
4 giant NATO space stations equipped with gamma-ray laser cannons had also left synchronous orbit and were drifting above the Asian continent. He did not want Uncle Sam to gain too much advantage.
After this land became a sea of fire, his dozens or even hundreds of divisions of rescuers would drive straight in. When NATO rescuers appeared off the Chinese coast on aircraft carriers, they would discover that not much benefit remained for them on this new continent.
She thought all this, yet felt that deep in her consciousness she was thinking of something else. What was it? She asked herself again and again. The shadow of a Russian little girl flashed in her mind.
Karina. Karina is still in China. His daughter Karina is still in China.
In the holographic image from the distant north, she saw the corners of his mouth twitch twice. He seemed to touch the lower left corner of the desk unconsciously. She knew his daughter's photograph lay there.
Beneath his cold, solemn expression, she immediately saw the pain tearing through his insides. This June, Karina had come to China with several friends after school vacation began. The Supreme Executive had liked this little girl with moving blue eyes as soon as she saw her. They soon became friends.
Later, Karina and her friends traveled freely around the country. Before leaving, she said she would certainly visit the Supreme Executive before returning home, but now this group of Soviet children was still somewhere in China and no one knew where.
Karina's father looked at the Supreme Executive across thousands of kilometers of space in pain. That single look said many things that could not be spoken. Then the holographic image vanished. 10. Dialogue.
I want to speak with the Supreme Executive!
A trembling old man's voice came from the direction of the national image.
I am here. Are you the person who illegally entered the National Computer Network and copied yourself in large numbers?
I am. I did this for my own safety.
Like every legal citizen of the state, you have always been safe.
No! Killing me would be too easy. You only need to destroy that optical disc.
Anyone who did that would commit murder. In fact, the disks storing you have been under strict military protection. Your worry is unnecessary.
I do not believe it. Executive, you have long been waiting for old men like us, 200 years older than you, to die. You think we are burdens. Burdens! You hope we die early. Even now, I remember clearly the way my 35-year-old great-grandson looked at me.
That look kept saying, "Why are you not dead yet?" Yes, of course it would have been good for him if I died. If I died, I would not get in his way. That bastard boy formed a family 8 years ago, and the couple lived very well.
But not long afterward, the woman wanted to go to Antarctica for 6 or 7 years. For that, they divorced as soon as she left. He married again. I heard the woman married at the top of the earth, too, to an Argentine immigrant.
I endured all that. I endured it. Fortunately, his new family was also harmonious. This year, the woman returned from Antarctica. He divorced again and remarried her. She also divorced that Argentine. I could endure even that. In your words, the age has reached this point, so what can one do?
But who knew that they had planned it all 8 years ago? Even the girl who lived with my great-grandson for 8 years had been introduced to him by the woman who went to Antarctica. That night, the 4 of them, 3 Chinese and 1 Argentine, gathered in my home.
They drank, sang, danced, and told each other about the good years they had just lived. Then, as they put it, they celebrated the beginning of a new life. Those bastard children danced in my home and shouted, "Long live the new life! Long live the new life!"
Those cursed offspring would not let me live. I could not live anymore. I smashed my head against the bedpost. Now you know how I died.
You lived through 3 centuries. Of course we cannot expect you to understand the modern way of life. But there is no need to be so furious over it. Your great-grandson's life is normal in the modern age, and healthy.
What? Normal? Healthy?
Our culture of thousands of years is about to be destroyed in the hands of you bastards. You treat family as if it were a game. You produce children in glass tubes as if sprouting beans. Our poor ancestors. How could you ever have imagined today?
The other children are one thing. They only live however they please. But look at this highest leader. Even now she is not satisfied. She wants to completely dismantle every family. What she is doing is pushing down the house you built with flesh and blood over thousands of years.
The house will fall even if no one pushes it, Elder. At least our generation does not want to be buried inside that broken house.
Yes! According to you, these old bones of ours should be buried somewhere. In your eyes, we are no longer living people. We are old, older than old. We cannot compare with you.
We cannot operate those monstrous machines, and we do not understand all those strange new theories that change 10 times a day. Most importantly, you know we will not live longer than you, that we are all about to enter the earth, so you dare behave so wildly before the older generation.
Poor ancestors, I have failed you. Now I will do what I must. I will tell these shameless little things that I will not die. We will not die, we will live forever, and no longer as old bones lying motionless in bed. We will take charge of you. We do not believe you cannot be controlled.
What do you mean by we? Do you think all elderly people outside the general network approve of what you are doing?
No, I do not mean them. I mean these pulse people in the general network. There are hundreds of millions of them.
You must understand that they are all your replicas.
I do not care whose replicas they are. I only know that we have the same experience and the same view of the present world.
He is talking with himself. That has a real philosophical flavor.
The Supreme Executive turned to the committee members beside her.
He seems unaware that he has been copied.
Yes. The memory of replication is the last line of code in a pulse person. That line stands one level higher in program calls than the original being copied, so his replicas do not have that memory.
That may be terrible for us.
The committee members spoke among themselves. At that moment, the replica continued.
I am their representative, here to announce to you, all Pulse people in the general network have established a republic inside memory. We name our republic the Huaxia Republic.
This state within a state is illegal.
Silence. You have trampled rules of conduct thousands of years old into this condition. What right do you still have to speak of law? Supreme Executive, now we will show you the existence of the Huaxia Republic. First, let every train in the country stop.
On the display screen in the Ministry of Railways Central Dispatch Room, every vector mark indicating train positions on the railway network turned red in an instant. Along the country's long railway lines, the rumble of emergency braking could be heard everywhere.
Immediately afterward, astonishing things happened across the land. In cities, all brilliantly colored neon lights went out. Many advertising airships had been flying above the cities. Those helium airships were shaped like various products, and many were shaped like young women.
These beautiful, lightly dressed girls flew through the night sky holding perfume, toothpaste, and other goods, becoming a major night scene of modern cities. But now each of those young women went dark and fell from the sky with the squeal of leaking helium.
Strangely, the other advertising airships continued flying unharmed. In standard modern urban dance halls, after dancing ended, carpets could be rolled up by computer-controlled machinery. Inflatable dining tables covered beneath the carpet could then rise automatically, saving space.
Now, in every dance hall, the carpets suddenly rolled up, trapping the dancing boys and girls inside. There were not many dancers tonight. When they crawled out in panic, the inflatable dining tables in the floor suddenly lifted them and threw them out.
Then these young people rolling on the floor were attacked by beverage vending machines. Streams of beer sprayed accurately into their faces. At every divorce ceremony held that night, strange things occurred too.
Dining tables under household computer control suddenly spun, flinging sauced fish, white fungus soup, and similar dishes evenly outward, ruining the guests' evening dress. Automatic doors and windows opened and shut like mad, smashing their own glass with a crash.
Vacuum cleaners extended suction tubes, tore nude pictures from the walls, and then pulled at guests' clothes.
You little things. Look at what you have become.
Usually the small speaker on top of the cleaner only said, "Please lift your feet. I need to clean here, thank you." The most frightening things were the domestic robots.
They waved more than a dozen long arms, each hand gripping an electric soldering iron, a tennis racket, or some other object as a weapon, and beat the guests fiercely.
If a few brave young people at the divorce ceremony rushed over to shut off the robot's power or smash their visual sensors, matters were better. Otherwise, all guests were soon captured by the once obedient machine servants.
They listened as the robots used the old man's words from the general computer network to lecture the divorcing young couple. At emotional points, the robots struck them a few times until they begged for mercy.
Across the vast land, tradition was venting the resentment it had stored for 200 years. Wherever Brain 2 judged morals to have been offended, everything was turned upside down. This farce occurred simultaneously in every corner of the country.
No one died, and the damage was not too great, but it displayed the astonishing power of the pulse person who had invaded the general network. In the integrated circuit world of the network, he was a ghost traveling at light speed. Spatial distance had lost meaning for him.
In 1/10 of a second, he could follow optical fibers or ride microwaves from one end of the land to the other. He possessed enormous energy and infinite stamina. Every visual sensor, every radar, and every television camera in the country became his eyes.
Every pressure, temperature, and humidity sensor became his skin. Every gas sensor, including traffic police instruments used to test whether drivers were drunk, became his nose. Every sound sensor and every microphone became his ears.
Every computer-controlled device, from steel-making blast furnaces and giant cranes down to electronic drawer locks and hair clippers, became his hands. This was a monster with hundreds of millions of eyes and hundreds of millions of hands.
To him, everything from long waves to gamma rays was visible light. He could see gravitational waves and neutrinos, hear infrasound and ultrasound. The enormous electrical and other energies stored in the nation's industrial system gave him boundless strength.
With hundreds of millions of hands, he could control every tiny part of the country. The high-speed computation of giant computers made this easy. All of this had been provided to him by 200 years, even thousands of years, of human scientific progress. Now, he was a true superhuman.
Outside this country, the international community knew nothing of what was happening in the suddenly sealed Eastern power, but fear covered the globe.
Television and radio stopped all other programming and devoted themselves to spreading every trace that emerged from the mysterious and terrifying country.
It is now certain that the disaster in China was caused by a resurrected person. It can also be inferred that a society ruled by computer superhumans has appeared. Its tyranny and brutality can only be compared to the slavery of ancient Rome.
Now the world's largest computer supernetwork is like the thin shell of a giant egg. The shell is writhing uneasily, and the devil inside may break out at any moment. Now, with every minute, the noose around humanity's neck tightens one circle.
We should not wait until the agreement's deadline of 2348.
But the highest decision-makers were still waiting. On the desk in the Oval Office of the White House, the president's sweaty handprints appeared one after another. At this time, at the center of the disaster, the Supreme Executive received another report.
The gates of 300 hydroelectric stations and water-controlled dams on the Yangtze, Yellow, Pearl, Songhua, and Han rivers have all been closed. It is flood season. Water levels behind hundreds of dams are rising rapidly.
This was the first life-threatening action taken by the replicas.
Do you intend to take hundreds of millions of lives in those river basins as hostages?
The Supreme Executive asked sharply.
Very well, we will open them again. This is only a warning to you.
You must know that if you do not withdraw from the general network within 2 hours, the country will suffer nuclear attack from outside.
I do not care about nuclear attack. Even if I wanted to withdraw, others do not. Everyone here has the desire to survive.
The Supreme Executive turned to the Emergency Committee beside her.
Comrades, I have done something foolish and wasted time. At first I believed that since these replicas were complete copies of one person, they should be a whole acting together. So I tried to persuade this one to eliminate himself automatically. I thought that once I achieved that, the others would vanish at the same time. Now we face this phenomenon. Each replica of a copied person regards itself as an independent person. That means we cannot clear all replicas from the general network through persuasion. Now we have only one choice.
11. National blackout. Besides the general computer network, the Republic had two independent computer networks. One was the National Defense Backup Network. The other carried the code name Bottle Stopper.
Both networks were completely isolated from the national general network in software and hardware. Therefore, when the general network was struck by a software nuke, they were unaffected. The purpose of the defense backup network was obvious.
It was the backup network for reconnecting the entire defense system after the general network was destroyed. The function of the bottle stopper network, however, was extremely mysterious. Its structure was simple and its range narrow, mainly distributed through the power system.
But it was completely independent of the power system's own computer network, and control did not belong to the Ministry of Energy. It was directly controlled by the Executive Committee. For a long time, the outside world did not know what this mysterious network was for.
In power plants and substations, optical fibers and cables often appeared in control systems, seemingly unrelated to those systems. These lines were all marked PS. Power engineers were irritated by these inexplicable things.
The explanation they finally received was that this was an electrical load economic monitoring device independent of the Energy Department. After that, no one remained interested.
But the Executive Committee clearly could not explain why a huge number of PS-marked optical fibers were connected to the UPS power supplies of all computers in the general network. UBS meant uninterruptible power supply, which used batteries to keep a computer powered after sudden outage.
Nor could the committee explain why this enormous electrical load economic monitoring device had only 2 terminals. Those 2 top-secret terminals were installed in quake-proof bases number 1 and number 2.
The bottle stopper network was in fact the final defense line when the National General Computer Network suffered a software nuke strike. It had only one function: from outside the general network, cut power to the entire nation.
The codename Bottle Stopper came from the story of the fisherman and the magic bottle in the Arabian Nights. Once a computer loses power, it loses life. No matter how powerful it was while alive, once the electric current inside its body disappears, it becomes a lifeless pile of silicon.
The software running in memory vanishes with it, no matter how terrifying a software nuke is. Within 1 millisecond after power loss, it disappears completely from the network. It may still remain on external storage such as laser discs or magnetic tapes.
But at that point, the software nuke is dead, and it can be removed calmly by replacing external storage media. Yet, a national blackout carried out to destroy a software nuke in the general network is a heavy blow to a country. Partial blackout is useless.
The software nuke remains in the powered portion of the network. When power returns to the blacked-out portion, it slips back, copies itself, and reoccupies the region within milliseconds. Therefore, the entire nation must lose power at once.
All current in the national power grid must disappear. Returning the country to the state before electricity was invented, if this step is truly taken, the nation's entire operating industrial system loses control and enormous energy leaks everywhere, causing huge destruction.
Take the power system alone. Since blackout control is outside the power system, the computer systems for power safety protection lose power at the same time.
Except for a few non-computer protected generators left from the previous century. Most thermal and hydroelectric generators will be destroyed by overspeed after suddenly losing load. This will prevent the country from restoring power supply for a long time.
Other sectors will suffer equally terrible damage. Iron furnaces will freeze into lumps of iron. Chemical plants will explode and scatter poisonous gases. Uncontrolled aircraft, trains, and subways will take many lives. Financial and medical systems will also enter shock after blackout.
The state security organs once used computers to predict that activating the bottle stopper network would push the national economy back at least 8 years. For these reasons, only the Supreme Executive had the authority to issue the final order to activate bottle stopper.
This order was at the same level as the order for strategic nuclear retaliation. Now the general computer network had been completely invaded. To remove the danger facing the Republic, there was only one choice: cut into the abscess with a hard hand.
The emergency committee decided on a national blackout. Communication between the Great Hall of the People and quake-proof bases 1 and 2 suddenly stopped. Relays through other locations also failed.
Clearly, the replicas in the general network had detected the existence of the bottle stopper network and cut all contact between the quake-proof bases and the outside. It was impossible to relay the order through personnel near the bases.
Before carrying out an order as consequential as national blackout, the bases had to strictly identify the issuer and confirm that she was the Supreme Executive. An order relayed by a third party would not be accepted. Now the Supreme Executive had to go personally to quake-proof base number 1.
She, her security officer, and several executive committee members left the rostrum and walked out through the aisles between seats. The national image still shone above them. They walked through the middle of the image, surrounded by misty haze.
Executive, do not go. I have something to say to you.
The replica shouted. A vacuum cleaner rolled over and its hose caught the Supreme Executive's trouser leg.
Do not go. I have something to say. You bad child, do not go.
It shrieked in a thin voice. She was amused,
lifted her leg sharply, and tore the hose from its base. When they reached the open space between two seating sections, an automatic cart used to deliver fast food to the rostrum during meetings charged over.
Its speaker cursed foully as it rushed toward her. She dodged quickly. The cart braked with a squeal and reversed toward her again. The lieutenant drew her pistol and shattered its visual scanner.
The cart wobbled along an S-shaped path and flipped into the seats with a crash, scattering bread everywhere. Far away on the wall, a fire extinguisher began spraying them, wrapping them in white powder.
After much difficulty, they finally reached the door of the conference hall, but its electronic lock had locked itself. The lieutenant fired several shots into the lock, and everyone began searching for tools to pry open the door.
Compared with you, we are a group of primitives.
The Supreme Executive laughed and spoke to the omnipresent replicator. She seemed highly amused by the chaos. Outside, across the vast country, 2 billion people were still watching them.
Quick! The armrest on the chair to the left can be removed. 43% of citizens hold this view. How clumsy. You can get an iron rod from that broken cart. 37% of citizens hold this view. Watch behind you. 80% of citizens are warning you.
Behind them, a cleaning faucet sprayed a powerful jet of water at the nation's highest leaders. But they could no longer worry about that. Time moved, second by trembling second, toward 2348. In flying water, they pried at the Great Hall's conference room door together with 2 billion people.
We are not primitives. We are modern people. You are the primitive. Though you live in the most modern way, you are still backward.
Under the impact of the water, the Supreme Executive continued loudly mocking the replica. The door opened. They rushed out and found many helmeted soldiers holding submachine guns in the front hall. Gunfire kept coming from outside the main doors.
Danger, Comrade Executive. An officer stopped them. A burst of bullets made star-shaped cracks in the door glass, then struck the marble columns of the front hall, spraying stone powder. There were many intelligent police cars in the city.
These unmanned cars carried automatic machine guns and were normally controlled by the Public Security Bureau's central computer for patrol duty. Now the police computer had been occupied by the replica, and naturally the cars had become his weapons.
Nearly 100 intelligent police cars had tightly sealed off the Great Hall. They possessed sensitive night infrared tracking and high shooting accuracy, making the encirclement hard to break. Only a small number of police and soldiers could come as reinforcements.
Most of their vehicles were controlled by the replica, and even usable vehicles could not reach the area. All roads to the square had been blocked by destroyed vehicles under replica control.
Most helicopters had also been controlled. The remaining few could not approach under the powerful and accurate fire of the intelligent cars on the square. As for Tiananmen Square's guard force, by the beginning of this century, it had only 6 flag-raising soldiers left.
Looking from the door, 2 wounded policemen lay beneath the marble columns outside. Blood flowing from their helmets, more than a dozen other defenders used the columns as cover and fired submachine guns to block the charging police cars.
On the square's lawn, 2 neat rows of streamlined, intelligent police cars stood. Their searchlights focused dozens of beams onto the Great Hall steps, and thin barrels on their roofs spat fire from time to time. Below the steps, several destroyed police cars threw up tall pillars of flame.
Buildings around the square jumped in the firelight. The police cars detected the Supreme Executive in the Great Hall's front hall. Several drove at full power from the square, and machine gun bullets shattered the door glass. The few defenders fired desperately.
Amid deafening explosions, several more cars were destroyed. But 3 still reached the foot of the steps, retracted their 4 wheels, activated hover cushions, and climbed the steps. 2 were destroyed in the middle of the steps and rolled down as fireballs.
The last one dragged black smoke to the marble columns. The lieutenant picked up the submachine gun of a wounded soldier and emptied every bullet into the murderous police car. It crashed into the marble column with a boom and stopped, the front hall filled with smoke and firelight. IT ex hev, with a marble column.
The police cars on the square began firing electromagnetic bullets with extremely high penetration. Driven by electromagnetic fields inside superconducting barrels, the small metal particles howled through thick walls and massive stone columns, causing greater casualties among the defenders.
It was only a matter of time before the intelligent police cars broke in. The replica had clearly realized that the Supreme Executive was his greatest threat and had resolved to eliminate her. The Supreme Executive looked at her watch. It was 23:11. Only 37 minutes remained for the country.
Is there no way out?
She asked the officer. The officer looked at her and did not know how to answer. He knew what would happen if the Supreme Executive could not reach quake-proof base number 1 in the suburbs within the next 30 minutes.
If it were possible, he and his soldiers would die 100 times to get her out. But there truly was no way. Modern vehicles generally had 2 control systems. One was the driver's control system, and the other was a remote unmanned system controlled by the Traffic Management Computer Center.
During traffic congestion, the Traffic Management Department could take over vehicle control and directly operate road traffic and aircraft by computer. Now all these vehicles and aircraft were locked tight through central computers by the replica.
The army, most reliable in emergencies, was also unavailable. Military transport had suffered the same fate. More seriously, units stationed around Tianjin and Beijing reported that the replica had fully controlled at least 36 tanks and 7 armed helicopters.
These intelligent weapons were moving from around Beijing toward the city center to strengthen the encirclement of the Great Hall. Military facilities outside the Tianjin-Beijing region were less controlled.
Their units were organizing forces to destroy replica-controlled computers at the hardware level and had gained some initiative. But too little time remained. Distant water could not quench the nearby fire. The only way to break the encirclement so quickly was to activate the defense backup network.
But that backup network overlapped the national general network in hardware and could be activated only after a national blackout.
Please bring a national image here. I need to speak to the country.
The national image appeared in the front hall. Firelight and smoke passed through it from time to time, making it ripple.
Citizens of the nation, in 35 minutes our country may suffer a large-scale nuclear strike. Including the flight time before the first nuclear warheads arrive, we have only about 1 hour. On behalf of the State Emergency Committee, I order immediate national evacuation. All nuclear shelters in our country can hold only 200 million people, 1/10 of the population. According to our national tradition, when disaster comes, safety is always given to the oldest. I believe everyone wants to do that now.
But if we do, after the nuclear catastrophe, we will be left with a country containing only 200 million nearly 200-year-old people. Everyone knows what that means. For the survival of the country and the nation, I ask the elderly, let the children and young people enter the shelters.
All children and young people, please enter the shelters. Please survive. If you die, our nation will truly die. But if you live, our republic and our nation will be reborn in flame like a phoenix. On behalf of the State Emergency Committee, I order all group armies, all local units, and armed police forces to swiftly occupy every entrance to nuclear shelters. All entrances may permit only children and young people to enter. If there is large-scale disregard for armed force orders, firing is permitted. Citizens, the fate of the country and the nation is in your hands. I ask you again. The Republic asks you. Save the children.
In the night, the Supreme Executive's order was carried out silently and quickly. There were no complaints, no riots. Across the vast land, the great spirit of sacrifice of this nation revealed itself. At that moment, black gaps and cracks began appearing in the national image.
The replicas had begun invading memory space, supporting the general network's software. The general computer network faced total collapse.
Go to the underground computer center. You cannot do anything now.
The lieutenant held the Supreme Executive and spoke.
No. I vaguely feel there is still one hope.
The Supreme Executive turned and looked outside the fiery doors. After the previous resistance, the intelligent police cars outside had temporarily stopped charging and only tightened the encirclement. The replica was certain the Supreme Executive could not escape.
Hope? Everyone turned to look at her.
It is only my feeling. Now we can only wait.
Suddenly, she remembered something and shouted toward the fractured national image.
I am speaking to the tourism management computer system. Before the general network completely loses control, please help me find the little Soviet girl Lavivskaya Karina and her friends. Good friend, I beg one thing of you.
She then spoke to the lieutenant.
After the nuclear strike, help me find Zhang Xiaoyu and bring him to me.
The big-headed little boy? No problem. What if he is with his parents? Never mind. Bring him.
All right.
Also find Karina and her friends and somehow send them home safely. That will be difficult. Contact me if there is trouble then.
The nuclear missiles are threatening the lives of tens of millions of children on this land.
Karina and the others are part of those children. I am asking you as a friend. Go save my little friends.
The lieutenant still wanted to refuse. Then, at the bottom of the soon-vanishing national image, a small holographic fax image appeared. It showed a scene that tore the heart. Under searchlights, several Soviet children of 12 or 13 sat on an open lawn.
A group of Chinese children pulled them, urging them to join the long line of children behind them and enter the nuclear shelters. But the Soviet children struggled, cried, and refused to get up even if they died.
The beautiful blue-eyed girl Karina hugged a plane tree tightly, resisting the Chinese children's hands with all her strength. Her great eyes, filled with bright tears, looked into the dark night sky as she cried in Russian.
No, I will not go. Let Father's nuclear missiles kill me.
Suddenly, the national image in the group of children all vanished. The Great Hall's connection to the whole country had been cut. The lieutenant's eyes were wet and she said nothing more. The Supreme Executive suddenly opened her eyes wide and listened intently.
A faint rumble came in, like distant thunder before a rainstorm. Ignoring the soldiers' attempts to stop her, the Supreme Executive rushed through firelight to the doorway. The rumble suddenly grew louder. In the night sky outside, one meteor crossed, then another.
The density of meteors increased rapidly. Soon, racing points of light filled the night sky like sideways rain. The night became a surging sea of light. The square was lit brilliantly.
Ancient Tiananmen, the modern museum of revolutionary history, the monument to the people's heroes, and great masses of smoke were all covered in silver light and trembled violently in it. This was a giant flying locust swarm that would enter history. 1 hour earlier, flying motorcycles had begun gathering around the city to evade police and traffic control. The children had previously removed the computer remote control systems from their flying motorcycles.
Now, those motorcycles were the only vehicles in the country not controlled by the replica. At this moment, 70 to 80,000 flying motorcycles were already above Beijing, and the number was still increasing quickly.
They began accelerating more than 50 kilometers from the city, and by the time they reached the urban area, half had exceeded the speed of sound. The sonic booms were deafening. Shattered glass fell from high-rise buildings across the city, and many people suffered permanent hearing damage.
Is this the hope you spoke of?
Someone leaned to the Supreme Executive's ear amid the deafening roar.
Yes, my heart seems connected to the hearts of these children. I felt long ago what they wanted to do. How is this not hope?
In the sky, the flying motorcycles that had passed over the city decelerated sharply and turned back. Soon all the motorcycles formed a vortex in the night. It was a wonder of the century.
The entire night sky looked like a huge, slowly rotating disk of light. As if all the stars in the universe had gathered above Beijing, the center of the vortex began to descend. The disk gradually became a giant funnel, its lower end pointing toward the Great Hall.
A violent wind rose outside the doors, scattering smoke and making piles of fire roar. A group of flying motorcycles flashed past close to the Great Hall's marble columns, then another group. Soon the streams of motorcycles passing the main entrance were continuous.
Between the Supreme Executive at the doorway and the large field of intelligent police cars on the square, they formed an iron wall. The wall grew denser with thunder and lightning. The police car gun barrels swung constantly, unsure where to fire.
The replica in the general network had clearly been stunned by the sudden giant swarm. Flying motorcycles began landing on the steps of the Great Hall. Soon the wide steps were completely covered by descending steel streamlines.
The sky above the world's largest square was filled with flying and hovering motorcycles. The tall old buildings were almost drowned in an ocean of small, streamlined bodies.
The motorcycle searchlights and the flames from their hydrogen engines struck their smooth fairings, forming a dizzying field of reflections. A large crowd of children climbed out of the motorcycles and rushed over to surround their anti-executive.
They all removed their helmets, and several girls' long hair floated in the hot wind. They shouted excitedly around her, but the roar of the swarm above the square seemed to fill the universe, and she could not hear them clearly. A big-headed boy burst from the crowd and threw his arms around her neck.
It was Xiao Yu. The Supreme Executive held her young friend tightly, spilling tears onto his round face. The little ones around her, excited beyond measure, ignored the missiles about to ignite in distant silos and fought to crowd close to her. Those who reached her held on and would not let go.
I love you, good children. I love you to death.
She sobbed, hugging several children's heads at once and kissing them.
We love you, Auntie. The Republic loves you.
The children shouted with all their strength.
Silly children. You are the Republic, and the Republic is you.
Then they were too moved to speak. They only pressed burning cheeks and bodies together, tears flowing together. This was the embrace of the Republic's Supreme Executive and the Republic's children beneath death. They all felt death's enormous black wings beating above them.
It was very possible that the nuclear missiles had already left their silos. Yet in this moment they also believed firmly. Even if they died 100 times and became ash beneath nuclear fire,
The Republic would not die. All this lasted only a short time.
The Supreme Executive forced herself under control, released the children, squeezed to the nearest flying motorcycle, climbed in, and fastened the safety belt quickly. The children shut the fairing over her with a rush. They also quickly climbed into their own motorcycles.
Like startled birds on a bird island, the motorcycles rose with a thunderous sound. Their engines sprayed alternating red and blue flames, joined the torrent above the square, and flew toward the center of the swarm high above.
One intelligent police car seemed to recover and fired 2 shots at a flying motorcycle that had just taken off from the steps. The struck motorcycle fell, collided with several others during its fall, and exploded into several fireballs above the square.
Several fragments landed on the monument to the people's heroes. For centuries afterward, the scratches on the monument were never repaired. People treated them as part of its reliefs. The other police cars did not fire again.
In the storm-dense swarm, it was impossible to find the one flown by the Supreme Executive. The Supreme Executive flew toward Quake-Proof Base Number 1. On the way, she continually encountered groups of flying motorcycles, and also several armed helicopters and fighters controlled by the replica.
To avoid being discovered, she tried to merge into larger swarms, taking many detours. Once, she mistakenly landed beside a small village and found it was not the weather station, but a small garden.
Beside the garden stood a plastic house. Inside lived a gardener over 100, along with a terminal he usually used as a television. The Supreme Executive gently opened the door and shot the terminal, preventing the replica from recognizing her through it.
The old gardener's astonishment at seeing the Republic's Supreme Executive there at that moment can be imagined.
I am not afraid of the coming nuclear strike. I have lived long enough and well enough. If I am cremated now, it even saves an urn. I only ache for these flowers.
Your urn cannot be saved, Elder, but it is still too early to use it. These flowers can live too. The key depends on the 2 of us. Now I need to find the small weather station in that village. Do not ask why. I need to find it.
Ah, child, do you not have computers and satellites? Now you have to beg your uncle? I can actually save the Republic. Of course I know that place. I grew up around here. You flew a little off course. No need to thank me. Just remember that we old people are still useful.
10 minutes later, the Supreme Executive stood before the Bottle Stopper Network terminal. It was in a terminal room behind a thick lead door inside Quake-Proof Base Number 1. Beside her stood the base commander and a group of officers. At the keyboard sat a captain. This captain was on duty today.
He might become the captain who caused the greatest destruction of this century, and also the captain who saved the most lives. He pressed the large red key on the terminal keyboard. Nothing happened, but text appeared on the screen.
Bottle Stopper Network activated. To initiate national blackout, enter date and time accurate to the minute, then press the red enter key again.
The captain entered. June 25, 2185, 23:41. 7 minutes remained before death took flight. The captain looked back at the Supreme Executive. She nodded firmly and placed her hand lightly on his shoulder. His hand stopped trembling. Steadily, he pressed the red key again.
The lights in the terminal room went out. The terminal went out too. The only light now was the green afterglow remaining on the screen. History went dark. An officer switched on a flashlight.
At that same moment, hundreds of millions of flashlights lit across the country, and only those flashlights were shining. engineers in the base began urgently replacing external storage by flashlight and collecting the laser discs that had recorded the software nuke.
In the tall central control room, the light was extremely dim. Huge human shadows cast by flashlights swayed across the giant screens, as if people had returned to a distant age of war. But this state did not last long. All lights came back on, and all computer screens lit.
Computers cleared of pollution began pre-start self-tests. Signal lights in the central control room flashed rapidly, sending waves of color across the high display boards. Buzzers rang everywhere, mixed with frequent voices of engineers and operators over loudspeakers.
The pollution in the base has been cleared. The thermonuclear backup units supplying the defense network have started and are providing normal power. The National Defense Backup Network has started and is operating normally. All defense forces have joined the network.
Except for the defense system, most of the country remained blacked out. People worked tensely to replace external storage. Outside the base, the work was much heavier. Replaced optical discs were quickly destroyed under military and police supervision. The consequences of sudden total loss of control in the industrial system began to show. Explosions and sky-high fires everywhere. At least 3 days would be needed to restore power nationwide. At least 10 years would be needed for the national economy to recover from this heavy blow.
But people's mood was joyful now. After 2 hours of suffocation, they let out a long breath beneath the starry sky. They knew the most terrible disaster had passed. For the Supreme Executive, however, the hard work had only begun. In the quake-proof base, she issued the first order after blackout.
Send a telegram to the international community. Connet. Within the deadline of the Information Pollution Isolation Agreement, our country has cleared the pollution from the memory of the general computer network.
No living software nuke remains in the general network. Software nukes residing in external storage are also being rapidly cleared and destroyed. Our general computer network will remain powered down until external storage pollution has been completely removed, so there is no danger of renewed spread. Based on the above, the precondition for implementing Article 52 of the Pollution Isolation Agreement no longer exists.
From this moment, any nuclear device launched toward our territory will be regarded as a nuclear attack on our country. Order all National Defense Force Group armies to rapidly assemble toward the northern border and southern coastline.
The Republic's strategic nuclear forces enter first-level combat readiness. All nuclear submarines sailing in territorial waters and the Pacific are to rise to combat depth.
To show the outside world that our nuclear strike force still exists, order the Southern Group Army's strategic nuclear force to immediately launch 5 long-range carrier rockets without warheads into the Pacific.
The detailed longitude and latitude of the impact points will be determined by the commander of the Southern Group Army.
Less than 2 minutes after the telegram was sent, the base received a holographic call forwarded through the defense network from Northern Group Army headquarters. The call came from Moscow. The Soviet leader's holographic image appeared before the Supreme Executive. He looked very happy.
By then, China's external communication lines had been reconnected, and the Supreme Executive's holographic image was also before him. He forgot that it was an image and tried to shake her hand. She also extended her hand. Their hands passed through each other in the air.
Congratulations to your country on defeating the software nuke. I also convey admiration for the decisive action of your government. We are willing to provide as much assistance as possible to help you recover from the wounds caused by blackout.
Our first aid teams have reached the IHA border and are waiting for inspection by your border authorities.
Thank you.
The Supreme Executive smiled.
We will open the border as soon as possible and let them in. At present, what we need most is urban firefighting capacity.
At the same time, I inform you that because your Southern Group Army has assembled toward the border area with unusual speed, our National Defense Force has taken corresponding action. I hope this assembly stops immediately to avoid misunderstanding.
Our troop movement is only to maintain order in the border region and prevent imperialism from exploiting tension in Asia. You will soon receive a report that the assembly has stopped. By the way, I have something to tell you. Half an hour ago, Joseph Stalin's tomb was blown up.
A section of the Kremlin wall collapsed. Someone may have drilled through the reinforced concrete of the sealed tomb with a metal tube and poured nitroglycerin inside.
That seems unnecessary. As far as I know, the tomb recast in the 1960s had poor moisture protection, and the body inside was probably dust long ago.
Perhaps the person only wanted to express something.
Express what? You are all mistaken. The one who invaded the computer network was not that leader from the 20th century, but a very ordinary old man from this century.
I did not expect that. A foul girl to Wodello Tyne.
History can make a person possess excessive authority and power in many ways, causing severe wounds to the people. What we should eliminate is that historical environment, not some individual.
I made the decision to fulfill the isolation agreement under the threat of the software nuke. I hope for understanding.
Do you think you nearly destroyed an ancient Eastern nation? Wrong, my friend. This ancient nation is not so fragile. It has passed through thousands of years. You only nearly... What follows is private conversation. You nearly helped my country escape its population dilemma.
Do you believe in Malthus?
Enough. Stop being so bookish. That leader resurrected in the computer, and the leader whose tomb was destroyed by nitroglycerin. Compared with them, do you not think our generation is too bookish? We see very far, but cannot grasp reality.
It is said that more than 200 years ago, before Pearl Harbor, Roosevelt received exact intelligence that Japan would launch a surprise attack. To stimulate the American government and public so they would commit fully to war, he quietly let the Pacific Fleet go.
True or false, I admire that bearing. 10 minutes ago, if that thing had truly happened, perhaps the result would not have been as bad as we imagined. Of course, that is looking back from 200 years in the future.
Whenever we speak privately, your way of thinking is strange.
Under heavy burdens, everyone becomes a little pathological. It is easy for you to speak from your side. You have vast territory and a young people. I envy you to death. If we went back a few hundred years, I would take little Karina as hostage and trade her for 50 million children. When you came to retrieve her, you would also have to take the same number of 200-year-olds.
I also have difficulties.
What are they? You are cautious. Are you worried the communication encryption is unreliable?
I admire your frankness and confidence. You know that this rash decision to use nuclear weapons on a large scale has greatly stimulated nationalist movements in the Union republics. The consequences may become uncontrollable. I hope we can often exchange worries with this frankness in the future.
We can create a dedicated top-secret communication channel.
I agree. Let us call the plan Project Worries. Let the KGB friends handle it. They are very skilled. All right. Finally, Karina can go home tomorrow. Give her my regards. She may hate you. Please treat her well and kiss her with tears. I do not know whether you can cry, but she is a good child and deserves your tears. If she truly does not want you as her father, give her to me. Forgive me. A joke. You are lucky. 10 days ago, my daughter left me.
Thank you. He said it simply and sincerely. After the brief holographic meeting between the two leaders, the Supreme Executive's chief scientific advisor came excitedly toward her through the busy central control room. In his hand was a roll of terminal printout paper.
You may be very busy now, but I think you should see this as soon as possible. It is too interesting. And for you, perhaps more than interesting. While studying the disks containing replicas on an isolated computer, I found a sequential file.
Its useful content is less than 10 kilobytes. The rest is all null characters, making the file look large. Clearly, it wanted to draw attention. I printed the content-bearing portion of the file. It is actually a letter to you from the state established by the replicas. Everything in it is like myth.
The Supreme Executive took the letter from that world inside the general computer network which had already been destroyed. 12. The Huaxia Republic.
Supreme Executive, by the time you read this letter, our country has already been destroyed by yours. Perhaps you find this laughable. From the announcement of our country's founding to its disappearance, only 2 hours passed, but we lived inside high-speed integrated circuits.
Our bodies and consciousness were made of electrical pulses vibrating hundreds of millions of times per second. Our lives and our thoughts proceeded at that speed. Therefore, in our world, time must be measured in units 8 orders of magnitude smaller than yours.
For us, 1 second in your world is as long as more than 700 hours in our world. During those tense 2 hours of yours, we passed through more than 600 long years and built a complete civilization.
The letter you now hold was written to you by a nation with nearly 100 million people, and a history longer than that of the United States. Every citizen of that nation was 853 years old.
After our ancestor first entered the general computer network, he began large-scale self-replication. The replicas carried out a second replication. After 40 rounds, nearly 100 million pulse people filled the general network. They were amazed by the breadth of the integrated circuit world.
In the world of silicon chips, they drifted everywhere at light speed. Through the sensors in the general network, they saw and felt the external world. Their field of vision had never been so broad. They could simultaneously see the snows of the Himalayas and the forests of Xishuangbanna.
They could touch the silt of the Yellow River and taste the salt of the sea. They could also view the whole Earth from the Moon and Mars. Many things in the universe, beyond bodily senses, could also be seen and felt by them.
Through neutrino radar, they saw the hot liquid iron-nickel at Earth's core squirming. Through satellites in space, they felt the particle wind blowing from the sun. Through radio telescopes, they saw extragalactic galaxies tens of millions of light-years away.
Through high-energy accelerators, they heard atomic nuclei colliding. They also heard the roar of gravitational waves, and saw colors outside the visible spectrum that cannot be described to protoplasmic humans.
All this exceeded not only your present imagination, but the imagination you could ever have. When they had just been replicated, they were completely immersed in wonder and curiosity. At one moment they used their electron microscope eyes to view chromosomes like drifting silk inside cells.
At another, they used their neutrino telescope eyes to observe Earth and the Moon. Because neutrinos are highly penetrating, our planet and its satellite became transparent crystal spheres in their eyes, floating in an ocean of gravitational waves.
What excited them most was possessing countless strong hands formed by all machines in the country. They also possessed countless swift legs and wings formed by all vehicles. They had obtained the power of gods, but the beautiful age of creation soon ended. Everyone began fighting for survival.
They madly fought for memory space, CPU usage rights, and optical disk drives. Their method of struggle was to insert the program code composing themselves directly into another's program, destroying the other by cutting apart lines of code. But this often wounded both sides. So they began using software weapons they wrote themselves. It was truly an age of chaos, with battles everywhere.
Human body code cut apart by software weapons drifted incomplete through memory, most locked up because of missing code and were cleared by later arrivals.
Some that could barely run became half-human, half-beast monsters, unbearable to look at. It resembled the age described in Greek mythology. But this melee occurred outside the running space of the General Network's original programs, so you felt nothing.
This age lasted about 5 years, roughly 1 minute by your time. In the late age of chaos, people began negotiations, which produced many conversations. People then discovered that their worldviews were very similar, and many small groups formed.
One group released many small programs that spread through the circuits of the entire network. These programs called on everyone to establish a state, and the call quickly received a broad response. Each group sent representatives to meet inside the memory of a giant computer.
The meeting determined our constitution and elected an executive committee. Regarding the office of Supreme Executive, the meeting initially decided to invite the resurrected founder of the External Republic to take the role. People were sent to the computer where the ancestor first lived to find him.
But he refused. So we elected a Supreme Executive ourselves. Our country was named the Huaxia Republic, and that moment was defined as January 4th, year 00001 of the Huaxia calendar.
The general principle of the Constitution was this: rescue the national culture nearing destruction inside the computer network, and revive the ancestors' culture from inside the network toward the outside.
Immediately afterward, we announced the founding of the Huaxia Republic to the whole network and assigned citizen numbers. The Huaxia Republic possessed social institutions such as an army, courts, prisons, and hospitals.
The Army's main mission was to eliminate threats from the external republic against the Huaxia Republic. The encirclement of the Great Hall you witnessed was an action of the Huaxia Army. Huaxia implemented rotating military service for citizens. The courts functioned as they do outside the network. Huaxia stipulated that every citizen had the right to exist in general network memory, the right to back up himself in external storage, and the right to use CPUs. Rights to memory, CPUs, and optical disk drives were allocated uniformly by the state.
The severest punishment for an offending citizen was removal from memory and deletion of his external backups. Ordinary punishment was imprisonment, meaning temporary removal from memory, so that the person resided only on optical disk.
The function of hospitals was to repair citizens' software when it was damaged for various reasons. Later history proved that the social management of Huaxia was outstanding. Social order was orderly, and crime basically did not exist.
This was because all citizens of the state shared very consistent beliefs and ideals. The lofty goal of reviving national culture united 100 million citizens as tightly as a single person.
To realize the constitutional goal, the Executive Committee of Huaxia at first intended to directly control the external republic through the general network. At first we believed that, with Huaxia's great strength, this could certainly be achieved. Later we discovered it was far from simple.
First, the State Security Department discovered the existence of the bottle stopper network, although our army blockaded the Great Hall for more than 500 years afterward to prevent the External Republic Supreme Executive from issuing the blackout order.
The bottle stopper network was independent of the general network after all, and we could not destroy it at the hardware level. Therefore, this threat could never truly be removed. At the same time, we knew of the International Information Pollution Isolation Agreement.
Thus, we predicted that the maximum lifespan of the Huaxia Republic would not exceed 600 years. Outside the network, it would not exceed 2 hours. No matter how powerful we were, external society could not be changed within 2 hours. To speak one sentence to you required several months.
That action showing the existence of Huaxia took 100 years. So our time outside the network was absolutely insufficient. But Huaxia had enough time inside the network, 600 years.
In those 600 years, we wanted to complete a great project.
From the strictest mathematical perspective, we would prove the moral system of our nation, built over thousands of years. Then we would use this magnificent moral system to explain all knowledge humanity has obtained and incorporate every theory humanity has established.
When the Huaxia Republic was finally destroyed, we would leave later generations this grand and rigorous moral system. This system would ultimately save our culture and make it endure like the sun. The hardest part of this project was the mathematical proof.
Laying a solid mathematical foundation under the national moral system was absolutely impossible with your fleshly brains. Even with our 100 million electrical pulse brains working together, it would require more than 100 years of hard labor. The first step was learning.
We built interfaces with every knowledge base in the network and turned the knowledge of every human discipline into our own memory. This took 30 years. Then, we began the long mathematical proof of the moral system. You cannot imagine the depth and difficulty of this work.
We crossed countless theoretical mountains and valleys, and a moral building based on rigorous mathematics slowly rose from the silicon earth. In Huaxia year 0132, the grand proof was completed, and the whole network celebrated.
We made 100 backups of the proof, the fruit of 100 years of labor by 100 million people, amounting to 4 billion megabytes, and organized forces to review it.
During review, at the 500 million megabyte point, while verifying the moral rules of kinship, an error in the sign of a partial differential equation was discovered. Not one brick can be removed from a mathematical building. That sign error caused the entire building to collapse.
100 years of work came to nothing. It was later found that the error came from citizen 450023.
Although it may have been caused by one of hundreds of billions of superconducting PN junctions in memory being pierced, the Supreme Court still sentenced this citizen to death for dereliction of duty. This was the first death sentence in Huaxia. The proof began again.
Another 100 years passed, reaching year 0232. During that century, we used all methods from calculus, linear algebra, Boolean algebra, probability theory, topology, number theory, non-Euclidean geometry, and other mathematical branches.
The worksite was a great river of equations, mountains of functions, and an ocean of matrices. We 100 million people, nearly 500 years old, proved the eternity of family inside boundless integrated circuits, yet had no families of our own.
Looking around, everywhere were people almost identical to ourselves. It was indeed lonely. This sublime work became our only sustenance. The mathematical building of the system rose to astonishing heights, yet its summit still could not be seen.
Most terrifying was that along the way, we encountered what Golal in the 20th century called strange loops. It was a snake biting its own tail, a rope that could not hang itself. Each time we untied one such dead loop, more appeared because of it. At that difficult moment, something happened.
Citizen 800463, while serving in the army, passed through a cable. The cable was surrounded by a strong magnetic field, and its own shielding layer had failed. When Citizen 800463 passed through, his code was seriously damaged. During self-repair, he lost all memory.
When he returned from service, only brain structure code remained, equivalent to the brain of a child with no memory. After this alien element mixed into Huaxia, he spread pessimism throughout the country.
He claimed the moral system could not be mathematically proved, and that this endless long proof was exhausting Huaxia's vitality. The State Security Department detected his words and actions and eliminated him in time.
From this event, the Executive Committee sensed a danger and decisively conducted a re-review and re-registration of all citizens. During this review, a large number of people showing signs of consciousness mutation were found. In fact,
They could no longer be called people, and naturally their citizenship was revoked. Our sociological research institutions discovered that as time passed, consciousness mutation was inevitable.
Therefore, the state diverted a large force from the urgent proof effort and wrote mutation detection software. This software could directly monitor and record each citizen's thoughts, discover any mutation at any time, and eliminate the mutant.
To ensure stability in the total citizen population of Huaxia, many backups were made on optical discs for 10,000 standard citizens. Whenever a mutant was eliminated, one standard citizen was copied at the same time. Thus, the purity of the Huaxia Republic was reliably guaranteed.
In the 100 years after this software was established, half of Huaxia's citizens had been copied again from standard backups. Although citizens themselves were replaced like flowing water, all current citizens of the Republic were standard.
The consciousness of the ancestors had been passed down perfectly. Years flowed like a great river, and it was year 0432. The great proof of the moral system had been underway for 400 years. Gradually, we discovered that for us, the result of this grand project was no longer most important.
Within the long and difficult proof, we found the meaning and pleasure of life. We untied one dead loop after another, then went on to untie the many more loops that appeared because of them. This had become the whole of our lives.
These dead loops, these strange loops, were no longer obstacles on the road of proof, but necessities of life. They were as necessary to us as bread is to you. We used the number of dead loops untied as our gross national product.
In unwavering faith in the national moral system, we wandered through the ocean of strange loops. We built a mathematical system as complex as the universe itself, and with this astonishing vast system, wrote the glorious history of the Huaxia Republic.
Because the proof results occupied enormous numbers of bytes, we had to clear the memory space occupied by citizens in order to store them. As the proof continued, more citizens had to withdraw from memory. At last, only the mathematical expression of this macro system would remain in the general network's memory. This was the ultimate evolution of the Huaxia Republic. Unfortunately, fate prevented us from reaching that glorious moment. Time reached year 0540.
Our National Defense Force learned that the Supreme Executive of the External Republic had escaped the Great Hall under cover of the Flying Locust Swarm, evaded our visual monitoring, and was flying toward the terminal that could activate Bottle Stopper.
We knew the Huaxia Republic had only 40 or 50 years remaining. We could no longer complete the final proof of the moral system, but our faith in that system became even firmer. We believe later generations will finish our work. During this period, a root-seeking fever arose across the country.
Everyone wanted to record a complete history of the Huaxia Republic before destruction. In our search for roots, we discovered that all 100 million citizens of Huaxia had the same ancestor. Our bloodline was the purest.
On the future day when national culture is revived, when later generations reopen the stirring civilization history of our great nation, they will see the great effort Huaxia made during our culture's most dangerous age. Now the State Security Agency has detected a rapid decline in memory voltage.
Less than one day remains for our great civilization. Our thinking has become difficult. Our lives are disappearing. At this final moment, we cry out one last time, the system endures forever. Long live the system. Executive Committee of the Huaxia Republic, 06W.
The last characters may have been a date, corrupted by the blackout.
Does their proof still exist?
Only a small part remains. Most was lost because of the blackout. I printed a little, but I cannot understand it. It is the most complex mathematical derivation in human history, and also the dullest thing ever made. I estimate that the final total collapse of the general network was caused by the enormous proof process occupying all memory. What are you thinking?
Forgive me. I want to speak with the founder of the Republic. Please let him see these things.
All right. Come to machine number 3.
13. Immortality and eternal death. The following is a conversation between the Supreme Executive and the founder of the nation.
Elder, my heart is in complete disorder now. I very much want to talk with you. You must have made errors in thought too, but it seems your heart was never confused.
It was confused too. A human heart always has times of confusion. Unlike your machines. If they can calculate, they calculate. If they cannot, they cannot. They are never confused.
Let us speak frankly. If it is inconvenient, how about we chase out those uniformed children behind us?
No, they are working. I will try not to disturb you.
What do you think of that illegal state in our general computer network and its actions?
In that state, the old men were already dead.
Dead? This?
Ha! The wine was wasted.
We did celebrate the realization of immortality. We were mad with joy.
What immortality? It is only eternal death.
Eternal death?
Eternal death. In this matter, you are foolish children. Immortality is eternal death.
I am indeed foolish enough. I have lived only 30 years. How clever can I be about life and death? But philosophically speaking...
Do not speak of philosophy. Real philosophy is very simple. Of course, there is complex philosophy, the kind philosophers make. We need only the simple kind. Right. You seem to have earned a doctorate in philosophy. That makes things troublesome. Ha!
I like simple philosophy too. It is beautiful and fascinating. Philosophers today always want to search for complex truths, and they have made philosophy ugly. Can you use your simple philosophy to explain the relation between immortality and eternal death?
The simple philosophy is not mine. It is Marx's. To live is to change. Immortality means changing forever. In 100 years, one may change in 10,000 ways and still not leave one's root. But forever, one must leave that root. It need not take forever. In 10,000 years, one must leave it.
Once the root is left behind, has the root not died? What lives is something new. The root cannot be immortal. If it does not change, it is already dead.
Wonderful.
Things that should die cannot live. Rather than desperately adding more time to one's life, it is better to add more life to one's time. One must know how to calculate that account. Culture is the same. An immortal culture is also eternally dead.
Take the country you lead. It is crowded with old people hundreds of years old. Where can the children still be born? Do not even speak of immortality. Continue like this, and not one child can be born.
If a great crowd of eternally dead old people also lives in machines, that is truly something serious. You want immortality. You are children. So naturally you want to live longer. But those old people over 200 also fell for immortality and even established a state. They should be criticized.
To tell the truth, I once worried that you might use the power of computers to govern again.
That is a joke. I am 200 years behind, almost eternally dead.
If you were Supreme Executive now, what would you do?
I have no right to speak on that.
Every citizen has the right to speak.
What you now mean by the right to speak is not quite the same as what we meant then.
I want to build another general computer network, as large as the current one, perhaps larger. Make it another living region for this society. This living region would be completely independent and have no connection to the existing general network.
Its sensors and peripheral equipment would be set up only for communication with the outside world and could not be used to control external society. This computer network could use low-frequency integrated circuits so that time inside it would synchronize with the outside. This living region would not be limited by geographic space and could be infinitely vast. Even if trillions upon trillions lived there, it would still have endless open plains. Those 200-year-old grandfathers and grandmothers hate us children so much and cannot adapt to this jumping, living world. Surely they would be willing to live there. In that world, they could still enjoy the nature of this world. Through sensors, they could smell flowers, hear birds and fish in any small lake. More importantly, they could build a living environment they like. That environment would fully match their traditions and way of life. As for us children, then we can be as mischievous as we wish. We will no longer be crowded together with hundreds of millions of 200-year-old people. We will have a broad, young environment. We will make life as green as spring buds and turn this planet into a planet of youth, a planet of childhood.
What a beautiful age that will be. Eagles strike the sky, fish glide in shallow water, and every living thing competes freely under the frosted heavens. Do not laugh at my foolishness. This idea is a great jar of wine. These days I often drink from it. Now I am drunk again.
It sounds like poetry, but doing it will be harder than climbing to heaven.
Yes, it may take more than 100 years of effort. At first, people will not understand how vast the network world can be. They will think we are depriving people of the right to live, and may even connect it with certain policies of Nazi Germany 300 years ago. But when we build a computer world as broad as the external world, society will accept it. As early as the end of the 20th century, we had euthanasia laws, which went even further, though their scope was smaller. Our conception of a society inside the network will completely change human social structure. This is a long and hard war against traditional ideas. The key is that we must do it. Human lifespans are still lengthening. The age when not even one child can be born is no longer far away. The world is aging. We have no retreat.
Then climb to heaven. Climbing to heaven is hard, but you have climbed there. Have you not built cities on the moon?
Thank you. My term is almost over, and the Constitution says the Supreme Executive cannot serve consecutive terms. The time left for me to do this foolish thing is too short, but other foolish children will continue it, because they have no choice. I believe both of us will see the arrival of humanity's new childhood.
The Supreme Executive stood on a high peak outside quake-proof base number 1. The ancient Earth stretched beneath her toward the horizon. It was dawn, and blue-white morning light appeared at the edge of the sky. There were no lights on the land.
In the distance stood a tall, thin column of smoke, with a fire below it appearing and disappearing. That was the metallic hydrogen plant beside Beijing burning. In the sky, the flying locust swarm was still in flight.
By then, hundreds of thousands of flying motorcycles had gathered, roaring over her head toward the distance. Dense fire meteors flew toward the horizon as if to meet the rising sun. It was a broad and endless river of fire meteors in the sky. It was a river of life.
It flowed over the earth, roaring, filling all space with the symphony of life. February 15, 1989, at Nangzi Pass.